As the only extraordinary person in the world without abilities, you discovered after death that you had already awakened your talents and could summon top talents from the future. However, you belong to the future that is being summoned. When your past choices change, your future will also change. At this moment, listening to the words spoken by your elderly self, you roughly understand what is going on. It turns out that the ruined city and desolation you dreamed of at night during this period are the events that will happen next. As an ordinary citizen who has not awakened extraordinary powers and has not been trained, you can only drift under such a trend and eventually die in the wave of alien beasts that erupted in Jiangcheng on May 12, 2027. Due to the influence of the first self, you joined the extraordinary Team 112 and met extraordinary people like Team Yang. Facing you, Team Yang sensed the intense emotional fluctuations on you. He took a sip of hot tea from a thermos cup and chose not to disturb. Just from the brief exchange earlier, he almost confirmed that you have extraordinary abilities of precognition or divination. Otherwise, how could he know your surname at first sight? However, judging from the other party's appearance, it is obvious that the expression of this extraordinary ability is a bit problematic, like symptoms of schizophrenia. Team Yang couldn't help but think, should I give him 2 calming pills to stabilize his emotions? Before meeting with Mr. Lee, the other party only mentioned the date of May 12, 2027. If the other party's predictive ability is confirmed, then this time point related to death is definitely going to be problematic. And after meeting you, he directly revealed your surname. Thinking of this, Captain Yang paused. Could it be that the future he predicted has a close relationship with himself? In any case, extraordinary individuals who can predict the future are too rare, each one possessing great strategic value. The country is not lacking in extraordinary individuals in terms of combat, and the current situation can be controlled. However, extraordinary individuals who can predict or divine belong to scarce resources and strategic talents. Therefore, he values you very much now. Captain Yang, I have seen your fate from the future, you solemnly said in the manner you taught me in your old age. Upon hearing this, Captain Yang's face turned pale. Predicting the future will bring backlash. Why waste such a precious opportunity to predict my future? But then again, since you have already predicted it, I will listen attentively. You took a deep breath and said, on August 10, 2030, you will die. Captain Yang was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Since the day I became extraordinary, I knew that one day, sooner or later, it would come. It's normal, dying in battle. Very normal. You did not die in battle. You were killed by a traitor. The traitor first poisoned you to make you lose your combat effectiveness, and then used the portal of the alien beasts to incite a riot and kill you, leaving no trace of your remains. Silent, Captain Yang sat on the chair, immersed in a silent atmosphere. Since becoming a transcendent, knowing the existence of the portal of the alien beasts, and taking on the role of captain of Special Team 112, he had already prepared himself for death in battle and being wrapped in horsehide. He had thought about dying in the mouth of a foreign beast in the future, and had thought about being killed by external forces in the gate of the foreign beast, but he had never thought that he would die at the hands of a mole. First poison, then kill in the pit. From these 6 words alone, he could see that this mole was either of high status or had a close relationship with him. Other extraordinary individuals would not have the opportunity to poison. Unfortunately, my status is lowly. I have only seen Yang's autopsy report, and I do not know the true identity of the mole. The elderly you sighed heavily. Otherwise, if I had told Yang about this matter, it could have helped rid Huaxia of a tumor for me. But now that Yang knows about this, there should be some precautions in the future. At this moment, Yang looked up and asked, can you predict the identity of the mole? No, you replied without hesitation. All the information you know comes from the elderly version of yourself in front of you. If they don't know, then you naturally wouldn't know either. I can't predict it. After a moment of silence, Yang stood up and said, but no matter what, thank you very much. Thank you for reminding me. I will be more careful in the future. Oh, I suddenly remembered. On the day I joined Team 112, something big happened. The elderly you changed your face color, and quickly said, Vice Captain Li Zhe, also known as the Future Li Team, made a mistake in intelligence while exploring the Ghost Gate, misjudged the strength of the Ghost Tribe, and was surrounded by the Ghost Tribe. The Ghost Tribe is very clever and deliberately set up a spatial barrier to isolate the Li Team's request for help. This accident resulted in the death of 1 person in Team 112, 2 seriously injured, and the Li Team also lost sight in the left eye due to excessive use of the eye technique. Now, quickly let Yang Team ask for help from the extraordinary Team 115 in the neighboring city, where there are extraordinary individuals who can break the spatial barrier. At this point in time, everything may still be salvageable. When you hear this, don't hesitate. Go directly to Captain Yang and explain the situation, asking about the information seen from the future. Everything else is very vague. Only this is very clear. Predictive or divinatory extraordinary abilities are very mysterious. Every time they are activated, while suffering backlash, one can see how much information is seen in one's own destiny, so this reason sounds unreliable, but no one can refute it. What? Yang squinted his eyes, then without any hesitation, took off the communication symbol seal to contact Lu Zhe. This kind of thing, better to believe it than not. The most important thing is that Lu Zhe led the team to the Ghost Gate to carry out the survey mission, which belongs to the confidential information of the transcendent sequence. Now, he is 100% sure that you are the extremely rare type of precognitive or divinatory transcendent, and the other party's abilities are stronger than what he knows. After all, it wasn't that he hadn't seen divination-type transcendence before, and every time he did that, it required extremely precious materials and all sorts of complicated rituals. Once one begins to divine the heavenly chances, a light TSK turns pale and his breath wilts, while a heavy TSK spits out blood and suffers a trauma that makes him unable to speak. Moreover, these divination transcendents, the information they said was super vague, and some of them even directly threw out a few words for them to guess. After that, it's the classic cliché that the sky is the limit, which is the same as Su Man. Just sitting in front of himself, he started crackling with future messages and didn't look like he was getting any backlash. If he hadn't known the specifics, he would have thought that the other man was reminiscing about life experiences that had already happened in the past, rather than divining and predicting facts about the future that had yet to happen. If the matter of Yanagisawa being trapped in the Gate of Ghosts was confirmed, then he would be on full alert for the transcendents with swords around him from now on. The most important thing in the midst of transcendent battles was information. The fight is about information warfare. With this kind of transcendent teammate, would there be a lack of transcendent information in the future for their squad? That's the kind of talent he's going to have to capitalize on. Unsurprisingly, Yanagisawa didn't reply for a long time. The next moment, he started contacting Transcendent Squad 115 in front of Su-1. Hey, Lao Yang, why are you free? Team Yang directly interrupted the other party's opening statement. The situation is now urgent. Not a minute can be wasted. The opposite party was silent for 2 seconds after realizing the urgency of the situation. After that, the movement of gathering the team and inquiring about the coordinates of the Spectre's Gate came out from the summoning talisman seal. The excellent tradition of helping each other had always been upheld among the Chinese transcendent squads. After all, everyone's transcendental abilities were different, and there might be a time when the other person's transcendental ability could save his or her life. And afterward, through the report, you can also obtain military or medal awards. So when it comes to things, everyone tries to help as much as they can. After a long time, the summoning talisman seal on the table suddenly began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, Lu Zhe's somewhat tired voice came out from the talismanic seal. Captain, it's fortunate that you're more vigilant and immediately called for help after sensing that something was wrong. Otherwise we might not even be able to get out of the ghostly gates today. The National Trailblazing Squad's rating at the Phantom Gate is wrong. So wrong. According to the strength of the spectral ghosts inside and the energy tiers, this is by no means a gate of the lower level foreign beasts. It's at least the middle level, and even the higher level is possible. Team Yang sniffed and spoke. Just come back safely. Don't worry. This time, the mistakes of the Pioneering Center must give us relative compensation. Team Yang, I didn't mean that. The rest will come when we get back. Good. After putting down the summoning talisman seal, Team Yang looked at Su Wen with a burning gaze. Patient, are you short of money? Or is there anything you want? Join our squad and enjoy the treatment of a deputy division, with a monthly salary of $50,000 and 6 insurance policies. Now that you think it's less, how about I personally subsidize you with an additional 100,000 per month? Want to join us in Squad 112? Our squad is all nice and well-spoken, super comfortable to be around, and the team perks will definitely keep you happy. If you need it, you're also responsible for introducing you to a girlfriend. So what? Think about it? Chapter 4, Looking in the Pocket and Raising Prices. I was, at the time, not treated like that. Elderly Su-Wen stood next to him and said with a smile, but yes, a transcendent who can predict the future. That's a lot of weight to carry. Saying that, elderly Su-Wen paused, then said softly, there are quite a lot of good things in Team Yang's hands, the Qi and Blood Pill and Essence Scatter, which are both good things for transcendents who are new to the world. Especially the 1150 battle points in Team Yang's hands can be exchanged for a lot of good transcendent resources. And for ordinary people to become transcendent, whether it's to enhance their cultivation or raise their life level, they need a large amount of transcendent resources as an aid. Didn't he ask you to make demands? You just ask for all of these without feeling embarrassed. Anyway, even if you don't want those war credits, he'll lose them to someone else in half a month because of a bet. Even after compensating for this 1,000 or so battle merits, he still owes others 300 battle merits. This is the kind of thing that has made Team Yang's flesh hurt for a long time, the kind that keeps them awake at night. Since I'm back now, and I can interfere in the past, let's give Team Yang a hand and erase this regret of his. Su-man, are you sure this is helping to erase each other's regrets? Whatever you want, feel free to ask. Across the room, Team Yang said very atmospherically, I have no objection if you ask. Su-wen smiled nervously at his words, then asked, really? Naturally. Team Yang smiled confidently. In the end, Su-wen was just an ordinary person. What could a newly awakened transcendent want? Money, cars, houses, even stocks, gold and company shares. He can operate to satisfy the other side. I want 3 bottles of chi and blood pills and 2 bottles of essence scatter. Su-wen looked at Team Yang and spoke. Team Yang? A question mark slowly rose from Team Yang's head. It's not. How did Su-wen know about the chi and blood pill and essence scatter? How can you tell? But then again, the other party shouldn't be stupid enough to waste a precious divination opportunity on this, right? Or is it that the other party had just learned this information in passing while divining himself? But it didn't matter. Although these bottles of pills were precious, they were still within his acceptance range. Team Yang, on top of that, I want 1150 battle points. Team Yang was dumbfounded when they heard this. You also know about the unique exchange system within the Transcendence, such as war merit? Most importantly, one's own hands totaled only 1,152 battle points, and the other party opened his mouth for 1,150 points. It's a request that comes after you've stripped yourself clean. Looking at the pocket to mention the price? The other guy was pretty nice and knew to save himself 2 battle points. At the risk of asking, how do you know all this? I saw it from the future. Team Yang's hands trembled slightly when they heard the answer they wanted, and their faces were thrilled, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a mole in the Transcendental's headquarters and there was a high probability that it was a high-level one, he would have really wanted to declare it and send a precious talent like Su-wen to the headquarters. After all, Su-wen's ability could only be truly utilized when he arrived at the headquarters. But today it seems that this can only be a pipe dream. After all, the mole in the headquarters didn't even spare himself, let alone a strategic talent like a divining transcendent. But to just send it over now would be a total sheep in the mouth. Thinking about it, he nodded and said, okay, these conditions, there's no problem. Since I said I'd fulfill your conditions, I will. After saying these words, Team Yang turned around and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already holding 5 pill bottles in his hands. The red bottle is a chi and blood elixir, and the blue bottle is essence dispersal. Team Yang introduced himself and suddenly remembered something and smiled dumbly. Really? What else am I going to introduce you to when you know so much? He didn't feel anything wrong about this kind of behavior from Su-wen. The conditions, they let themselves be mentioned. Since the other party can know this, it means that it is the person who has the ability. Furthermore, from the squad's point of view, being able to trade a few bottles of elixir and over 1,000 battle merits for a divination-type transcendent was a big profit no matter what. He's kind of learned his lesson after this incident today. Silly yourself. Really, to have a divination-type transcendent make random conditions, wouldn't that be directly giving away one's pocketbook? Overall, though, their 112th squad would be undergoing a metamorphosis from the inside out from now on. After that, Team Yang took Su-wen to do some formalities for joining the team. To be honest, the fact that there was still a need to swipe his ID card for formalities to join the Transcendent Squad was something Su-wen hadn't expected. Well, from now on, you're my Squad 112. Team Yang smiled and said, you've been tired all day today, so rest first and wait for tomorrow when I teach you the cultivation method. Su-wen nodded heavily at his words. He was still very interested in cultivation, and when he entered his house, the Cloudy Yang team outside the door finally couldn't help but start to get hyper. If he wasn't worried about other Transcendent Squads coming to poach him, he really wanted to share the good news with his friends now. But at this stage, forget it. I have a question. Su-wen sat on the bed, looked at his other self, and asked in his mind, in the future, how did I die? Elderly Su-wen's face remained unchanged as he directly said, in the 6th Battle of River City's defense, he was charged and killed by the Tsong Beast. As a future body, he naturally knew exactly what he had thought in the past. Outside, that's with the Yang team, so some things are not convenient to ask and hold back. But now when you come into the house and are able to communicate directly through your heart, the way you will die in the future is definitely the most intriguing. Not Ed? Su-wen froze, then asked in confusion. The older Su-man asked rhetorically, how could you think that? Wasn't it you who said that a mole pitted Team Yang? Team Yang broke through to become a high-level transcendent in his 30s, and his completion rate for missions has reached 95%. making him a true genius among the group of transcendents. So, that's why the mole will risk exposure to pit against Team Young. Because Team Young is important. Team Young is worth it. And we. The latter words, elderly Suwon didn't say, but the meaning he expressed was clear enough. Team Yang is a genius. So the mole will screw over Team Young. But he was an ordinary transcendent in the future. So the mole pressed on. Much less risked exposure to target. Doesn't make sense. Much less necessary. And do you have a guess as to the identity of the mole? Suwon continued to ask after a moment of silence. Yes, the older Suwon said softly, but to be honest, I can't be entirely sure, because after Team Yang's death, Team 68's captain, Team 85's captain and co-captain, and Team 90's CX's captain were killed one after the other. This one thing after another has gotten the attention of the top brass. It wasn't long afterward that a disturbance erupted at the Transcendence headquarters over in Kyoto. Speaking here, elderly Suwon paused, then continued, to be able to poison Team Young and pit them to death. They either have a high status or are comrade in arms. But with the turmoil at Kyoto's Transcendent headquarters, and allied with these things, the situation is already clear. The mole, right at the command post, and among the Transcendence headquarters, the status is not low. Chapter 5, I have an idea. There's a mole mixed in at the top, and if this isn't rooted out ahead of time, I think Team Yang is still going to get screwed. Suwon thought for a moment and spoke out. After all, when the upper echelons give an order, Team Yang, as the leader of the Transcendent squad, can he still not carry it out? If you want to pit, then you will always find a way. The older Suman nodded slightly, and for the moment it did seem that way, but his position was humble, and that was all he knew. Unfortunately, if Team Yang hadn't died, I think I could have been promoted to median transcendent as well. A moment later, the elderly Suwon spoke, but once Team Yang left, our squad 112 lost its top pillar. The amount of transcendental resource allocation is decreasing every year. It's understandable. After all, transcendent resources are limited. It's just that it's still kind of hard to say how it feels to be targeted or invisibly beaten down. In the end, the entire squad was sent to Jiangcheng district as cannon fodder due to their weakness, total death, and a foregone conclusion in the brutal war ahead. Across the room, Suwon suddenly asked, that means that in the future, if Team Yang isn't around, we'll have a tough time, right? Right. Then Team Yang can't die. I don't want Team Yang to die either. But didn't you just say that? If the traitor is not removed, Team Yang will always die, said Elder Suwon with a twinkle in his eye. But it's okay, you don't have to be too anxious. Although we don't know it now, we have the advantage of time. I'm low status, but with the information I know working, you're definitely higher status than me. And then, when you die and come back, you're bound to know more. Round after round, we'll always know the identity of that mole. Su-man, how is it that your older self is such an idea? It would be too much of a waste of time to do things according to this idea, wouldn't it? On top of that, who knows how many more times this ability to summon the future of his own will come into play? Will another self descend from the future after this older self before him is gone? Or will he or she grow in this timeline until death and then travel through time and space and return to the past for a descent? This is a question that is worth giving some thought to. Therefore, he wanted to do more things at once, get more information, and get more power. Since the Fae will invade in the future in a big way, the country will not be a country. He had all such abilities. So naturally he wanted to become strong and have the power to control his own destiny. As long as the power is in place, then whatever you do in the future, you will always be more comfortable, right? So make the most of the changes before this ability fails. Do you think this is too much of a waste of time? Elderly Suwon saw Suwon's thoughts and said directly, actually, apart from that solution above, I have another idea. That's an idea that saves time, but it's a little extreme. After saying this, Elder Suwon paused, then continued, standing in our position to find the traitor, it's not an easy task. It's especially difficult when the identity of the mole is still high up in the hierarchy. But what if we think about things differently? Like being a mole. It's always easier for a mole to find a mole than for a regular army to find a mole, isn't it? Suwon sniffed in silence for a moment before asking gruffly, what you said is a good method, but that mole has managed to mix with the top brass with great difficulty. Will he be exposed so easily? The more astute the mole, the more cautious he is. Even if you know that the other side is friendly, why would you expose it if you can? Simple. In the future, the Fey beasts, by infiltrating groups of transcendents, coerce them into coming over as traitors, just to wreak havoc, or pit talented transcendents against each other. The elderly Suwon spoke. For this reason, the Fey clan also created an insider force, the Fey Church. What the church does, we will do. All the more reason to do what the church hasn't thought to do. Even in the face of a transcendentalist's pursuit, we have to step in to protect the members of the church, so that it may be struck into it. It'll be so much easier when we become the head of the inner circle, or even do things that seem to cut ourselves off from the transcendentalist community, and are purely one of us anyway. The other side always has to send a message to the Fey side, right? There has to be a contact or a contact beast, right? According to this idea, we can completely start from this aspect, and as spies, we can uncover all of these alien beast traders lurking on the transcendent side. Hearing these words, Suwon fell into a long silence. Break into a group of insiders and go put on a disc show. This job, it's not a good one. No matter what the age, spies will always be dancing on a tightrope. What the dishwasher has to face is even more sinister. If you really want to do this, not only will your enemies want to kill you, but even your own people will be after you. In the end, the world may be so full of enemies that you can't even tell if you're a human being or a ghost. Actually, there's an upside to this. Elderly Suwon suddenly said, based on the future information you obtained from me, you are perfectly capable of penetrating inside the Fey Church. Since we're going to play Dishonored, it's perfectly fine to borrow the transcendent resources of both sides to raise our cultivation. When the Fey clan established the Fey Church, it was tilting a great deal of resources. If we utilize this batch of resources, our cultivation will definitely progress at a rapid pace. Think about it, the future is still in you. Once the words were out of his mouth, Elder Suwon didn't linger on the topic. He began to rummage through his memories, detailing his life from the time he entered Squad 112. As a transcendent, even if it was only a low-level transcendent, he had a very good memory, so he can tell all sorts of things about what he's been through. But he also knows the highlights, and the things he talks about are the big ones. For example, the details related to the outbreak of the Beast Tide on May 1, 2027, in River City. Another example was that on April 28, 2028, the Zhonglan secret realm was manifested in Ning City, and there was a batch of grass of life in the secret realm. When taken by transcendentalists, it can sublimate their life level. After the life level had been sublimated, the transcendence battle power soared, and it was completely possible to challenge them across levels. In short, the grass of life was an extremely precious and rare heavenly treasure. But as Elderly Suwon uttered more and more information, his body became more and more transparent, as if it was a candle in the wind that was about to go out at any time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain, you told us to come back here to discuss something important. What is it? Lu Zhe asked eagerly after he came back with his team on fire. Based on his understanding of the captain, it was definitely something big that could make the other party talk like that on the sound transmission seal. Not far away, Team Yang was holding a thermos cup in his hand, with a bland stance of looking away from the world. The matter is heavenly, but before we speak of things, each of you will first turn to me 200 battle honors. Crowd? It's not. Let's talk business. Why do you want our war credit? Chapter 6. Before you went blind, you had this kind of elegance. Captain, you're not kidding? Lu Zhe's eyebrows jumped wildly. He still knew the captain as a person very well. It was not like the captain to say anything. Shouldn't he be the one to say such things? Could it be that the captain was affected by his last trip to open up the Cloud Beast's gate? Are your lives not worth 200 battle honors? Team Yang said with a calm face after taking a sip of hot water. The crowd was stunned at the words, and then a flash of realization flashed across their eyes. Looks like the captain asked them for war credit because of the whole saving them thing. Sure enough, they guessed correctly that Team Yang didn't have this ability to know where they were, and must have begged other transcendents to step in. That being the case, then they deserved to be out of this war effort. Still, there was a bit of doubt in their minds. If that was the way things were, then why had the captain just said it was a good thing? The matter of spending 1,000 battle credits to save them was indeed considered a good thing in a sense. And after a line of 5 people's war credit transfers arrived, the corners of Team Yang's mouth rose slightly. Not bad, bleeding yourself back to 1,000 this time. Even though he still lost 150 battle credits, this was good compared to before. Captain, can you tell us now? Yanagisawa asked in a hurry after paying the money. Team Yang's face remained unchanged as he said softly, before you guys came, I recruited a new person for our Squad 112. Next to him, Yanagisawa nodded slightly. And then what? That's the good thing I'm going to talk to you about. The big thing. It's just the new guy. What's so great about that? Don't they recruit every year? After a moment of silence, Lu Zhe looked up and said, Captain, refund. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. The next moment, in unison, Captain, refund. Teen Young couldn't help but laugh out loud at his team's reaction. Okay, no kidding you guys, back to business. After that, Team Yang roughly explained Su Wen's situation selectively to all the members of Squad 112. After hearing this, Lu Zhe and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Divinatory Transcendentals. It was a rarity among the Transcendentalist community. And the first thing the newcomer did when he got here was to save all of their lives. It's a lifesaver. And they have to recognize it. Captain. Then again, the newcomer saved us. Why are you asking us for battle credits? Lu Zhe's eyes twitched as he asked out loud. Team Yang smiled sarcastically. That's naturally rewarding the newcomers. People saved you guys. You guys each contribute 200 battle credits. Isn't that reasonable? Yanagisawa nodded at his words and said, yes, it's very reasonable. But they saved us. Shouldn't we give it ourselves? Team Yang took a deep breath. I've already paid out for you guys in this war effort. As soon as these words came out, Yanagisawa came to a realization. Captain, tell me honestly, is it the newcomers' proposed conditions that have consumed a lot of your battle credits? Pretty much. How much was consumed? 13,000. Don't you only have a total of 1,000 or so battle credits? The newcomer asked for my 1,150 battle merit, and also asked for 3 bottles of chi and blood pills and 2 bottles of essence scatter. Put. Yanagisawa couldn't hold back a single laugh. Newbie bull. This has completely stripped the captain's bottom clean. Just left 2 points of war credit for the captain to use as expenses in the past. Not bad for a divinatory transcendent. The look is just real. In the future, if you go out with such a teammate, your life will be more secure. As for the matter of the other side slaughtering the captain, it's a big deal. Chop chop. The captain spends all day with the war credit just playing, so he might lose his hand to the bottom at some point. In that case, might as well let the newcomer pit go. Then again, Captain, you'll have to give us back our war credit. Lu Zhe's face straightened and said righteously, what you gave the newcomer, that's what you promised people. But they saved our lives. We have to return the favor, right? After saying this, Lu Zhe paused, then said, Captain, you don't want the team to be at odds in the future, do you? Team Young. After getting their battle honors back, the team members began to prepare gifts for Su Wen after briefly inquiring about his condition. Initially awakened transcendents are always full of instability in terms of their souls. Therefore, a nourishing elixir for the soul is a very appropriate kind of gift. When Su Wen came out of his room at night, Lu Zhe and the others were already standing at the door with their gifts. Team Ryu, I didn't realize you were this graceful before your eyes went blind. Elderly Su Wen looked at Lu Zhe, who had a smile on his face and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is the Team Lu I remember, not the future alcoholic who likes to talk about life with trash cans. Su Man, like to talk to trash cans about life? Is the future Ryu team this wild? Across the room, Lu Zhe couldn't help but stutter in his heart after noticing the change in Su Wen's eyes. How could a divination-type transcendent, who could predict the future, show such an expression the first time he saw himself? And how could this not make people think more? In your own future, there won't be any major changes. Will there? Did you die yourself? Or is there something wrong with your family? Or maybe, something happened to all of them? Why else would Su Wen have such a look on his face? The thought of it just tightened his heart. However, he was too embarrassed to ask directly about this kind of peeking into the future of the heavens. In case Su Wen suffered a backlash because of himself, then he would be too ashamed. Hello Su Wen, I'm Lu Zhe, the vice captain of Squad 112. Lu Zhe handed the gift to Su Wen and spoke. This precious jade that can nourish the soul is for you. I hope it helps you. After Su Wen received the gift, he spoke. Team Lu, this is too expensive. Soul treasure jade, as my future self had said, was one of the most suitable treasures for newbie transcendence. The value is very expensive. What is a mere soul treasure jade compared to the kindness of saving your life? Lu Zhe said with a smile, and it was obvious that the other party was very knowledgeable. From this, one could also tell that the other party's transcendent divination ability rank was not low. Actually, even if I don't remind Team Yang, you'll be able to come back safely this time. Team Ryu. Su Wen thought for a moment and spoke. I saw your return from the future. Lu Zhe froze, then said, we were in that situation in the Phantom Ghost Portal, and I still came back alive? That dangerous situation where space is blocked. Unless there was outside help, or if he made a breakthrough on his own, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe hurriedly asked, in the future you saw, I broke through? Yes, but you're blind in your left eye from overusing your pupil. Trading the left eye for a cultivation breakthrough and the safe return of the team members is actually quite cost-effective. Didn't Team Young tell you guys? What? The trip to the Phantom Portal ended with 1 death and 2 serious injuries to Squad 112, followed by the blindness in your left eye. Chapter 7, I am satisfied. What Team Young did, it was the right thing to do. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhe said softly, as a divination-type transcendent, you have always been a prime target for assassination by the Fei clan and their mole. That's why not telling, not asking, not passing on, is the greatest protection for you. After that, the other members of the 112th presented their own gifts. There is a gift of Yunling Dan. There is a gift of heavenly soul crystals. In short, it's all about soul-related heavenly treasures. These are very suitable for newly awakened transcendentals to absorb and refine. In the words of the elderly Su Wen, using the cultivation method to absorb and refine these heavenly treasures, it is estimated that they can almost knock open the transcendent portal. The transcendent portal that the elderly Su Wen had spent 2 years knocking on. He was able to complete it in a few days with the piling up of transcendent resources. The importance of resources is evident. This time, however, it had almost drained the savings of the members of Squad 112. To progress quickly after that, you'll need to open up a new track. After dinner, Team Yang and Su Wen agreed on a time to get up tomorrow morning to learn the cultivation methods. After that, everyone went about their own business. As members of the Transcendent Squad, they actually had a lot of things to deal with, and everyone was very busy. You don't know how to practice? Su Wen asked in his mind after returning to his room. The elderly Su Wen gave a slight beat, then said, I can cultivate, and even 5 years before my death. That is, 20 years from now. The Transcendental's headquarters introduced a new version of cultivation method to the outside world. Su Wen frowned at his words and asked, then why didn't you say anything about this when you were talking about future information just now? Forgot. Ha? I don't have to look at me like that. I really forgot. Elderly Su Wen's face remained unchanged as he said softly, just now, I feel that the more information about the future I talk to you about, the more chaotic my mind becomes. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered. After saying this, Elder Su Wen paused, then solemnly said, come, let's seize the moment before I forget it completely. As soon as the words fell, Elder Su Wen began to teach the new version of the cultivation method. Su Wen held his breath and listened attentively to the wonders of this. The old version of the cultivation method uses the 5 hearts toward the sky cultivation posture, quiet breath and concentration, running a special breathing frequency to absorb and refine the energy particles traveling in the air. This was also the cultivation method that Team Yang would be teaching tomorrow, and it was also the mainstream method of cultivation for transcendentalists today. And the new version of the cultivation method was born since 20 years later, by the Transcendental Senior Management after layers of tests to determine its priority and transgression, before it began to be fully promoted. The new version of the breathwork eschews the characteristic practicing postures and focuses on breathwork. Granted, the new version of the cultivation method is slightly less powerful than the old breathing method in terms of its pull on energy particles. However, the new version of the cultivation method can absorb energy particles in any situation as long as it operates the breathing method, and there is no need to maintain a characteristic cultivation posture. Chatting, eating, and even in a fighting state can run the breathing method to absorb the surrounding energy particles. It could be said that the new version of the cultivation method, or this breathing method, completely liberated the cultivation time of the transcendentals, allowing energetic transcendents to maintain their cultivation time for 24 hours a day. This is extremely important for all transcendentalists. However, after learning the breathing technique, Su Wen did not intend to pass it on right now. After all, there are so many traitors in the beasts. It is not a death sentence to pass out without knowing anything. Spread it in the future when the time is right, or when you have enough power to defend yourself. Only if their own side passes out, directly interfering with the current Gong FA research process. Then the next time the future body over to bring more advanced cultivation theory. Well, in the end, if one could summon a future body, the fruits of that cultivation created in the future era would also be a great help on one's way forward. But at this stage, the old version of the cultivation method he had to learn as well. The old version of the practice is used for evening practice, while the breathing method is used for practice when eating and chatting, or when you go out. In this way, the speed of cultivation will also be greatly increased. But I don't know if it was an illusion. But under the teachings of the elder Su Wen felt that he could understand all sorts of difficulties in cultivation at a single point. Even when trying to absorb energy particles into the body, there was a particularly smooth feeling. It was a very familiar feeling, as if he had been practicing for many years before he had a sense of familiarity from the inside out. Didn't your future self say that you weren't very talented in cultivation? Su Wen couldn't help but think in his mind. Then what's with this feeling of knowing everything at once? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the elderly Su Wen. What's wrong? The elderly Su Wen asked with a smile after noticing Su Wen's gaze. Su Wen sniffed and spoke. I feel like I'm learning quickly. My cultivation is going smoothly. Could it be that we are cultivation geniuses? When the elderly Su Wen heard this, his gaze was stunned. The next moment, he said softly, yes, we are geniuses. The next morning, in the middle of the courtyard, since you have an abundance of transcendent resources in your hands, then take a qi and blood pill first. Team Yang looked at Su Wen and spoke. Next, Sit down and assume the 5 hearts to the sky stance. Yes, it's you as you are now. Close your eyes and carefully sense the energy particles in the air. Next, extend your soul power to capture these energy particles into yourself. Right, that's it. A few moments later, Team Young walked into his room with a skeptical look on his face. First time capturing energy particles that went so well? Not one failure? Direct success? He himself had spent hours and failed a dozen times before he managed to capture the first energy particle. For that matter, he himself was called a transcendent genius by the captain at the time, successfully capturing an energy particle in less than 10 minutes. This is a true genius, isn't it? Team Yang let out a bitter smile. And even though he was happy about Su Wen's demonic talent, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness inside. Who can't be sour about that? He finally understood the mental state of those people when they mentioned their cultivation speed. LOL. People are more angry than people. And just as Su Wen followed Team Yang's instructions, put on the soul treasure jade, took an embodied spirit pill to begin immersive cultivation, and perceived the transcendent portal blocking in front of him in the underworld. A wisp of ethereal light that no one could detect rose steeply. One could only see that the elderly Su Wen's body was covered in white aura around him, and his eyes began to move in the direction of dullness. Past me. Let me help you one last time before I truly perish. I really didn't expect that after death I would have such a strange encounter across time and space. Yang's team was forewarned. Ryu's team didn't go blind in his left eye. And everyone in Squad 112 is still safe and sound. In that case, I am satisfied and have no more regrets. As soon as the words fell, the white aura around elderly Su Wen flourished. In the next moment, the white aura wrapped around the elderly Su Wen, transforming into a ray of streaming light that directly rushed into the center of Su Wen's brow. Chapter 8, I'm really back. Rumble. A thunder-like chi and blood rumbling sound emanated from Su Wen's body and spread rapidly in all directions at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, an illusory portal presented itself behind him. The moment the illusory portal appeared, it was as if this roaring chi and blood had found a vent, and began to neatly launch a charge towards the center point of the illusory portal. And each charge of chi and blood caused the illusory portal to falter. Dang! Thud! Thud! The sound of the crash became more and more voluminous and high. The sound of the tremors over here quickly attracted the attention of the entire squad of 112. This is Transcendent Portal? Team Yang's pupils shook wildly as they noticed the illusory portal behind Su Wen. How long has the other party only started practicing? Even with transcendental resources as an aid, it's not like that, is it? In less than a day, knocking on a transcendental portal? Is there really such a genius in this world? However, in the instant he returned to his senses, Team Yang's intention instantly enveloped his surroundings. In the next moment, the boundary that cut off all probing rose. Whoosh! Just then, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Zhe appeared next to Team Yang with a gloomy face. Captain, such a genius. Should we report it? Team Yang was silent for a moment before shaking his head and saying, let's hide it for now. According to the future Su Man saw, he was poisoned and pitted by a mole. In other words, there may be a mole at the top of the headquarters. So if he reported this kind of genius, he would definitely attract assassination from the insiders. Whichever way you look at it, it's better to keep this matter under wraps for now. I have a different opinion. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhe spoke. Since Su Wen is a divination-type transcendent, and by the looks of things it doesn't seem like it would be too much trouble to divine. In that case, why don't we listen to each other? Speaking here, Yanagisawa paused, then said, normally speaking, if there is a divination-type transcendent in a squad, that transcendent is almost the strategic core of the squad. Even though Su Wen has just awakened, the other party's talent and ability is enough to make us pay 10,000% attention. Most importantly, knocking on the transcendent portal in one day is no longer an ordinary newcomer. Therefore, we need to honor Su Man's idea. Team Yang nodded slightly. You have a point. So what's going to happen until this matter is finalized? He said, glancing at his nearby teammates. For now, let's all sign a soul contract. Lu Zhe said solemnly, there is only one stipulation in this soul contract. Before obtaining Su Wen's consent, no information about Su Wen shall be leaked in any form. A transcendent with such demonic cultivation qualifications would have been assassinated by an insider. Add to that the fact that this practitioner was a divination transcendent, and that would be even more likely to be targeted by an insider. Even though he felt that there was no mole in the 112th team and everyone was trustworthy, he didn't want to come and gamble on this even if there was only a 1 in a million chance. Okay, I'll lead the signing. Team Yang swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke. The crowd heard this and had no comment. Having fought and slain with alien beasts many times, they fully understood the caution of the captain and vice-captain. The only divination-type transcendent in the team, this was their beloved treasure. No matter how much importance should be attached to it. Then Captain, Go buy a soul contract. Lu Zei's words changed and he spoke. Teen Young? A question mark slowly rose from his head. The next moment, he asked directly, as I recall, don't you have an unused soul contract? I used it. When did you use it? In regards to this exploration of the Phantom Ghost Gate, we ambushed a Phantom Ghost General, and afterwards swore not to harm the other party with a soul contract before we inquired about many of the secrets of the Phantom Ghost Gateway from the other party. After a moment of silence, Team Yang spoke up and asked, so you spared that Psy-Ghost General? Lu Zei shook his head and said, no, I swore with my soul contract not to harm him, but I didn't say anyone else wouldn't harm him. Since its manifestation, the Phantom Portal has caused many tragedies in nearby cities. How could he not kill such an alien beast colony that was born to stand in opposition to the Transcendence? Plus, isn't it something everyone does to get stuck with the soul contract bug? So, you're asking me to buy a soul contract? Teen Young took a deep breath and asked gruffly. Right. Lu Zei nodded his head. You are the captain. This kind of big matter that concerns the whole team. If you don't pay for it, who will pay for it? Then have you forgotten that my war credit was gripped bald by Su Wen? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zei spoke out. Why don't I lend it to you? Teen Young? Yeah, looks like the source of the bad vibes in the ranks is here. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zei looked at Teen Yang's dangerous eyes and hurriedly laughed. Just kidding, don't mind it. After saying that, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. He still had some battle credits in his hand that could be exchanged for a soul contract. Granted, this side of the war merit system is very efficient in delivering goods via teleportation spells. However, this process of exchanging things with battle credits still needed to be handed over to the Transcendent Headquarters side for approval. That, right there, is a bit of a problem. But now everyone happens to have nothing in their hands. So let's just wait in this boundary that Team Young has set up. Consider it a break. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chi and blood power floating around Su Wen grew denser and denser, and at the periphery of the chi and blood power, a wisp of white aura vaguely floated. With the help of this ray of white aura, the power of chi and blood became more and more aggressive, and the frequency of attacks increased. Accompanied by a sound of glass shattering, the illusory portal behind Su Wen was completely broken. Buzz! A sense of energy fluctuation emanated from within Su Wen's body, using this as the centerpiece to quickly incorporate the surrounding energy particles. In the blink of an eye, an energy vortex formed above Su Wen, devouring the surrounding energy particles like a whale, as a way to fill the lack of energy in his body and soul. But the energy from the outside world is always limited. The moment the energy vortex was unable to absorb the energy from the outside world, the soul treasure jade suddenly released a burst of pure energy, and with this supply of energy, the illusory portal behind Su Wen opened wider and wider. At the same time, Su Wen's body and soul were rapidly undergoing a metamorphosis under the infusion of this energy. At this moment, Su Wen's consciousness entered into a metaphysical and wonderful state, and the comfort emanating from the depths of his soul gave him immense pleasure. This is evolution at the level of life. Pleasure born of instinct. It's a feeling that you experience once and never forget. There were many transcendents who desperately cultivated upwards, desperately plundered transcendent resources, and chose to ascend just to experience this feeling of leaping and ascending that originated from their soul instincts once again. At this moment, Su Wen suddenly understood the words somewhat, but just as he was immersed in it, a low voice abruptly sounded in Su Wen's mind. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. I'm really back. Chapter 9 Chief Deacon of the Church of the Fae. In the middle of Su Wen's sea of consciousness, a middle-aged Su Wen dressed in gold-striped white clothes with a warm smile on his face suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he held great excitement around him. Those crimson eyes, the extreme exuberance revealed in his eyes, as if his own ideas, the ideals that he had been pursuing for so many years had been realized, allowing the shackles that he was carrying to be dismantled. Laughing, all he wanted to do now was laugh, a hearty laugh. Su Wen, who was awakened by the other party's direct arrival, was a bit confused and looked at the somewhat maniacal before him himself. It's kind of beautiful, this state of mind. The fact that he was interrupted from the pleasurable sensation of life's evolution left him with a sense of not being able to get up and down in his mind. But all in all, he had knocked on the transcendental portal and the promotion was complete. Starting today, he's a transcendent too, although it is only a lower transcendent, which is nothing in the midst of this crisis-ridden transcendent world. But everything is difficult at the beginning, isn't it? Wasn't the previous elderly self, who had spent his entire life in exhaustion, only a lower transcendent? And one stands on the shoulders of one's past self looking into the future, starting now as a lower transcendent. In the future, it will certainly be possible to be promoted again, as long as one utilized all kinds of information about the future. Then the cultivation results would inevitably roll up like a snowball. That said, what about the older me? Su-won looked around. His heart couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. The new future has appeared. That old age I won't have. Already. According to what he knew about his extraordinary abilities, when his new self appeared, it meant that his previous self was gone. In the truest sense of the word. Gone. I remember being in the middle of practicing, and then an influx of soul energy that was soft and completely at my beck and call helped me knock on the transcendental portal. Su-won sighed quietly, comparing the time when Elder Su-won had left. He could roughly guess the underlying reason why he had knocked on the transcendent portal. He knew that sooner or later the other man would have to leave. After all, the other person's body became more and more transparent as he spoke to himself about future information. The mind, too, became a little stiff and chaotic. It's just that he didn't expect the other party to leave so quickly. How long has it been? Although the elderly Su-won had only existed for a day, the influence that the other party brought to himself was great. Leaving just like that left an empty space in his heart for a moment. Right at this moment, not far away, the middle-aged Su-won had finished having a seizure. So, after collecting his stirring emotions, his face once again resumed its spring and warm smile. Hello, past me, meeting for the first time. You probably don't know me well enough. Standing before you is, the leader of Transcendent Squad 112, the chief deacon of the Church of Fae, the most wanted criminal at Transcendent Headquarters, the reformer of the Transcendence cultivation system, the pioneer of the breathing method, and the only person to have escaped from death row prison since its establishment. Su-won's gaze was stunned after hearing the string of titles. Future me, are you really mixed up as the head of the inner circle? The Church of the Fae, isn't that the spy organization established by the Fae community? The other side, this is first the chief deacon, then the most wanted man, then the death row prison escapee. Isn't this purely and simply the head of a mole? He really didn't expect that a suggestion casually made by the elderly Su-won before his future self would actually do so. What do you mean, head mole? Spy Su-won waved his hand and said, speak so harshly, to say that you have to say head agent, right? How nice is that? Su-man, what difference does it make? Traitor and agent, don't they mean the same thing? Then again, agent does sound so much better than mole. I can't say I'm the head agent though, even though I'm the head deacon. There are a couple of subdeacons and bishops above me. Agent Su-won turned the conversation around and said with a smile, well, let's not talk about that. One of your most questions, the spy hiding in the Transcendental's headquarters, I probably know who it is, entered the Greedy Beast portal in 1999, was corrupted by greedy intent, converted to a member of the Church of the Beast, and packaged through layers of packaging to spy on the Transcendence headquarters, codenamed Black Shadow. After saying this, Agent Su-won paused and then said, but Black Shadow is very cautious. Even though I personally killed 13 Transcendent geniuses after joining the Fae Church in order to gain trust, and even rounded up 6 Transcendent squads, in order to be promoted to Deacon, he cooperated with the Dark Beast clan and co-created the Lin City tragedy. After that, it even led the way for numerous foreign beast clans, appropriating a large amount of country and refining countless blood meals. Even though I'm notorious on the Transcendent side, the closest I've been to the Dark Shadow is still just passing on a message, and it's being passed on through a miniature golem. And based on all the information I've investigated over the years, I've locked in on 3 senior members of the Transcendent headquarters. One of them is Tang Tuff, the vice commander of the Transcendental's headquarters conquest office. Secondly, Lin Xiaohua, vice commander of the Transcendental's headquarters logistics office. Third, Yi Cheng, the commander of the survey office of the Transcendental's headquarters. These 3, all of whom had entered the portal of greed in 99 and began to build up feats like crazy as if they had opened their veins upon their return. Tang Tuff entered the conquest office by destroying 2 alien beast portals. Lin Xiaohua entered the logistics office by pinpointing and scavenging the alien beast portals. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, relied on the precision of surveying the internal opinion maps of the 26 alien beast portals to enter the survey office. The likelihood of all 3 being infiltrated is not low. Across the room, Su-won suddenly asked, judging from your many years of experience as an agent, who, in your opinion, is more likely to be the mole? He didn't voice his opinion in front of a veteran agent. After all, one's own opinion is bound to be pretty ridiculous in the presence of such professionals. In that case, it would be better to listen carefully to what the other person is thinking. That's a very amateurish question you're asking. Agent Su-man laughed dumbly. If you were my trainee during my time as an instructor, a size 42 shoe print is going to appear on your face just for asking that question. Su-won thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, in that case, does it count as kicking yourself? Agent Su-man, is that the point? Okay. This was my past self, and come to think of it, this clear-cut brainwiring was exclusive to me as well. It's pretty good that you're amateur about it, and I hope you stay that amateur. After all, the road of spies, it's not a good one. You're kind of a grain of regret for me, and I want to tell you, don't go back into the middle of the Church of the Fae if you don't have to. It's not a place for people to be in at all. Without lingering on this issue, Agent Suwon turned his words around and said gruffly, I provided you with 3 lists. That means that I suspect that all 3 of them are traitors. My thought process has always been to plan for the worst. So, if I'm the Godmaster of the Church of Fae to arrange it, then Yi Ching and Lin Xiaohua are the Black Shadow's assistants. And once the real Black Shadow appears to be at risk of being exposed, then these 2 will immediately step forward and take the thunder for the Black Shadow. Tang Tough, this vice commander of the Conquest Office, has a high probability of being the real Black Shadow. After all, the Office of Conquest has great authority, far beyond other departments, and has direct jurisdiction over transcendence everywhere. As long as Tang Tough can be promoted to become the commander of the Conquest Office, then no matter how much it takes, it will be worth it. Imagine, during the invasion of the Fey Horde into China, the commander of the Conquest Office, the 3rd leader, is a mole on the side of the Fey. How horrible is that? As he said that, Agent Suwon gave a slight beat, then continued, there's another important reason why I think Tang Lian is the traitor. And that's because the other party had personally annihilated 2 Fey Beast portals and exterminated these 2 Fey Beast clans with brutal means. To the outside world, Don Tough is a proper hawk. Whoever is the Fey mole, he won't be. But according to my understanding of the Fey Horde, this is exactly like the persona the Fey Horde created for Tang Lian, exchanging 2 Fey portals for one of the commanding office commander's own. That's a bargain any way you look at it, isn't it? Chapter 10, The Mighty Yang Team. A good deal indeed. Suwon nodded slightly. If he was given the choice, then he was definitely willing to do the same. Of course, if the one being sacrificed is himself, that's a different story. By the way, there's one more thing. Agent Suwon sighed and said somewhat helplessly, in the future, if you do spying or other brain testing things, take anyone with you. Not Team Yang. Team Yang is a pit bull. He's not fit for the spy business at all. Or any work that uses his brain he's not fit to do. A hamstring. Several times, it almost pitted me and Team Ryu to death. Then, with Agent Suwon's narration, Suwon roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that after Agent Suwon had been promoted to become a lower transcendent and discovered that the elderly Suwon had disappeared, he had waited for quite some time as he went through the routine of practicing, doing tasks, resting, and eating. Finally, after many days, he determined that he had lost the ability to summon the future. Or rather, he became that future that was summoned, due to the elderly Suwon, so upholding the trust in Team Yang and Team Lu, but also in order to test the reliability of the captain and vice-captain of Squad 112 for the main body that was still in the past. One dark and windy night, he asked Team Yang and Team Ryu into a room, and after talking by candlelight, he showed the 2 men the fact that he could summon the future, and that he had become the summoned future. The 2 didn't believe it at first and thought the whole thing was outrageous, but associating the various prophecies made by the other party, coupled with the fact that they had never suffered from the backlash of the heavenly chance, made them have to believe in this matter. So the 2 began to cooperate in all aspects of what Agent Suman had done. At the same time they considered the other members of Squad 112, for whom they had great trust in their comrades, and wanted to get them all on board with the program. Agent Suwon thought about it and thought it made sense. On the one hand, there is strength in numbers. On the other hand, since he was going to try this time, he would simply try them all, assuming that there was an accident on his side. Then he would be able to go back to the past and uncover the traitor in the team in the first place. After that, the program went smoothly. This matter of Special Agent Suwon entering the Church of Fae was still jointly arranged by Lu Zhe and Luo Yun, even in order to cooperate with each other, and even more so to attract the eyes of the senior management of the Fae Church. The entire 112th squad joined in, and this matter made a lot of noise within the Fae Church in the first place. This matter, moreover, directly alarmed the transcendent agents within the Fae Church, but with advanced preparation by the Church of the Fae, the transcendent agent died miserably after his identity was revealed, and Squad 112, after having done the initiation ceremony and having the compulsion seed planted at their brains, completely became a batch of needles for the Church of the Fae to penetrate into the inner workings of the transcendents. It's just that in the course of their infiltration, Team Young regularly flips out due to their pristine nature and low brain capacity. If it wasn't for Lu Zhe's quick thinking, coupled with the fact that Squad 112 had pitted a number of transcendent teams and done things that were clearly unlike the official transcendents, I'm afraid that he would have died inside the Church of the Fae Beasts a long time ago. And as a xenophile, when lurking this side of the Transcendental's headquarters, Squad 112 had also exposed the xenophile's identity because of Yang's team. If it wasn't for the fact that Agent Suwon had taken out the breathing method in prison, which had aroused the interest of the commander of the Transcendental's HQ's Research and Development Office, who in turn had been amnestied for his crimes and recruited all of Team 112 into his own research group, I'm afraid that the grass on everyone's grave would have been 3 feet high. At the end of the day, I'm afraid that any organization faced with a traitor would do anything. Everyone in Squad 112 were exceptionally nice. Agent Su-won took a deep breath and said helplessly. Fortunately, everyone cooperated, and Zhao Feng and Luo Yun even covered me with their lives in the church, which allowed me to make rapid progress in the church and grasp a large amount of important information. At the Transcendent headquarters, if it wasn't for Lu Zhe's full assistance despite the backlash, I'm afraid that this new version of the breathing method wouldn't have reached the ears of the R&D office's commander. But how reliable everyone is. How unreliable Team Young is. But we can't say that the Youngs are completely useless. And the Youngs are irreplaceable. Team Yang's cultivation talent is very strong, especially with the tilt of the Fei Church's resources. His cultivation has progressed very quickly, and in just 10 years, he has already touched the bottleneck of the supremacy position. Plus we seized the moment and harvested a batch of the grass of life. After the life promotion, Team Yang's battle power exploded, and was even able to crush 3 ordinary life-level super-level powerhouses, and forcefully defeated 5 super-level powerhouses without losing. It's also Team Yang's support that allows me to sit tight as this chief deacon. Across the room, Su-won asked doubtfully, then what? Should we pull Team Yang into the Fei Church then or not? Team Yang's one-track mind is not suited for espionage. So, it's best that the other side doesn't know about this saucer play of theirs. But without Team Yang, they would be at a disadvantage again on the side of the Fei Church, or even be eaten up. Doesn't that contradict itself? After a moment of silence, Agent Su-won suddenly asked, from what you're saying, you still want to lurk? Su-won was stunned at his words, then said, am I not following your words down the line? Agent Su-man. After a long time, he continued, I will not interfere too much in the future you choose. My advice, if you think it's reasonable, you listen. If you feel that there are more benefits to lurking in the future, then you will continue to lurk. Su-won raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not saying the opposite, Agent Su-man? A question mark slowly rose from his head. I'm you. Don't you know yourself? Plus, do I need to speak against my past self? Su-won looked at Agent Su-wen and didn't say anything. And silence, by itself, would have represented the answer. After all, the one who knows best is basically himself. Okay, Agent Su-won was a bit speechless, but the thought that it was his past self that made him speechless made him even more speechless for a moment. Then I'll say it plainly now, and I promise there's no beating around the bush. Yin Yang Yu, it's not true that I'm your future, but I'm only one of your futures. The moment I came to you, your future changed. As a past tense future, my advice will always be just that advice. It's you who really has the power to decide. Understand? With that, Agent Su-won suddenly closed his eyes. When opening his eyes again, he spoke out, counting the time. Your promotion is over. Your teammates are waiting for you outside. So go ahead and get out. Wait until evening, and I will pass on to you the improved version of the new breathing method that will be introduced in the future. This new breathing method compares to the original breathing method. The capture efficiency of energy particles has increased by nearly 50%, which can greatly increase your cultivation efficiency. Su-won's eyes lit up at his words. The breathing method had been reformed again? That's great. Not ashamed of himself, seize the moment and save your own life on the one hand, and rationalize the changes in your practice methods on the other. It was because of Agent Su-won's promotion that this new breathing method was able to come out. Well, the present self is equivalent to standing on the shoulders of a giant standing on the shoulders of a giant, and the future has all of a sudden become more expansive. Outside. Phew. Su-won slowly opened his eyes after exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. What came into view was the entire 112th represented by Team Young. Promotion complete? Across the room, Team Young asked with a stony face. Meanwhile, the crowd looked at Su-won with bated breath, anticipating his follow-up answer. Su-won nodded and said, yes, I have knocked on the transcendent portal. Crowd, is this genius? Although they had taken the vision just now in their eyes, seeing it themselves and hearing the other party voluntarily admit it were two completely different concepts. With this kind of cultivation talent, even if you're not a divination-type transcendent, you can still join any transcendent squad in Huaxia at will. Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the past, he had always thought that Team Yang was a genius, but now he realized that his previous self still hadn't seen the world. When the real genius appeared in front of them, it directly set the young team off like an imposter. It is customary for me, as captain, to give you a promotion gift for your promotion to transcendence. Just then, Team Young spoke up, but you know, I have empty pockets and nothing right now, but it's a tradition that can't be left behind. Here, say a request, and I'll do my best to fulfill it if I can. Su-won was silent for a moment before speaking. Team Yang, why don't you let Team Lu have the captaincy? Team Young? Chapter 11, Facts in front of you. You want to be captain so badly? Teen Young turned around and stared at Yanagisawa with a ghostly gaze. Yanagisawa. What's that got to do with him? What's it got to do with him? Although he also wanted to progress, his current cultivation level was not enough. So if he forced himself to progress, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Most importantly, he was still convinced by Teen Yang as the captain. Despite Teen Yang's lack of intelligence, it's precisely because the other team doesn't have a lot of heart that makes them so likable to everyone. Why do you make such a request? Lu Zhe's eyes flickered as he thought of Su Wen's extraordinary talent and had a slight guess in his heart. So, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is it possible that you saw some more bleak future during your promotion to the lower transcendent?" When these words came out, Teen Yang's face changed. He was a bit unresponsive just now, but now that he thought about it, Su Wen should not be aiming at nothing. As a transcendent, it was a normal thing to resonate with one's own transcendent talent when advancing in cultivation. So, the future is in trouble again? Or was it that he was acting as the leader of Squad 112 that he was targeted and thus poisoned and pitted? If you are not the captain, is it alright? Thinking about this, Teen Yang's eyes became much clearer. It's okay this time, it's not that bad. Su Wen smiled and said, compared to the last time I saw Teen Yang being poisoned and pitted to death, Teen Lu's left eye being blinded, Luo Yun's death, and Zhao Feng and Shen Hao being seriously injured, this time's future isn't too bleak. Crowd. That's too much information, isn't it? Is your own original future so miserable? Granted, Su Wen said the new one wasn't much worse this time, but that was in contrast to the bleak and dark future before. Once the frame of reference changes, say to an ordinary person, it's probably another incredibly bleak picture of the future. But why is everyone's future so bleak? Almost instantly, tons of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. If they remembered correctly, there seemed to be a mole on the headquarters side, right? Is the mole so displeased with their Unit 112? Do we have to take them out? Mole. It deserves death by 1,000 cuts and bruises. Even the 9 clans of these traitors are to be killed by association. If they found out who the spies were on the Fey side, they must be completely eradicated at all costs. Go ahead, Teen Young said in a hushed voice. I think I've prepared my mind for this. Beside him, Lu Zhe looked towards Su Wen and spoke out. Stop. Before we talk about this matter, there is one thing I would like to ask your opinion on. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhe spoke up about whether or not to report the matter to the Transcendental's headquarters. Don't report it. Su Wen didn't hesitate and said directly, the enemy is in command, and once it's reported, I'm bound to be taken seriously. But compared to the importance, getting assassinated in the future will become a staple of my life. Speaking here, Su Wen paused, then sighed. Actually, my cultivation talent isn't very good, and reporting it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Crowd. You're not good at cultivation? Someone who knocks on a transcendent portal in one day. You're telling me I'm not talented in cultivation? Most importantly, the transcendent resources on Su Wen's body. All sorts of pills including the soul treasure jade. That was all gifted by them. With these most basic transcendental resources, the first cultivation was directly promoted. That's not good enough? And how good does that talent have to be called a good one? What are they doing here? We understand your concerns, so we won't be reporting on this, Yanagisawa said softly as he returned to his senses. He then flipped his right hand and the soul contract surfaced overhead. There was just one more rule in addition to the one they had agreed upon at the beginning. However, any information they heard from Su Wen must not be leaked. There was no comment on this addition. The taboos associated with divinatory transcendentalists know it all. As a member of a squad, since you enjoy the future information obtained from people's divination, not leaking it is the most basic principle, right? Soon, the squad members completed the signing of their soul contracts. Whoosh! The soul contracts floated in the air, dispersing into starry rays of light that entered the brow centers of all the members of the squad. Deeds. Success. Unless one possesses superlative strength, any violation of the soul contract will suffer soul backlash. If it is light, the cultivation will regress. If it is heavy, it will die without treatment. In the future I've seen, Teen Yang has progressed rapidly, and at his peak, he was able to crush 5 superpowers without losing a single battle. Su Wen said softly after looking around. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air, then looked at Teen Yang with faces full of incredulity. Is Teen Yang's future this awesome? One man over 5 superpowers? This pretty much proves that Teen Yang is also a superpower in the future. And, not just any old super bit. That doesn't seem to have much to do with me being captain, does it? Lu Zhe looked at Su Wen and asked suspiciously. Next to him, Teen Yang grinned. Little Lu, the facts are in front of us. It's clear enough. Obviously the captaincy wastes my time and delays my cultivation process. Yanagisawa, my captain. I know you're not a fast thinker, But can you use your head a little bit? Didn't Suwon say that before? This time, the future we see is not so bleak. One word, miserable, is enough to describe the general direction of the problem. What are you so excited about? The youngs battle hard, and that's something to be happy about. Suwon turned his words around and continued, but Team Yang is too unreliable in his work, especially as the captain, and has almost pitted us to death several times, and in the future I see, Team Willow, you're solid and well-spoken, so I don't think there's any problem with you as captain. Team Yang sniffed and looked at Suwon, wanting to say something. Finally he sighed and didn't say anything. He considered himself to be reliable when entering a Fey portal on a survey or opening mission. Most importantly, wasn't entering the gate of Fey relying on combat power? His own battle power is the highest, and his future ability to overwhelm the Five Supremes is not enough of an indication? However, he felt that Suwon must have his own reasons for saying so. Divinatory transcendence have been the strategic centerpiece of teams since the beginning of time. Even if you are the captain yourself, then you have to listen to the strategic core. He's not stupid, and what good can come of not listening to the Team Weathervane and going against a prophet-type figure? It doesn't fit, does it? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and waved his hand in rejection. Although I have touched the breakthrough bottleneck, I am not a mediate transcendent after all. The captains of the various transcendent squads in Huaxia have to be at least a medium transcendent, and the captains of those sealed squads in the imperial capital are even upper transcendents. I'm this inferior transcendent as a captain. Wouldn't it be a joke to people if it were to be spread out? Suwon sniffed and waved his hand. It's fine. I've thought of everything for you. Outside, Team Yang is still the captain of Squad 112. But within, you are our captain, and all of us are at your command. That's okay, right? Yanagi-sawa. There are questions. There are big problems. In all teams, the strong command the weak and the weak obey the strong. What kind of weak man commands a strong man? Isn't this a mess? Chapter 12, he knows about cultivation theory. The Ryu team is still very young right now and not very liberal in their thinking. Just then, Agent Su Wen's figure manifested around him. If this were Team Ryu from the submerged period, he would have dared to go, not to mention overstepping his authority to be the captain of a transcendent squad, or even if he were to be the generalissimo. Saying that, Agent Su Wen paused, then said, just now, I thought carefully, if you still want to take the path of infiltration, then Team Yang can take another path to cooperate with you. It's a life where you hardly have to hook up, and even if Team Yang can't talk, it doesn't hurt. Su Wen's eyes twitched as he asked in his mind, what road? Head to the R&D office to work on a new version of the breathing method. A one-track-minded young team to study the Kung Fu? Do you understand the research? First of all, Team Young went into the R&D office and acted as a toolman, as if he could see Su Wen's thoughts. Special Agent Su Wen opened his mouth and explained, we provide various papers and cultivation theories, and Team Yang will be responsible for publishing and promoting them, so as to prepare for the next future while also increasing Team Yang's positional weight in the Transcendental's headquarters in the meantime. Since I spent some time in the R&D office and was also the head of the respiratory research team, I am very familiar with the various emerging theories of the future, not to mention the others, the two disciplines of the new version breathing method and the improved breathing method alone. The theories and various cultivation knowledge contained therein are enough for Team Yang to eat for the rest of their lives, and then mix it up in the R&D office. The atmosphere inside the R&D office, that's where results speak for themselves. Team Young's character enters into it, and as long as they can produce results on a regular basis, then someone will take it upon themselves to wipe their ass no matter what they do. Secondly, as a reformer and promoter of the cultivation system, Team Yang will definitely be assassinated by multiple parties. On the one hand, Team Yang is strong enough to be able to deal with all of this, and even turn a crisis into an opportunity. On the other hand, during your future lurking phase, you might even get an assassination mission about Team Yang. Take advantage of this mission, and when the time comes for Team Yang to act out, you'll definitely be able to harvest a large amount of transcendent resources within the Fey Church. Lastly, and most importantly, the reason why we are officially wanted and vigorously arrested by the Transcendent Headquarters is solely because the Transcendent Headquarters hierarchy doesn't have any of us. Due to the existence of the mole, I don't dare to trust the higher-ups of the Transcendent Headquarters, so the most proper way to do that is to promote one of our own to become a senior member of the headquarters. At that time, when we have harvested the finished fruit, Team Yang, as a senior member of the headquarters, will only need to endorse us, then we will be able to return without any problems. Su Wen nodded as he sniffed. This was a reasonable statement, and when everyone had managed to digest the previous news, they were surprised by Su Wen's suggestion that Team Yang should go to the Research and Development Office at the Transcendental's headquarters to develop. Ha? Team Yang pointed a finger at his face and asked incredulously, me? You're asking me to study cultivation techniques? Although I am a cultivation genius. After saying this, Team Yang glanced at Suwon in front of them and suddenly changed his tone. Although my cultivation qualifications are still good, cultivation and research are two different things. You're, really embarrassing me. Beside him, Lu Zhe asked with an odd expression. Can it be that Team Yang has become a master of merit research in the future? Suwon wouldn't be aimless, so there was only one possibility. The future Youngs, suddenly enlightened. From a reckless man, he turned into a merit research pioneer. That's not true. Suwon waved his hand and said, Team Yang is still the same Team Yang we all know. No major changes. Crowd. So you're still letting Team Yang run the R&D office? Struggle in the front line of combat talent to the rear as a researcher. Talented even if this is not talented hard plug but it's okay, Team Young doesn't get it. I do. Suwon turned his words around and said with a smile, after a while, I'll summarize the content in theory. Then Team Young can take it as a pitch to apply to join the R&D office. Team Yang's face changed at his words. How can this be done? This is your merit badge. If I impersonate it, then I. Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Ryu's reaching out. I think Suwon has a point. Young team, you just charged straight to the R&D office. Team Young? Not big brother. Do you want to see what you're talking about? The Transcendent headquarters placed great importance on all research in the area of Gongfu. Wouldn't he become an imposter if he did so? Across the room, Yanagisawa made frantic glances towards Team Yang. Brother, don't stare at me. It's already obvious when people say that. Okay? A newly awakened Transcendent. What the hell does he know about cultivation theories? Has he studied him? Ever done any research? Drilled? Maybe. You're still his cultivation initiation tutor. So when a newcomer to the divinatory transcendentals, comes up the next day with a theory of kung fu innovation, the kind that can make people shine when they enter the R&D office, where does this stuff come from? Is it hard to guess? It was just too shocking, even if it was just a guess, and he didn't dare to talk about the idea. Although Team Young hadn't thought of this layer, according to his knowledge of Lu Zhe, he directly chose to shut up. Despite not understanding it, Yanagisawa definitely had a point in saying that. Just ask yourself nicely when no one's around for a while. There was still some resistance within him about joining the R&D office. After all, he is still very self-aware. He is not that material. Go to the R&D office for what? Luo Yun and Zhao Feng and the others stood still and didn't say anything. They can't seem to intervene in this kind of thing. What goes on between the captain, vice captain, and the strategic core of the team like the divining transcendent? They just need to be a listener on the sidelines. However, Suwon's next sentence caused their spirits to jolt. Everyone, want to sublimate your transcendent gifts? Think. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them instinctively uttered the answer of their hearts. For transcendence, cultivation was the foundation, the lower limit of battle power. That transcendent talent was the upper limit of a transcendent's battle power. As long as the transcendent talent was utilized well enough, then it could be completely useful in the battlefield in an unexpected way. Therefore, who doesn't want to sublimate their transcendent talent to become stronger? It's just the kind of thing that can happen. But now, things seem different. I have a way to sublimate everyone's transcendent gifts, Suwon said directly. For example, Team Ryu, his transcendent talent is the illusion-breaking pupil technique, which can have certain attack or hallucinogenic abilities after sublimation. Luo Yun, your talent is malicious perception. After sublimation you might be able to possess the ability to sense the emotions of those around you. With that, Suwon looked at Team Yang. Captain, your transcendent talent is energy boundary. After sublimation, you'll be able to make larger energy boundaries. Team Yang? That's it? No? Chapter 13, Love of Gossip and Fun. Team Yang's mood was a bit mixed, and his brain was a bit confused. Upon learning from Suwon that everyone's transcendent talents could be sublimated, his heart was excited and thrilled. At the same time, he secretly resolved that in the future, what Suwon says is what he says, and will never play any sloppy. Even if he was told to eat, he would have to suspect that there was probably some kind of heavenly treasure residue in the who benefits from this kind of baby bump. But what puzzled him was why everyone else's transcendent talents had changed after sublimation, with increased functionality and stronger abilities. How come to himself became simply bigger? Captain, it's great that the talent can be sublimated, and you're putting it aside to pick on it? Lu Zhe looked at Team Yang's confused expression and said with a smile, if you're really reluctant, how about giving up this opportunity to sublimate your talent? Team Young, I look like a little cutie to you, do I? Sublimating a transcendent talent requires a sublimation formula that matches one's transcendent talent, Suwon said with a stony face. The formula, I have it here, but right now, we're missing a main drug. Speaking here, Suwon paused, then continued, but this main drug will appear in downtown Jiangqing tonight. Are we going to? Next to him, Zhao Feng said decisively, we must engage. Boss Su Wen, what do you say to let us do? Normally, boss was what they used to call their own captain. But now, facing Su Wen, who had saved his life and helped him sublimate his transcendent talent, he very slickly pressed this honorific on the other party. The youngs didn't care one bit about the change in designation. Not to mention Zhao Feng, he wanted to call out to Su Wen's boss. How many times had Su Wen shocked him in just a few days of knowing him? Suffice it to say, whenever there's a conversation, there's a shock. Originally, he had planned his life in such a way that it would be great to advance to become an upper transcendent in this lifetime. Superbits. That's unthinkable. But with Su Wen's help, he had more than achieved it. He had even managed to press the 5 supers to fight. How much fun is this? So this big thick leg, he had to hold on to it. He could so want to get better. I haven't seen this kind of collective smile from the 112th squad in a long time. Agent Su Man swept his gaze around the room, looking at each face for a long moment. After that, he spoke out. The main medicine of the sublimation formula, the king among the cloud beasts, will descend among the east third lane of Taiping Street in Jiangqing's Linshui district at midnight tonight. Remember, the cloud beast royal clan possesses the ability to change into a human being and is extremely capable of escaping. So be sure to take precautions. Even though Team Yang can seal the surrounding space, but just in case it's better to bring a few more space scrolls. It's best to have an advanced space scroll to avoid flipping. Su Wen asked in his mind. Now that everyone seems to be out of battle credits, high-level space scrolls aren't cheap, are they? Agent Su Wen let out a laugh. It's not cheap, but it doesn't matter. Team Yang is well liked in the Transcendentals ranks, so ask him to borrow 3,000 battle credits, and then send the space scroll, the ring of sequestration, and the psychedelic dispersion. With all 19 measures in place, not to mention that the Cloud Beast royal race was injured and fled, even if it wasn't injured, it wouldn't be able to run away. Su Wen nodded slightly at his words, then couldn't help but ask, at this point in time, aren't you still not conducting a lurk? Then how did you know about this Cloud Beast royal clan coming over injured? Special Agent Su Wen let out a laugh when he heard those words. I told you, you're an amateur. So, amateur you, don't doubt my efficiency here. Su Man, isn't that curious? Curious that others can't ask, curious that you can't ask yourself? Forget it. Mockery is mockery. It doesn't seem to matter if your future self mocks your present self. It's no shame in laughing at yourself anyway. As the chief deacon of the Church of the Fae, I have the qualifications to go through the church's volumes. Agent Su Wen answered the question anyway. Imagine you know you can go back in time after you die. Wouldn't you have to gather all the things that happened long ago? All the information? Information that is useless to others is useful to us. Even, one can change one's destiny against the heavens. Information gathering is the first priority in this situation. Right? Doing nothing but gathering information. Speaking here, Agent Xu Wen paused, then laughed softly. Of course, in order to cover up the real reason, I built myself up as a persona who likes to listen to gossip and have fun. Where there's gossip and fun, there's me. Often, a lot of hidden information is hidden amongst all this gossip and fun. For example, it was through the well-known great joy of the new king of the Cloud Beast royal clan being robbed of his royal consort on his wedding day that I rummaged to find this information about the last young lord of the Cloud Beasts at this point in time failing in his struggle and fleeing to Jiangqing. The Cloud Beast royal clan. Blood, flesh, bones, and energy cores. These are all precious things. If you guys can take down this Cloud Beast royal clan, then all of Squad 112's overall strength will see a spike. After Su Wen was silent for a moment, he asked in his mind, in that case, then can we keep this Cloud Beast royal clan, cut the meat, take some bones, brains, or whatever, and then heal the other party's wounds so that they can recover? Didn't they say that all the Fae are tenacious? Agent Su Man. It seems that one underestimates one's past self a bit. That's a tough guy. Half of the royal chiefs of the various clans of foreign beasts have means of preserving their lives, and some of them are still rooted deep in their bloodlines and souls. Agent Su Wen waved his hand and vetoed, and most of these high-level foreign beasts, with their arrogant personalities, would rather die than obey. If you keep the other side as a pig, watch out for the other side to give you an untimely explosion. When the time comes, you'll really lose out. Su Wen thought about it, so let's forget about it. There's no point in beating a dead horse on this matter when there are so many opportunities that your future self knows about anyway. After that, he told Team Yang about borrowing the war credit. The Youngs have shown superb execution in the matter of sublimating talent across the team. In 2 minutes, he had borrowed all 3,000 battle credits. There was nothing to hesitate about. To be able to sublimate his own transcendent talent, not to mention the 3,000 battle credits. Even if it was 5,000 or even 10,000, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Okay, let's go then. Suwon took a deep breath and spoke. Across the room, Lu Zhe asked softly, Suwon, do you know the approximate range of where the main medicine has descended? If we know, our side can also shrink our battle forces and can make better arrangements. I know. You say, East 3rd Lane, Taiping Street, Linshui District, Jiangcheng. A question mark slowly rose from Yonagisawa's head. He had thought it would be nice to be roughly within a certain district or county. But now, it was positioned directly in an alley. So what's the holdup? Is there a better battle under the sun? Chapter 14, Rare Goods. Jiangcheng, Linshui District. Buzz. An imperceptible spatial crack appeared in the East 3rd Lane, and then a lofty little beast with cloud patterns all around its body and a king character manifesting on top of its head fell out of the spatial crack. Finally, sort of escaped the siege and also made it to the human realm. I believe that with so much blood food from the human realm as nourishment, I will soon be able to enter adulthood, and I may even be able to surpass my father in the future. The little beast reached out with a claw and wiped the blood that flowed from the side of his mouth. After that, its eyes fanned out in a flash of light, as if it could see directly through the house to the scene inside, with a cavernous sense of immediacy. In the next moment, a black and white light began to emanate from its circumference. Immediately afterward, its body began to change towards its human form, in order to integrate into the human realm as soon as possible, and for the sake of the next more convenient hunting operation, it's better not to show any raw faces. The look of that man on the second floor kind of fits the replacement criteria. The little beast had a countermeasure in mind as it pondered, but it was just about to put it into action when its face changed violently. Swoosh! A stream of colorful light flickered around, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 1,000 meters where the little beast was. First, the isolation boundary rose, and then the spatial barrier rose. Then, layer after layer of defense and prohibition means appeared. All of this happened so fast that the little beast didn't react at first. After all, it used its racial talent to completely conceal its own aura, and using the clan's greatest treasure, he came across space and randomly descended in the human realm. It was never at risk of being exposed unless a human superpower happened to be in the vicinity. Based on its situation, it instantly analyzed the situation today. Unsurprisingly, it should be that he was a bit unlucky, and when he traversed the space barrier, he randomized himself to a place where a war was about to break out. It couldn't be that the human realm transcendents had guessed this news that they were coming down, could it? Not at all. On the one hand, the rebellion within the clan happened so suddenly that he himself didn't expect it to go this far. On the other hand, he was wearing a treasure of the clan that concealed his chi, so even a supreme powerhouse who was good at divination would not be able to calculate where he was, not to mention setting up squatting guards here in advance, which is nonsense. With that thought in mind, the little beast then fully utilized the power of the supreme treasure's concealment and slowly approached the nearby shaded area, completely concealing itself within it. Meanwhile, on the other side, after all the members of Squad 112 had finished arranging all the sealing means they had discussed in advance, they hadn't seen any traces of any foreign beasts appearing, but a small alley, in total, is just this big, and it won't take long to search back and forth a few times. However, out of respect for the high-level Fae, the entirety of the squad gathered very cautiously, with no intention of dropping in for a search. The cloud beasts also belonged to a larger clan among the Fae groups, Agent Suwon said while observing the surroundings. So for the cloud beast royal clan, especially if it's still a high-level foreign beast with the status of the former young lord, there must be quite a lot of treasures on their bodies. So look carefully and remember not to let anyone go. After all, the cloud beast's skill at illusion is very high, and if it really carries out a disguise, you won't be able to discover it even if it's standing in front of you. Next to him, Suwon asked in his mind, so how do we force the other party out when they're hiding? Agent Suwon thought for a moment and spoke out. Good idea. Since the other party chose to hide, let's use this time to transform the battlefield. For example, spreading LSD after wearing protection. After that, use the spirit eliminating water to eliminate all the energy particles around you. No external energy supplement. As he spoke, Agent Suwon gave a sharp start. Immediately, his eyes flickered and he steeply looked towards the white mist that was gradually taking shape not far away. It's normal for a white fog to appear at night time. So, get Team Yang out there and cover the white mist area with direct fire. As soon as the words fell, Suwon didn't hesitate and directly explained the situation to Team Yang. Rumble. The Yang team was pulling full efficiency in combat, and before Suwon could finish his sentence, the Yang team's attack was already in place. Ever since he had realized how strong and incredible Suwon was in predicting the future, he had decided to throw his brain aside when he came out with the other party in the future. when one's brain is not as good as the other party's, and the information one has is not as comprehensive as the other party's. What's the point of using your brain? Just flush it straight through and be done with it. Roar! A ferocious beastly roar came out from behind the white mist, the sound mixed with unrivaled anger and a bit of incredulity. The moment Squad 112 heard the beast's roar, the energy in their hands had begun to converge. Search, positioning, then, strike with all your might. It may be hard for new transcendentalists, but Squad 112 was already a veteran transcendent squad that had been fighting with alien beasts for several years, and it was still very experienced in dealing with alien beasts, coupled with the various means laid out in advance. The battle had just begun, and ended the moment Yang's team charged in with their guns. Only when the white mist cleared, a bizarre scene appeared in front of the crowd. The young team, with a long gun in hand, pointed the gun at the badly wounded young team, who was lying on the ground. TSK. Yang, who was holding a lance, looked at the other himself and said with curiosity, "This is the first time I've seen this. Rare goods. Stay out of it all, since it dares to manifest into my appearance. I won't be surnamed Yang if I don't beat the out of it today." Before the words left his mouth, Teen Yang swung his lance and rushed forward. "I'm the real one." Across the street, the heavily wounded and loaded young team shouted at the top of his lungs, "Do it! Stop this sinful beast." Lu Zhe returned with an impatient face. "You two fight. To us, the one that was killed is a fake. Young lord of the cloud beasts. These people, what's wrong with them? Not quite the same human reaction that you learn within the clan with it." The crowd stood at a distance, watching the battle between the two young teams with a rare look on their faces. According to what they know about Teen Yang, isn't it obvious who's real and who's fake? Furthermore, even if Teen Yang was injured, they wouldn't throw the weapon in their hands to the side, right? Most importantly, with the enemy right in front of us, how could Teen Yang lie on the ground and not move? What about the show? This future Cloud Beast King is still too young now. Agent Su Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud, talking nonsense without knowing the enemy's character. If I am to be it, then I will behave as the other side behaves. True or false? Let's confuse the onlookers outside first. If it's not possible, explode the supreme treasure on your body. And if you can pull one away, it's one. How can we live afterward if we don't put death to death? Saying that, Agent Su Wen suddenly remembered Teen Yang's character. However, I think that if the other party really did this, according to Teen Yang's character, it is estimated that they would also burn their essence blood, and they might even choose to fight in a life-for-life manner as well, in order to get everyone out of the way and gain the opportunity to sublimate his transcendent talent and thus change his fate against the heavens. He felt that even if he died, he would still be making a big profit. Su Man. Luckily, this future Cloud Beast King was still very young, otherwise this would really be a bit difficult to handle. It would be a big loss if the future warbearer, Teen Yang, died because of this incident. Chapter 15 Guarantor, Yanagisawa. Bang bang bang. After a fierce battle, the young team, which was held down and hammered on the ground, finally couldn't take it anymore and recovered his original appearance. "I surrender. I'm the Cloud Beast Clan's young master, the future Cloud Beast Clan chief. You guys have a great use for keeping me." Unable to resist before his eyes, the little beast hastened to spit out human words in his defense. In the next moment, the word king in front of its forehead began to emit light. At the same time, a purple gold token appeared in front of it. Buzz off! The purple gold token trembled slightly, followed by a wisp of divine thought swirling around it. The wisp of divine thought was not harmful in any way. It was simply expressing the importance and expertise of this token. Cloud Beast Young Lord exclusive token. In the entire Cloud Beast clan, only the Cloud Beast clan's young lord can possess this token. Seeing the token is like seeing the Cloud Beast clan chief. Teen Yang didn't bother with the various tricks the other party was pulling, but instead looked at Su Wen. He didn't care that much, he only listened to Su Wen. Su Wen told him to get his opponent killed, so he wouldn't hesitate for even a second. The Cloud Beast clan's young lord is indeed an important figure of the Cloud Beast clan. Su Wen's face remained unchanged as he blurted out, "We've caught the Cloud Beast clan's young lord this time, so we might be able to trade with the Cloud Beast clan in exchange for a large amount of transcendent resources." Beside him, Lu Zhe instantly understood Su Wen's meaning and began to play along. "Ha ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected reward for going out on a mission this time? According to the volume of the Cloud Beast clan, how can the transcendent resources harvested this time allow us to break through a rank?" Su Wen nodded his head as he sniffed. "A single rank? You're looking down on the Cloud Beast clan too much." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Wen seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly said, "Captain, you should first seal off the other party to prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos to escape. We'll lose a lot of money if this kind of fat sheep runs away." Not far away, The little beast couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in its heart when it heard the conversation between Su Wen and the others. At the same time, it silently withdrew its own functioning soul power. In its desperate state, it was indeed still able to activate the clan's supreme treasure again. Just a short period of time and high-frequency catalyzing would inevitably damage its foundation and affect its future development. Since these humanoids in front of it were only seeking wealth, there was no need for it to fight for its life. After it recovers for a while and the origin in its body is restored, it will not be too late to activate the supreme treasure to exterminate these human scum. Yes. After Team Yang responded to Su Wen, they began to apply the sealing means to the little beast. Captain, I'm here to help you too, Yanagisawa said, taking out the soul prohibition, the ring of sealing, and the demon prohibition stone from himself. Young lord of the Cloud Beast clan, what's the need for so many blocking moves? I've given up resistance. What's the point? Normally speaking, wouldn't it be enough to seal the body and soul? But when you think about it, it's normal. After all, his own status was honorable, and this group of lowly humanoids still wanted to take themselves in exchange for resources. Be cautious, and inevitably so. But when it was carried by Team Yang and put into a cage made of sealing stones, it started to feel a little off. How is this still there? It's over, isn't it? But did not wait for it to think about what. A long spear suddenly cut through the sky, directly penetrated its head, nailed to death in the sealing cage. Until the moment before his death, the Cloud Beast race young lord had never thought that he would die. After all, it's not logical. Isn't the living Cloud Beast clan young lord more valuable than the dead one? What could one gain from killing the Cloud Beast clan's young lord, other than the targeting and retaliation from the Cloud Beast clan? As for the rebellion that took place within the clan, the side of the Fey Tribal Alliance probably didn't even receive the news, so how could the human side possibly know? So, it didn't understand why these humanoids in front of it, why didn't they follow the rules? Even if you really want to kill yourself, you have to discuss it, right? Which is such a beast will be sealed in all kinds of ways, and after making all kinds of moves to prepare for the deal, words are not even said to directly exterminate? Not even curious about why you're here. Dead. The corners of Su Wen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the corpse of the Cloud Beast in the sealing cage. With this high-level alien beast corpse, the entire Squad 112 would undergo a metamorphosis of strength. Open the door. Agent Su Wen lightly scared for a moment before speaking. Due to your interference, this time the future has changed significantly. At least something like the new king's consort of the Cloud Beast being robbed won't happen again. And the future top battle force of the Fey clan has been settled by you one in advance. Good thing. Saying that, Agent Su Wen paused, then continued. The high-level alien beast that infiltrated our Huaxia can be considered to have gotten one killed. If this matter becomes public, the entire Squad 112 will go down in history. Next to him, Su Wen precisely captured the key message in Agent Su Wen's words. Wait, you just said, high-level foreign beasts that have infiltrated our Huaxia. What does that mean? Can it be that there are many high-level foreign beasts lurking in? Agent Su Wen's face remained unchanged as he nodded his head and said, do you think that the infiltration work carried out by the Fey Horde is merely the establishment of a Fey church on this side of China? Su Man, isn't it? Just a single Fey church had planted so many traitors on this side of China, and even the top echelons of the Transcendence headquarters had been eroded. Now you're telling me there's a bunch of high-level Fey lurking in? And by the sound of it, high-level Fey are especially hard to kill. Killing one belongs to the great celebration of the nation. Then what's the point of playing? Is the Chinese side, too, infiltrated into a sieve? There's no need to think so much. There are still few high-level alien beasts lurking in my China. Agent Su Wen comforted. The environment on our side of the country is pretty good by comparison. It's the Marina and Britannia side that's the hardest hit by advanced Xenos lurking around. Su Man, is that how you comfort people? You're so comforting. Never mind. Let's not think about that. Su Wen threw his inner distractions aside. Right now he was still a small rookie, and Squad 112, a team that had gone through future considerations, was still a rookie team. The strongest of the team was a median transcendent, so there was no need for him to think so much. The most important thing at the moment was to raise his own strength and that of the people around him. When their strength was raised, many of the problems that plagued them now would naturally be solved. Team Yang, I'll give you a list on my side, so gather the materials on this as soon as possible. After making a list of the various materials he had gotten from Agent Su Wen, Su Wen handed it directly to Team Yang. Team Yang took the list and nodded slightly. He just couldn't help but wipe his eyes when he glanced at the contents of the list. So many precious herbs? There were also nearly a third of the names of the kind of herbs he hadn't even heard of. But the names were expensive at first glance. Is this a list of herbs? This is clearly a list of war credit consumption. Most importantly, how is this still a half-pound take? Although he was well liked, There was no way he could borrow so many battle credits at once. Yanagisawa, come here for a second. After a few moments of thought, Team Young had a bold idea for a loan in mind. Let's apply for a loan from the headquarters in a while. A loan of 10,000 battle credits. How about you being my guarantor? Yanagisawa, how much did you say? 10,000 battle honors? So much? Chapter 16, preparing to pitch a cultivation article. Show me the material on this list. Lu Zhe took the list and after carefully accounting for it, he fell into the middle of silence. The value of these materials. They're not cheap. Well, Team Young spoke up. Did it have to cost about $10,000? Lu Zhe shook his head as he sniffed. I don't think that crediting 10,000 battle credits is quite appropriate. You're worried about not getting a loan? Don't worry. I have a friend who works in the logistics office. When the time comes, I'll carry a bottle of spirit wine to him, and I'll definitely be able to get this done. That doesn't worry me. It's the other things that worry me. What is it? 10,000 battle credits. Is that really enough? A question mark slowly rose from Team Yang's head. He had just carefully accounted for the various precious medicinal herbs and added them together. It was roughly 9,800 battle credits. To round it up, that's 10,000 battle credits. What's not enough? And a couple hundred more battle credits. You never considered the possibility of failure in something like transcendent talent sublimation? After a moment of silence, Lu Zhe spoke. Since we are going to loan sublimation talents, we have to account for the possibility of failure, or the loss caused during the sublimation process. Speaking here, Lu Zhe paused, then said, what I mean is, we're going to take out a loan anyway, so we might as well just take out a big one. When you go to your friend, just say that you want a loan of 30,000 battle credits and ask him to think of something. Team Young, 30,000 battle honors? How long is this gonna take? As the captain of the Transcendent Squad, he had saved up his battle merit for a long time and it was only about 1,000. Together with the interest on the loan, I'm afraid the entire 112th squad will be saddled with 10 years of debt. A 30,000 war merit loan. Based on the two of us current Transcendent rank and war merit income, it's not necessarily possible to approve it. As if he could tell what Team Yang was thinking, Lu Zhe directly said, you go find a relationship and unblock it. It's best if you can come down. If you can't come down 30,000, it's good to come down 20,000. What do you think? Team Yang didn't say anything at that, but instead turned his gaze to Su Wen. His meaning is simple. You can predict the future. Let's see if we want to take a back loan to practice. Loans, Agent Su Wen said with a smile. This time, let Team Yang go and look for connections, and lend as much as they can. Isn't this thing called war merit for cultivation? Let's not talk about whether or not it's returned. The most important thing is to raise your strength. With the strength in place, even if you don't return, the Transcendent headquarters won't say anything. Mind relaxing. Anyway, after spending all the money, will the Transcendental's headquarters still violently collect? Saying that, Agent Su Wen paused. I remembered that there is a loan program for the promotion program within the Transcendental's headquarters, so you have Team Yang and Team Lu go through this program. And don't loan 20,000 or 30,000. Take a bite. Direct loan of $50,000. After the war effort was in place and the whole crew was bird-dogged, I knew of a hidden secret place under the banner of the Church of the Fae. I am also familiar with the origin of various resources. When the time comes, I'll give you the word that you'll lead the team in to grab a wave. And I guess everyone's strength can be raised another notch. Su Wen's eyes flickered as he heard this, and looking at it this way, it was a complete positive cycle, with Agent Su Wen around. As long as it was operated properly, wasn't the side of the Fae Church just its own ATM cash machine? The next moment, Su Wen spoke out. I've done the math. Loan 50,000. Team Yang and Lu Zhe were filled with question marks, and afterward, they were even more stunned when they learned that Su Wen had told them to go with the promotion program. Especially Lu Zhe. Many thoughts were born in his mind. Loan so much war credit with the promotion program, Su Wen wouldn't have no intention of paying it back, would he? Of course, he was only thinking about it. I've heard that when a transcendent talent ascends, it's also a great opportunity for cultivation advancement. If this time he could be promoted to medium transcendent, then the back loan would be a back loan. If Su Wen could allow him to advance to a high-level transcendent, then even if he were to be made to carry all sorts of loans and become the king of debt amongst the group of transcendents, he would have no fear. I'll try as much as I can. Team Young pondered for a moment before standing up. Lu Zhe, I'll go get a few bottles of spirit wine. Tonight we'll both leave for the imperial capital, and I'll pull my buddy out. Make sure to keep each other from getting drunk. Lu Zhe nodded solemnly, although he didn't like drinking, but it was about talent ascension. More or less he had to put up a fight. Furthermore, Teen Yang's spirit wine had the benefit of saving energy. A few sips of this would completely offset the results of several days of one's own cultivation. While the two were busy, Su-won also returned to his room. After that, he began to learn the future revolutionized breathing method as taught by Agent Su-wen. Despite his average cultivation talent, he believed that under his own leadership in the future, his cultivation would definitely progress at a rapid pace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Team Yang and Lu Zhe returned from the imperial capital, Su-won had already sorted out all the first version of the breathing method and the various article theories that corresponded to it under the guidance of Agent Su-wen. Each of these, taken out individually, was enough to shock the entire transcendent realm. And there are hundreds of such articles and theoretical results here in Su-wen. After all, it was the research and reform of the country's cultivation system in the coming decades, and compared to the entire state apparatus, these were actually nothing. It's fortunate to have become a transcendent, or else just reproducing these cultivation theories would be a big job. Su-won briefly moved his body and took an article titled Cultivation and Change, exploring the possibility of breath as the main body of cultivation. The article walked out. This article was an article published by the current R&D office commander, Xiao Luo, only 5 years later, so he intended for Team Yong to use this article as an entry point to enter directly into the R&D office commander, Xiao Luo's field of vision. If this loan doesn't work out, it would be a good idea to use the R&D office. I'm sorry, this loan didn't go very well. After Lu Zhe saw Su-wen, he said softly, we applied for 50,000, but the final approval only gave us 32,000. Despite going to the promotion program, the interest rate is still the higher kind compared to the same period. On the opposite side, Su-wen waved his hand. It's fine. More than 30,000 battle merit is fine for now. After that, he began to exchange this battle merit for various medicinal herbs, and Team Yang and Lu Zhe watched the battle merit they had loaned down clattering down. Their moods were complicated. On the one hand, they've never seen such a large amount of war credit overhead, and it's a little heartbreaking. On the other hand, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in their hearts when they thought of their next talent ascension. By the way, Team Young, here's this article for you. Take a look at it. Su-won changed materials while saying, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me here. After all, it's an article you're sure to have those people in the R&D office asking you questions about after you pitch it. Team Young took the article and looked at it with a solemn face. After a moment, he lifted his head up with a skeptical look on his face. He knows every word in this article, so how come he can't understand it when it's put together? Chapter 17, Falling into a Pit Twice. What don't you understand? Su-won turned around and asked after changing all the materials. Team Young, can he say, none of it? Or, rather, hardly know anything about it? Especially on this article. There were exclusive terms he couldn't understand in every paragraph, and the theory of what was going on, which made his scalp numb. None of it. Team Young took a deep breath and said honestly. Su-wen's face remained unchanged. For all of this, it had long been in his expectations. After all, he's looking at this article he's come up with, and he doesn't really understand it. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't get it, there are others who do. I'm wondering if I'm wrong about this idea of getting Team Young into the R&D office. The corner of Agent Su-wen's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Team Yang's clear, stupid eyes. Across the room, Yanagisawa was looking at the article with interest after taking it, and every now and then he nodded, with a sense of knowing it all. It's great. After a long time, Yanagisawa said with a flushed face, if the last best thought of this article can be realized, it would be great good news for all transcendents. Eat to cultivate, chat to cultivate, sleep to cultivate. Incredible. If I can simplify my cultivation to this level, I feel that my cultivation speed can at least double. Su-won sniffed and looked at Lu Zhe. You read it? Lu Zhe froze, then said, isn't what you wrote very clear and concise? The cultivation theories and cultivation terms borrowed from it. Isn't that something everyone knows? Team Young, you cuss dirty. Then I'll leave it to you to teach Team Young. Su-won turned his words around and said with a smile, Team Yang, if the people from the R&D office really come to ask you questions, you can rest assured and speak boldly. They think you're the publisher of this article anyway, so whatever you say goes. Just then, Agent Su-won, who was fuming, violently interrupted Su-won. You put Team Young at ease? My god, do you realize what you're doing? Team Yang is the one who can say out of the wheel of things that contain energy particles. If you let him talk nonsense, be careful you won't be able to round back. Su-man, are the Youngs that wild? Due to this reminder of Agent Su-wen's presence, Su-won still explained the core point of the subsequent article's theory to Lu Zhe. With the Young team, it's safe to speak boldly, but not indiscriminately. Of course, looking at Lu Zhe reading and reading theories to see that kind of devotion, He would like to let Liu Zhe into the R&D office to replace the role of the young team, but there's no way around it. And just because Yanagisawa is so dependable, there are more important things for him to do. In the case of having a theoretical foundation for the future, the job of entering the R&D office without having to use much of your brain can be left to the young team. Team Yang, you can also become a bit more high-strung when you enter the R&D office. Suwon spoke. Researchers, well, it's normal to possess a little bit of strange attributes. As long as your research results are right and your research theories are correct, even if you go in and punch the group leader and kick the vice commander, it will only lead to compliments on your physical fitness. Team Yang's eyes lit up at that. Can that really happen? Man, he was just giving an example of the RDO. How does he look at the youngs though? And does he really want to do this? At Transcendent headquarters, while I have many friends, I also have many people I don't like to see, Team Yang suddenly said, especially the group of people from the recruitment office and the survey office. They even pitched me before. According to your plan, won't I be able to just kick them later? Suwon thought about it and nodded. I think that you should be fine as long as you don't kill them. Yanagisawa, weren't we just talking about such lofty things as leading the future and reforming the cultivation system? Why are we suddenly on this topic? However, he also knew about Team Yang being pitched by that group of people. So if there was a chance and there was no problem, it would naturally be best if they could get their revenge back. Just like that, while Suwon was mixing up the transcendent talent sublimation formula, Team Yang was sitting next to him like a student being taught and reprimanded by Liu Zhe. For no other reason, Team Yang could be said to know nothing about cultivation theories, despite the good cultivation talent and the high percentage of energy particles stowed away. This kind of learning aspect, Team Yang really wasn't very good at it. After a day and night of blending, Squad 112 sublimation potion was freshly made. So, what's my sublimation recipe? Suwon looked at the 6 bottles of sublimation potion glittering with radiant star points in front of him and couldn't help but ask in his mind. Everyone else has it, but not me? Agent Su-man. It's not Big Brother. You just reacted? After a moment, he spoke out. Our transcendent gift is to summon the future. And I, as a summoned future, in a sense, don't actually have a transcendent talent. If it weren't for the fact that you've already been promoted to inferior transcendent on your side and have laid a good foundation for me, I'm afraid that my cultivation initiation would have consumed me for a long period of time. After all, without a transcendent talent to serve as a guide, even if an ordinary person's soul strength isn't weak and they can cultivate, all they can rely on is just an extension of their own spiritual power. Speaking here, Agent Suwon turned his words around and said softly, but there's no need to worry. See that Cloud Beast Clan Young Lord's core? That's what I've got for you. And I'll forget no one but you. I'll teach you a special refining method in a moment. And after you refine it, you might be able to have the ability to transform into the Cloud Beast Clan's young lord. Suwon's eyes twitched. Will there be an increase in strength? After it has been completely refined, the strength of your soul should increase. No? What other enhancements do you want? Like, for example, elevating to the median transcendent. Are you thinking about farts? Is the promotion of a transcendent as simple as this? If promotion was so simple, then he wouldn't just be at a median transcendent cultivation level as the chief deacon of the Fey Church. Despite the increase in life level after taking the grass of life, he possessed the battle power to fight against high-level transcendents. But if he was a high-level transcendent, wouldn't he be able to just hit the super level? If so, then his fate might have been different as well. By the way, you didn't tell me how you died when I asked you before. Suwon looked at Agent Suwon's stagnant appearance as he fell into reminiscence, somewhat similar to that of the elderly Suwon before, and hurriedly asked, if you don't tell me, how can I circumvent it on my side? Is it hard to believe that you want us to fall in the same pit twice? 2. Agent Suwon was silent for a moment before speaking out. No, from the moment you killed the Cloud Beast Clan's young lord, your future has been turned upside down. So tell me about it so I can circumvent it in advance. No, trust me, that kind of death, it won't happen to you again. Suwon looked at the other party who had been digressing, and an aura suddenly flashed in his heart. In the next moment, he asked in a ghostly tone, you won't die a rash, humiliating death that you can't hold, will you? So you're all reluctant and don't want to talk about it anyhow. Well, drugged and that what people die. Special Agent, is there nothing else in your head? Chapter 18. I see, the way I die is not as strange as you think. Agent Suwon was silent for a moment before speaking. With Team Yang's experience of being drugged and pitted to death in front of me, how could I not take this seriously? The reason I didn't want to tell you was because it wasn't necessary, but since you want to know so badly, there's no harm in my telling you. Speaking here, Agent Suwon paused, then said somewhat helplessly, the reason for my death was due to factional fighting within the Fey Church. The vice priest I supported lost the faction fight. Or rather, abandoned by the group of high-level Fae behind the Fae Church. So, naturally, I was liquidated as his supporter. Across the room, Su Wen's gaze stagnated. He really didn't expect that his future as a disc spy mixed with the chief deacon of the Church of Fae would fall victim to politics. The Church of the Fae, the training ground for traitors, plays this too? Even with a super bit of battle power like Team Yang's ability to fight 1 against 5, you can still be liquidated? Su Wen thought about it and couldn't help but ask. Agent Su Wen sighed and said softly, "We can take the grass of life to advance our life levels. Can't the Fae clan? Don't forget whose territory the secret realm that nurtures the grass of life is. Su Man. That is to say, there are still a lot of life grasses in the hands of the alien beasts that can raise the level of their lives and give them the ability to fight beyond the level of the beasts. Then, if we compare it like this, it seems like Team Yang is just a usual combatant, right? After all, there were quite a few super-level powerhouses among the alien beast community, and this precious product, the grass of life, that was bound to be prioritized for the super-level powerhouses within the clan to take. If you look at it this way, the foreign beast community to exterminate the young team. I'm afraid it's very simple. From the standpoint of our human transcendence, the young team of my time period was indeed very strong, Agent Su Wen said in a deep voice, but if we put it inside the alien beast community, Team Yang's strength is just an ordinary high-level combatant. If it wasn't for the fact that the opening of the Fae Gate takes time, and that the top powerhouses in the Fae community are suppressed by our side of the world and can't easily cross the border, I'm afraid that human society would have long since fallen into the breeding grounds of the Fae community by now. Su Wen's eyes twinkled as he sniffed. So the human race is still in a bad situation, right? Right. The future, alone, sounds tough. It's actually okay. The days aren't too tough. How? Aren't you forgetting that on my side? I'm not on the side of the transcendence and am a famous human traitor wanted nationwide. The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched slightly. From the information provided by his future self, there was a huge difference in strength between the transcendence and the alien beast communities. If it wasn't for the restrictions of the world's rules, I'm afraid that the whole of China's side would have fallen long ago. But as a big mole, naturally, the stronger the strength of the alien beast community, the more nourished he lived. Did you think that I was a disc spy? An imposter lurking amongst the Fae Church to steal information? Just then, Agent Su Wen suddenly said, under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have said such a thing. Su Wen thought about it and nodded. You were able to summon the future body represented by me to descend into the present. And with your perspective open, I am naturally on the side of humanity. A lurking hero. Agent Su Wen let out a laugh. But if you look at it from my point of view, or from the point of view of the transcendence of my world, then I am a naked traitor to humanity. After all, there aren't just 1 or 2 talented transcendents who died in my hands. Because of my lead, the Fae Horde broke through multiple transcendent passes and drove through, encroaching on large swaths of land. As a result of my lead, multiple transcendent infiltration strongholds have been destroyed within the area ruled by the Fae. Even with the help of the rewards from the Church of Fae, I completed the promotion of my life level, and my cultivation level even broke through to median transcendent. Throughout human society, I am a notorious human traitor, anti-human, antisocial, anti-order, a traitor whose sins are too deep to be forgiven. The names that hang over me, one by one, speak volumes about how much people hate me. Especially those transcendents whose loved ones died at my hands. They hate to eat my flesh and my blood. So, looking at it from the perspective of my time and place, do you still think I'm a hero? Nothing I do validates me as a human traitor. A madman who will do anything to practice, to go further. As he said that, Agent Su Wen's emotions steeped up and he pointed his finger at his chest. Can you say, I'm not a human traitor? Who can say, I am not a traitor? Even I, myself, dare not say that I am not a traitor. In the dead of night, I also wonder, what if I'm not the future that was called? What if, in case, my guess is wrong? Toward the later stages of the war, as the moves of the Fae Church became more and more frantic and gradually began to slaughter cities and exterminate them, even Yanagisawa began to have self-doubt. Although he didn't say so, I could tell. The pain in Yanagisawa's eyes increases with every mission issued by the Fae Church. Even in the end, it got a little nerve-wracking. If it weren't for the saving faith I created in the beginning that was sustaining Yanagisawa, I'm afraid he would have gone insane in self-guilt. Across the room, Su Wen suddenly asked, what about Team Yang? As soon as these words came out, Agent Su Wen froze violently, and the excitement on his face began to collect. After a moment, he said softly, Team Yang is a dilettante, and because he trusts my words, he doesn't have much of a psychological burden. Sometimes, Ryu's and I really envy Team Yang's reckless personality. The idea is not so much to be big and bold as to be painless. Su Man. Sure enough, the psychological torture that comes with latent work is something that a temperament like Teen Young's can directly exempt. However, due to the stringent double quotient requirements of infiltration work, Teen Young is again in the position of being the heinous one. In short, a very paradoxical special case has arisen with the Youngs. Hard work. After a long time, Su Wen said in a solemn tone. Agent Su Wen's body stiffened when he heard this. The next moment, he smiled and waved his hand. Nothing hard or not hard. In these years of lurking, I may have become a true human traitor from the inside out long ago. The fact that you can summon me back, that you can allow me to make atonement across time and space with a message from the future, I am actually satisfied in my heart. In the end, I didn't lie to Team Yang and Team Ryu. Because of our decision, our future, the future of Squad 112, and even the future of all of China, have all changed. But my ability, after all, is limited. So learn from my lesson, take me as a warning, and think carefully about your future. Su Wen thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. What do you understand? I will, in the future, learn from your lessons and strive to infiltrate the highest echelons of the Fei Church. Is that what I'm saying? Chapter 19, Get him killed. So all that I just said to you was for nothing? Agent Su Wen laughed angrily, his teeth itching a bit in anger. He had never intended to interfere with his past self in the first place, but he couldn't help but offer suggestions and ideas as he thought about the various encounters he'd had. After all, this is your past self, and how can anyone watch their past self go down their own miserable old path and turn a blind eye? Maybe others can, but he can't do it right now. It's too painful to lurk for work. I want to ask you a question. Instead of answering Agent Su Wen's question, Su Wen instead turned his words around and asked rhetorically, are you starting to feel a little chaotic in your head right now? Starting to lose a little bit of control over yourself? Agent Su Man, do you think I have Alzheimer's? I'm not the same as the future you saw before, the old age state we were in. Agent Su Wen said breathlessly, in our old age, we're just the most common lower transcendent, so I'm guessing that he was greatly affected by coming across time and space after his death. I've taken the grass of life and my cultivation level is medium transcendent. My soul strength is far superior to his. That's why even after days have passed and you've been told a lot of important information about the future, I still don't have that feeling that I'm going to be cold soon. Next to him, Su Wen asked suspiciously, then why are you talking somewhat contradictory before and after? Where's the contradiction? I talk like that all the time, okay? You said with me before that you wouldn't interfere with my choices, and even advised me on this possibility of continuing to lurk in the future, having Team Yang publish their feats, blending into the higher echelons of the Transcendence headquarters, etc. So why this now? Isn't that inconsistent? After a few moments of silence, Agent Su Wen wanted to speak. A heavy sigh followed. I had thought that I would be able to come to terms with this gloomy life of mine in peace after coming over here, Agent Su Man said softly, beginning to open up to his past self, dissecting his inner truth. The most taboo thing about being a spy is trusting people and opening your heart to them. But if this person listening is himself or herself, it doesn't matter. Most importantly, he had died long ago in the future. So what was wrong with reviewing his life after returning from the future to the past? Then, under Agent Su Wen's narration, Su Wen gradually understood the other party's thoughts. At first, Agent Su Wen really didn't intend to interfere too much. After all, his past self could constantly summon the future, possessing the ability to interfere with it and change it over and over again. So, he has a lot of trial and error costs. If you make the wrong choice, it's okay, just start over. But in the 2 days they had been together, he had also been thinking seriously about one thing. Every time the Lord's body makes a trial and error or attempt with the future, it creates a future that is as painful as itself. It's enough to try the latent pain once on your own. All kinds of hooks and corners. A sentence can figure out the meaning of a dozen kinds of brainstorming. Stepping on a tightrope to perform the program of all kinds of killing oneself in their own time and space. Young Team Lu Team experienced once can be. Even if he didn't feel sorry for himself, he felt sorry for the robes who accompanied him. Especially after the failure of the struggle, he was thrown out by the defected vice-sec leader to take the blame, and was liquidated and hunted down by the hostile forces, and even finally tortured by all kinds of images. He still vividly remembered nowadays, having gone down that path, it was pretty much doomed to a bad death, so he tried to persuade the main body to give up lurking. Honest, step-by-step cultivation and exploration, relying on summoning the future over and over again, can still have a bright future. What's wrong with a strong Fey pack? If you can't do it once, do it twice. If you can't do it 10 times, do it 100 times, not to mention the rest. The breathing method has been reformed and innovated for 100 and 1,000 years, even 10,000 years. Can it still give rise to a large number of transcendentalists? With the number of transcendents brought up, there will always be a chance to fight off the Fey hordes, won't there? Most importantly, with the help of a large amount of future information, and with the accumulation of countless transcendent resources, one was bound to achieve supremacy in the future. At that time, the members of Squad 112 gathered together would be able to withstand thousands of troops. In other words, why go into that shadowy corner and be the maggot in your future own world for the rest of your life when you can live happily ever after? That would be too much of a commitment to yourself and to the comrades who follow you. Not anymore. After hearing all this, Suwon spoke out. The last time you were here, you only knew all sorts of information about the future from the mouths of the elderly us. And this time, after absorbing and refining the crystal core of the Cloud Beast clan's young lord, I possess the ability to transform into the other party. Having the identity of a high-level exotic beast, then lurking in the future will be simple. Not to mention anything else, it's still no problem to be a godfather of the Church of Fey, right, Agent Su-man? Indeed, the Church of the Fey is a pseudo-military organization to the Fey community. The members of the Church of the Fey, those are all 2/5 who are subservient to the Fey. Even the patriarch of the Church of Fey Beasts couldn't even lift his head when facing a high-level Fey Beast. The high-level Fey Beasts, even more so, look down on all the people inside the Fey Church from the bottom of their hearts. Despite the fact that the organization was founded by a Fey pack, no organization would ever look at a traitor. If there is a high-level foreign beast that wants to run for the position of the Church of Foreign Beasts patriarch, there is a great probability would succeed in taking office. As for the possibility of failure, odds are, it's the high-level Fey behind the Fey Church who think this whole thing is too humiliating, right? One more thing, Suwon continued. This time, all of Squad 112's talents have been sublimated, so the sneaking will definitely become easier. At least, there will be no more deaths due to political liquidation. Agent Su-man? No, I'm talking to you. Who are you talking about? If I had the opportunities you have, then I certainly wouldn't have run into this. Of course, if you really want to have the skin of a high-level alien beast, you may not know who will liquidate who. Here, I'll give you a list. Agent Su-wen's eyes lit up as he spoke. Up here, they are all my opponents within the Fey Church. All of these, if you get the chance, get them dead. In particular, Vice Patriarch Lu Bin, on the strength of holding onto the Boneflower clan's thighs, has gone on a rampage to recruit subordinates within the church. Just because I didn't commit to the other side, I was targeted frequently in various meetings, and my promising situation began to turn into a struggle. Had it not been for that, I would certainly have been able to gather more important information. Suwon's face remained unchanged as he memorized the name Lu Bin in his head. This guy, he's kind of in his little book of must-kills. Even if nothing else is done in the future, this man must be killed, without getting the other person killed. The Taoist mind is not even clear. Afterward, Suwon suddenly asked, what about that vice sect leader you defected to? Agent Suwon froze at his words, then asked, what, you want to take him in? No, so what do you want? Get him. Even the subordinates who defected to their own cannot protect. The first to take the subordinates to take the blame in case of trouble. Such a boss to keep what? Fair enough. Agent Su-man nodded slightly, but I have a better suggestion. Suwon reached out with his right hand. Please speak your mind. You take him on as a subordinate, and then when things go wrong, throw him out to cover for him, so that he can be rounded up by all sides and taste the pain I've experienced as well. Is this too cheap for him? You call that cheapening the other side? I don't want to give him any chance to find a time when it would be better to just whip his skin and bones. Is this really your past self? How does it feel to be more ruthless than you are? Chapter 20 Arching fire is not a big deal. Your future. You organize it. Agent Suwon smiled slightly and spoke. Suwon raised his left eyebrow, letting me make the arrangements. It seems that he agrees with his own suggestion. Otherwise the other person would have to more or less advise himself. But of course, surely he would do so quietly and silently through other means. Good. Then it's settled. After Suwon finished saying this, he took out all of the sublimation potions in front of him. All the members of Squad 112 stood outside, each a little expectant and anxious. Who can completely still their heart in the face of the imminent ascension of a transcendent gift? This is the talent sublimation potion? After Team Young took the expensive sublimation potion from Suwon's hands, he couldn't help but sigh. It's so pretty with all the light dots in it. Next to him, the corners of Yunagisawa's mouth twitched slightly. No, that's your first thought when you saw the talent sublimation potion? Under normal circumstances, as a transcendentalist, should not instinctively excited. Feel the sublimation potion in the middle of a force of the underworld attraction. They cannot wait to want to swallow down to absorb and refine, and then let themselves become more powerful? Why are you so different from everyone else? But thinking about Team Yang's pristine character, he didn't think it was surprising that the other man had such thoughts. After that, All members of Squad 112 began to absorb the sublimation potion under Su Wen's guidance. With their extraordinary gifts at stake, everyone took this matter seriously. Who wants more instability in their progress journey when they can make steady progress? Buzz. Soon, a burst of energy fluctuations began to erupt around them. The energy fluctuations erupting around Team Yang were the strongest, even stirring up layers of ripples around them. If it weren't for the fact that the people around them were all transcendentals, the energy fluctuation alone would have been able to rush the people to the side. And the energy fluctuations on Team Yang came and went quickly, as Lu Zhe and the others had various colored visions rising around their bodies, and even the original image of their own transcendent talent manifesting above their heads. The Yang team's eyes on their side were open. It's over? Su Wen looked at Team Yang and asked suspiciously. Team Yang closed his eyes for a moment of careful perception and nodded. Yeah, it's over. How does it feel? Well, quite good. I can feel that with this talent ascension, my fleshly body and also soul have been increased to a certain extent, becoming stronger. What about talent changes? After a moment of silence, Team Yang said in a hushed tone, Don't you know? Su Wen asked directly. Other than getting bigger, there weren't any other changes? Team Yang. Here knowingly. That's nasty, but I felt it. Due to the increase in the physical body and soul aspects, my battle power has been enhanced by at least 20%. Team Yang clenched his fists. His face flushed, a flash of excitement in his eyes. With such results, he was inwardly satisfied. The talent hasn't changed much, but the capsule is bigger, and in some ways, that's pretty good. Most importantly, the fact that the battle power had increased made him happy. If he hadn't caught up with this opportunity, how long might it have taken him to consume if he wanted to obtain such an achievement? This is indeed good, Su Wen said with a smile. As the strongest combatant, the young teen was considered to be on another level this time. That's true. I don't ask for much, and I'm content to make this kind of progress. Team Young briefly moved his body, a smile on his face. Right at this moment, an aura violently erupted around Lu Zhe. Boom! A red pillar of light shot up into the sky, and inside this red pillar of light, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Immediately after that, the blood-red eyes fell down from among the red light pillars and merged into Lu Zhe's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it was as if an invisible shackle had shattered deep within Lu Zhe's body. In the next moment, the aura around him instantly increased by a level, crushing towards the surroundings in an overwhelming manner. That's breakthrough? Team Yan looked at Yanagisawa and secretly smacked his lips. He had consumed quite a lot of transcendent resources when he was promoted to median transcendent at that time. Not to mention the others, the energy stones containing energy particles had consumed a bunch of them, not to mention other precious transcendent resources. But now, in the process of sublimating his talent, this fellow Lu Zhe had also promoted his cultivation along with it. This is too good to be true, isn't it? He would also like, as well, to advance in his cultivation. How does it feel? Su Wen asked softly after seeing Lu Zhe open his eyes. It feels good. Yanagisawa got up and said, Very good. This is as refreshing as I've ever been. Especially the double increase produced by the superposition of cultivation promotion and talent sublimation. In the underworld, it is even more so that I have newly comprehended a means of soul attack. Team Young. Talent sublimation leads to cultivation advancement. The increase generated when one's cultivation level is promoted is superimposed with the sublimation of one's talent, and one innately comprehends a means of soul attack. This all at once, to gain so many benefits? In contrast, this is too shabby for myself, isn't it? Captain, how are you? Lu Zhe's words turned to Team Yang. I have such a great harvest. Captain, you are more talented than me, so your harvest must be even greater than mine, right? Team Young. Almost done. Say what? While one's own success is undoubtedly exciting, the greater results on teammates are heartbreaking. What's with this guy? Killing people is also about putting them to death. Abominable. I was thinking about something. Team Yang looked up at Yanagisawa and said solemnly. Yanagisawa spoke up and asked, What is it? Should I kick your ass? You can't. Beat me now. Can you? This matter is not necessary. He just asked casually. After all, he had gained so much himself. So wasn't it normal to ask about other people's results? The moon today. It's so full, Yanagisawa said through the window, looking out at the sky. Team Yang glanced at Liuza. It's overcast tonight. Where's the moon coming from? A blood-colored light flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes as he sniffed, and immediately after that, a bright moon rose in the sky around the 112th Squad's compound. Team Young. Show. The real show. I can see that you really want to get your ass kicked, too. You're rubbing salt in my wound, aren't you? Next to him, Agent Su Wen watched the playful jokes of Team Yang and Lu Zhe with a heartfelt smile on his face, and Su Wen sneaked a couple glances, and upon realizing this, decided to add some firewood to the mix to burn a bit. Team Ryu, did you get a big battle boost this time? Suwon picked up the melon on the table and opened his mouth to ask. Or rather, how many of you can the current you beat over? Lu Zhe pondered for a while and said directly, fighting 10 won't be a problem. Suwon nodded slightly at his words. Then his words changed. Team Yang, what about you? Team Young's left eyebrow jumped wildly, then said, hit 2 at the most. Suwon scanned lightly. Then it seems that it's still Team Lu that has made more progress, especially with the evolution of the transcendent talent, allowing Team Lu to add wings to their future battles. And here you are, Team Young, the improvement really isn't that pretty. Yanagisawa, why did he feel that Suwon's 2 sentences were a bit off? You don't want to make a big deal out of it, do you? You're afraid I won't get my ass kicked today, aren't you? Even though he was eager to try out how his battle power was nowadays after his promotion, but even if he had to try, he didn't want to fight with an old median transcendent like Team Young. 39207268. Chapter 21, as a sandbag. You're clearly qualified. Team Yang, why don't we practice? Yanagisawa turned around and asked in a slightly provocative manner. Since Suwon was a bit archfire and wanted to see what his level of combat power was, he would give it a good go himself. As the centerpiece of the team, there is no excuse for the other team to want to know their level of combat power today. However, he always felt a little strange in his heart. Instinctively he felt that Suwon wanted to see himself get beaten up, but he didn't think the other guy would do such a thing. It wasn't necessary, was it? Most importantly, it's not like you've offended the other side. Yes. Without any hesitation, Team Yang carried their guns and headed out. Everyone is still practicing. Let's go outside. Originally, he thought his haul was okay, but compared to Ryu's, his haul was indeed a bit garbage. The words that Ryu's was still saying over there made his heart even more a little sour. I was just kidding when I said I was going to take Yanagisawa for practice, but if Yanagisawa wanted to practice with himself, it didn't matter. Hit. Big hit. Today he himself had to recreate the majesty of the captain of Squad 112. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as Lu Zhe looked at Team Yang's angry face. This guy, he couldn't have missed the meaning of Suwon's words. Could he? Okay. Today was nothing more than a beating. You've got yourself a godsend. And you're a little bit more solid in your heart when you take a beating. Otherwise this thing is ate up. Like a dream. Suwon followed the 2 of them out as well, and as soon as he arrived outside, he saw Team Yan laying down a huge energy boundary. It was obvious that he was looking forward to this fight. Actually, Team Young's talent is still very strong when he has super bit battles. Agent Suman floated out slowly. Now it looks like it's just the boundary coverage that's gotten bigger. Other than that, nothing seems to have changed. But when Team Yang has superlative battle power and their soul energy level reaches superlative, then this sublimated talent will explode with absolute dominance in battle. Whether it's aiding in battle or nauseating the enemy, this transcendent talent is quite useful. Most importantly, when this energy boundary is utilized well, it can also compress space and shade the opponent at a certain critical moment. Speaking here, Agent Suwon paused. Unfortunately, Team Yang fights too dang well. This transcendent talent of his is actually better suited for the old Inbi to play with. While Suwon and Agent Suwon were talking, the battle within the boundary had already started. At the beginning of the battle, Yanagisawa's new pupil art ability did have some impact on Team Yang, but when the young team reacted, they started to press Yanagisawa and beat him up wildly. On the one hand, Yanagisawa had just completed his promotion and did not yet have perfect control over his own abilities, much less the ability to form a chain of moves based on those few abilities. On the other hand, Team Yang had a lot of combat experience, and knew Yanagisawa's fighting style even better. So directly close to the close combat, in the physical combat this piece, Lu Zhe how can be the young team's opponent. Most importantly, in a battle of this cutthroat nature, it was impossible for Lu Zhe's great killing move against the soul to be used. Moments later, Lu Zhe appeared in front of Suwon with a swollen nose. "Su-man, how did I do?" Yanagisawa asked as he rubbed the red, swollen right side of his face. Suwon smiled and gave a thumbs up. "As a sandbag, you clearly qualify." A question mark slowly rose from Yanagisawa's head, but before he could return to his senses, he saw the other party take out a pamphlet from his arms. This was dictated by Agent Suwon, who had written down some insights about the future Yanagisawa's cultivation of his own pupil arts. The future Lu Zhe, after realizing that Agent Suwon would be summoned by the past, would tell the other party as soon as he had any new epiphanies of his own. To make it easier to memorize, it's directly coded into a jingle. And after he completed his talent ascension with the power of the Fey Church, he was even more incomparably attached to this matter. Thus, out of all his comrades, Agent Suwon knew the most about Lu Zhe's cultivation senses. When Lu Zhe opened the pamphlet and saw that there was a systematic introduction to the use of pupil arts and related explanations on it, his eyes instantly went straight. He didn't even have time to clean up the dirt on his body from being punched, and he even ignored the injuries on his face. With that, sit down cross-legged and begin to study it carefully. Every line. What a classic. Every word on it touches him in a great way. Word for word. The creator of this booklet was like that legendary supreme sage who knew clearly every ill in him and understood all the problems in him. The tingling pain that arose 3 inches below his left eye when he utilized his pupil technique was documented on this. And even more so, there was a solution to it. Right now he felt that the beating had been worth it. If he could, he'd like to be beaten every day. Suwon said that he was a qualified sandbag, so it seemed that he needed to work hard in that direction in the future. Shouldn't a good sandbag be beaten every day? Morning wonders. It is possible to die at night. He suddenly had the most intuitive understanding of this statement. Why is this one suddenly so excited? Teen Yang asked suspiciously after lifting the energy boundary and walking over. Little things. Suwon turned his back to Teen Yang. I saw some of Teen Lu's epiphanies from the future, so I recorded them for his reference to ponder. Teen Yang. It's trivial? It's not. Even if you can divine the future and see through future information, you can also come directly from the future to see Yanagisawa's cultivation insights? He looked at Lu Zhe like this, and could not wait to burn incense and make a pilgrimage to the pamphlet in his hand as a genealogy. Obviously, the other party has gained a great deal on this. Ahem. Teen Yang coughed twice after returning to his senses. I wanted to ask, did you see my senses from the future? Saying that, Teen Yang was like a fly rubbing his hands together, his eyes revealing unrivaled anticipation. Yes. Suwon's face remained unchanged as he said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Teen Yang's face perked up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really? In that case, you can enter the state of epiphany yourself. Although he was no match for Lu Zhe when it came to sublimating his talent, he could not say the same in the aspect of attending to future senses. It was well known that one's cultivation talent was the strongest in Squad 112, when he himself was promoted to become a medium transcendent. Yanagisawa had only just been promoted to a lower transcendent not long ago. Therefore, he himself was bound to surpass Yanagisawa this time. You don't have much of a sense of the future. Suwon looked at Teen Yang and said in a deep voice. Teen Yang grinned. It's okay, concentration is the essence. Take a look. Yanagisawa's future epiphanies were compiled into a pamphlet, and even though he had only glanced at it himself, it was densely packed with content. Where's the real sense of the future? He had listened to a lecture from the headquarters supreme, and the other said that a single sentence was enough for true realization at certain times. A single sentence sometimes contains a richer store of knowledge than even a heavy dictionary. From this point of view, it also shows that the future itself is still strong. Your future sense of cultivation. I only see one sentence. Suwon said softly. Fighting, out of true knowledge. Teen Yang? What does that mean? That's it? No. He knows it's small, but it's too small. And what does that mean? So that he doesn't have to think too much and fight hard? Suwon looked at the dumbfounded Yang team and was somewhat helpless in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to say more. According to what Agent Suman had said, the future Yang team had left only this sentence. What does that make him say? Making it up on the spot? 392-0751. Chapter 22, There Are Still Masters? Nothing else? Yang team asked undeterred. Although expected to concentrate is the essence. But this is also peptide essence, right? In a word, less is a bit too much. And it's still the kind of thing where a glance at the words presses any multiple meanings or ambiguities. Nope. Suwon shook his head and said, although there were some surprises, but when he thought about it, it was reasonable for the future Yang team to do such things. Why? Teen Yang scratched his head, then hastily said, of course, I'm not questioning you. I just kind of don't understand. I'm on a team with Ryozawa. I'm still more talented than him. He's got so many senses. How come I'm just one word? After a moment of silence, Suwon said softly, the future I see is a future written by you yourselves. Teen Yang? This means that the future Yanagisawa has a lot of feelings. He, on the other hand, for reasons of his own, only sensed so much? Fighting out the truth. Does that mean your future is in combat? Sensei, just fight. Is that what it means? The bewilderment of the Yang team in your time period was predicted by Ryu's and I at the time. Not far away. Agent Suwon said helplessly. That's why I've advised Teen Yang more than once to write more epiphanies. If he doesn't want to write it, he says it's all right for me to write it. Either way, as long as it's an epiphany you've summarized for yourself. But Teen Yang doesn't think that's necessary at all, saying that judging from his experience, as long as there are a lot of battles, then all sorts of perceptions will naturally bless the mind. Someone else's sense. That's ultimately someone else's. Only what one realizes in battle, that truly belongs to oneself. Man, someone else? Is that what the future Yuns call their past selves? It's too clear a division, isn't it? The past self, not the self? It would only be a normal human reaction for future Yanagisawa to extract all of his senses to pave the way for his past self, trying to keep his past self from going down the wrong path and becoming stronger, right? The elderly Suwon and Agent Suwon would also categorize and summarize the various problems they encountered as they taught him to cultivate. After that, the detailed explanation begins. Since it is the future himself who is answering the questions and solving the problems, the other person is well aware of his point of confusion. Even the plausibility of certain parts is completely taken by the other side. There's no way around it. Maybe not about others, but definitely about yourself. This is a pretty rare situation for the Youngs. Indeed, after a long time, when Luo Yun, Zhao Feng, and the others completed their talent sublimation, one by one, they all walked out. Based on everyone's introductions of their own situations, Suwon also roughly understood Squad 112's current battle strength. Overall, this increase in battle power for Squad 112 is divided into 3 brackets. The first class was the likes of Lu Zhe, who had not only sublimated his talent, but had also broken through the transcendent rank, and had independently comprehended an attacking means on top of enhancing his physical body and soul. The second grade was the likes of Luo Yun and Zhao Feng, who, after their talents were sublimated, had more or less comprehended new means of releasing their transcendent talents while their physical bodies and souls were enhanced due to the new changes in their natural abilities. The third gear was the likes of Team Yang, with little change except for the enhancement of their physical bodies and souls. After all, the increase in the coverage of the energy boundary couldn't play too obvious a role for today's young team. Captain, my condolences. Zhao Feng walked to Team Yang and said with some pathos. Team Yang sniffed with a black line on his face. This was said as if he had a dead person in his family. However, after he hammered Zhao Feng a few times, he looked at the smiles on everyone's faces and was relieved. The future is not looking good for the entirety of their 112th squad, poisoned, blinded, buried in the mouths of beasts, critically injured and dying. Now that everyone's transcendent talent had changed drastically, then everyone's future endings would inevitably change as well. Granted, after the comparison, his own situation was a bit unique and left him a bit sour inside, but he couldn't have been happier inside with this overall good picture presented. What about you, boss? Zhao Feng turned his words around and asked out loud. We've all finished sublimating our talents. Are you going to start as well? Su Wen's face remained unchanged. I don't have the means to sublimate the transcendent talent. The moment these words came out, the faces of everyone around them changed, especially Team Yang, who was directly frozen in place by these words. Su Wen saw their sublimation formula from the future, mixed the potion and helped them with their sublimation. Results. Yourself without being able to perform a talent ascension? Is this the fabled, medical non-self-governance? In contrast to Su Wen, what is there to be unsatisfied with in oneself? Why don't I accompany you? Team Yang suddenly asked after a few moments of contemplation. He himself was a little lost inside because his increased change was not as good as his comrades around him, let alone Su Wen. So, he was worried that something was wrong with the other's inner emotions. You stay with me what? Su Wen lost his voice and opened his mouth to ask. Drinking is not necessary. Team Yang shook his head. I don't have much of a talent boost anyway. No way I'll vibrate the transcendent origin in my body and let my transcendent talent return to its original state. If your transcendent talent hasn't sublimated, I won't sublimate either and accompany you. What? Su Man, you're sick, aren't you? Isn't this message from the future meant to make everyone stronger here and thus change the misery of the future? You talent sublimation and then back to the initial state. Shelving this card bug? It's fine. Although I can't talent ascend, I have other ways to raise my battle power. Su Wen looked around and smiled. Team Yang sniffed and took a deep breath. You don't have to comfort us like this. You as the only person in the squad whose talent hasn't sublimated. It's only right that we should comfort you. You didn't get stronger, yet you're still allowed to comfort us. Then we're not human, are we? Su Man. It was so cerebral. He was speechless. From that point of view, Team Yang's head is spinning pretty fast, too. So how come you don't think about things in a normal direction? Yeah, boss, if you feel bad inside, how about you slap me a few times to cheer me up? Zhao Feng looked at Su Wen and said in a solemn tone. Su Man, and the masters? It seems that this 112th squad isn't Team Yang alone with clear brain circuits. Zhao Feng's brain circuits are also quite clear. Now he had reason to wonder if the clear-cut brain circuits had spread from Team Yang here. By the way, I see you were smiling quite a bit when you hammered Yanagisawa just now. Team Yang's words changed and suddenly said, why don't I beat up Yanagisawa after he finishes reading the pamphlet you gave him and finishes his studies? The crowd nodded in agreement. That's a fair point. If Team Yang beating up Team Ryu could put Suwon in a happy mood, then Team Ryu's beating was worth it. Just then, Luze exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, closed the pamphlet, and slowly got up from the ground. I benefited greatly from this reading. Thank you very much. Such a great favor. If there is any dispatch in the future, you may command as you please. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around them turned rather odd. The members of Squad 112 looked at me and I looked at you. Their expressions that were all quite wonderful. 39207144. Chapter 23, Hitting People in the Face. What's wrong? Yanagisawa couldn't help but touch his face when he noticed the strange stares from everyone. I don't think I have anything on my face. Do I? Team Young came over and intoned. You don't have anything on your face? But you're going to have something in a little while. Yanagisawa? What the hell? What happened during this time of immersive reading on your own? Why do I always feel that people are looking at him strangely? Well, you guys don't have to make my heart happy by punching Team Willow. I'm in a pretty good mood right now. Nothing to be upset about. Suwon waved his hand and spoke. Luze's gaze was stunned at his words. Through this simple sentence, he had already gotten a lot of information. The next moment, he looked at Team Yang and said, "Come on, I just had a feeling in my heart. Let's spar again." Since Suwon was in a bad mood, it was his duty to make him feel better. Most importantly, he had just finished reading the pamphlet, and his heart felt something, and he had a deeper sense of his various combos, especially against a melee supremacy like Team Yang. He had 9 ways in his mind to strike and suppress the opponent. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you this time. Team Yang looked at Yanagisawa with the look of don't worry, I've already thought about you. No, Luze snorted and laughed. If you can still beat me this time, count yourself out. Team Young? A question mark slowly rose from his head. I'm good? How dare you say something like that to provoke me? The beating you just took didn't convince this one? Or is it to play it real to make Su-man happy? And so, Team Yang and Ryu's opened a new fight again, surrounded by the crowd. Only this time, the battle was a bit out of the Young's league. Yanagisawa's application of the pupil technique was clearly on a higher level, and the little combo of confinement, hallucination, and attack beat the Young team at a loss. It seems that Team Ryu had the right idea. The increase in battle power brought about by the future pointing to the present is incomparably amazing. The corner of Agent Su-wen's mouth rose slightly as he watched the two engage. Su-wen asked in his mind, then who do you think will win this battle? It seems that you still don't know Team Young. Listening to Agent Su-man, the Youngs are going to win? But the situation on the battlefield right now, it's obvious that Yanagisawa has the upper hand. A long-range transcendent that plans and sets up well in advance can almost always overpower a melee transcendent. But unsurprisingly, accidents happen. With a burst of charging, Team Yang arrived in front of Yanagisawa. And Yanagisawa, after realizing that his defense was out of control, simply gave up on his perimeter defense and started attacking Team Young's big faces on all fronts. Team Yang is a man who specializes in hitting people in the face. Anyway, he's already been punched in the face, so how bad could it be? Nothing more than that. From a small piggy bank to a big piggy bank. On your own, it couldn't be worse. But Team Young's face is still good enough to let their fists play. The same median transcendent. If the face of Team Young didn't swell a bit after 2 fights, wouldn't he be too disgraced? Thinking of this, Luze directly shifted his offense and began to pump his face wildly in a non-defensive style. Put. Agent Su-wen hid a smile. This really fits Team Lu's fighting style. Next to him, Su-wen watched for a while before he began to follow Agent Su-wen's instructions to absorb and refine the Cloud Beast race's young lord's crystal core. Now that everyone's strength had progressed, it was time to advance your own. Buzz. A wave of energy rippled around them, followed by a cloud that appeared steeply around them. The instant it appeared, it enveloped Su-wen within. Zhao Feng and the others withdrew their gazes from watching the battle after noticing Su-wen's change, focusing their attention on watching over Su-wen's breakthrough. Even though he hadn't known Su-wen for long, so much had happened in the past few days. In particular, everyone was alarmed about their future tragic end, and alarm bells went off in their hearts when they learned the news of the existence of a mole in the top brass. Although they were not yet so suspicious that their comrades around them were traitors, the importance of Su-wen was known to everyone, so no amount of caution or vigilance is too much to ask. Yanagisawa frowned when he noticed the strange situation below. Captain, before the words were finished, Team Yang's fist had smashed into his face. In the next moment, Luze was blasted directly on top of the energy boundary. What did you just say? Team Young stopped where he was and opened his mouth to ask. Sorry, I just reacted. Yanagisawa, I think I was just transmitting from my mind, wasn't I? The voices go straight to your head. What are you doing here? Pretending you just heard them? Wasn't it just a little while ago during the battle that I used my pupil hallucinogenic ability to hit a little streak and make your precious lance have a close encounter with your ass? What's the point of having a personal vendetta? Ahem. Knowing he was in the wrong, Yang changed the subject and said, "What's going on down there? Let's go check it out." As soon as the words fell, Team Yang took a step and had already left the battlefield shrouded by the energy boundary. Lu Zhe looked at the energy boundaries around him that had not disappeared, and his best twitched slightly. Seeing that, Team Yang hated the way they just fought. If Team Yang messed with themselves again in the future, then they could continue to carry on the fighting spirit from earlier. Shoo! A blood-colored stream of light burst out from Lu Zhe's eyes, condensing into a needle the moment it was about to touch the energy boundary, transforming into a point, and directly bombarding on top of the energy boundary. After that, the moment the energy boundary shattered, he left from it with a big stride. What? Lu Zhe looked at Team Yang, who was standing in place, somewhat confused, and asked directly. Team Yang pointed at Su Wen, who was wrapped in clouds. Is this talent ascension? Yanagisawa observed for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. The visions produced when each person's talents sublimated were different. For example, his visions were blood pupils, and Team Yang's visions were nothing. Next to him, Zhao Feng couldn't help but say, this is definitely not sublimation. Confused, Yanagisawa asked, what makes you so sure? Because the boss just said that he can't talent ascend, and the captain knows this. Lu Zhe turned to look at Team Yang. Did Su Wen just say that? Team Yang nodded and said it. Yanagisawa, they've already talked about it, so why are you still here asking for chicken feathers? Just then, an outrageous thought flashed through Lu Zhe's mind. I was just finishing up my studies when you guys said you were going to beat me up to make Su Man happy. At that time, my head was a bit confused, and I didn't know what the situation was, thinking that I could make Su Wen happy, so I agreed to do it first. Now that I'm free, can someone explain to me what this is all about? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and fell into a weird silence. What's that supposed to mean? Team Yang, you're not giving an explanation? Yanagisawa stared at Team Yang, his eyebrows furiously throbbing. He knew this atmosphere in the team all too well. The moon today, it's so full. Team Yang picked up the teacup next to him and looked up at the dark cloudy sky and said, Yanagisawa, 39207878. Chapter 24, Natural Detectors. Will you stop talking like me? Yanagisawa pointed to the darkened sky outside. I can make a moon image in the sky. Can you? If you can, then I won't say anything. Yang team thought for a moment, then took a piece of paper from the table and wrote the word moon in large letters. Then, he constructed a three-dimensional energy boundary on the outside, framing the sheet of paper with the two big words of the moon in the air. Since the night was pitch black, he purposely mobilized the soul energy in his body to change the color of this moon floating in the air. Look! Team Yang turned to look at Yanagisawa and smiled. Isn't this what the moon is all about? Yanagisawa? This moon you've built, it's too abstract, isn't it? After noticing the look in Lu Zhe's eyes, Yang team directly said, no need to look at me with that kind of look, just tell me if it's the moon or not, right? Yanagisawa, the moon you built yourself, that's a holographic projection, an authentic moon that can completely bluff ordinary people. What the hell is this? The word moon? Who are you kidding? Immediately, Lu Zhe took a deep breath and didn't bother with Team Yang after suppressing the speechlessness inside. Either way, it was a fun day. So the 2 beatings I got today are just for the whole living funny. After all, people are more than a little depressed inside when they first hear about the tragic future. A little bit of fun and joy might wash away some of the depression inside everyone. After a long time, when the clouds surrounding Su Wen began to dissipate, everyone's eyes lit up, because they all knew that Su Man was over. When the clouds completely dissipated, the Su Wen that the crowd was expecting did not appear, and a handsome cloud beast with a lofty appearance appeared in the middle of everyone's field of vision. Buzz! An energy fluctuation flashed by, and then a sturdy energy boundary enveloped the suddenly appearing cloud beast. What are you doing? Lu Zhe's face was horrified when he saw this scene. In the next moment, without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Team Yang directly out. The vision disappeared. Su Wen was gone, but a cloud beast appeared. In conjunction with that cloud beast race young lord they had exterminated. This matter was already obvious. This is clearly a change in Su Man, right? As a result, as soon as Su Wen appeared, the simpleton directly enveloped him with an energy boundary. What is this? Finish each other off? What are you hitting me for? Team Yang covered his face and climbed up from the ground, saying without a trace of anger, you don't think I'm going to make a move on Su Wen, do you? These words directly caused Lu Zhe to freeze in place. You didn't intend to make a move on Su Wen. Why did you create an energy boundary to seal him off? Captain, so what are you doing this for? Next to him, Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask. Team Yang looked helpless. Aren't I worried that you guys will treat Su Wen as a cloud beast and then attack each other? Crowd. This worry of yours is not necessary. As long as you don't attack with your hands, other people will almost never do this. I knew something was going to come up when you came out. Agent Su Wen's body swayed and directly floated out of the energy boundary. Sure enough, in the aspect of surprising people, Team Yang never disappoints. Su Man. Not to mention, he had just finished refining the Cloud Beast Young Lord core and changed into the Cloud Beast posture when he opened his eyes. He was trapped by Team Yang's energy boundary, not to mention Lu Zhe and the others. Even he was a little panicked in his heart. His future self was really right. With these godly maneuvers of Team Yang, he really wasn't suitable to enter the Fey Church for infiltration work. That said, you're surprisingly unaffected by the knot? Su Wen's words changed, asking directly in his mind. After Agent Su Wen shuttled back and forth through the spatial boundary a few times, he said softly, perhaps it's because I don't belong to your time and space. I come from one of your futures, and if it weren't for your existence, I wouldn't exist at all. Of course, it may be that I will exist because of our specialness, but since no one can see me and communicate with me, then naturally I will be non-existent as far as this world is concerned. Since it doesn't exist, everything over here naturally can't affect me. Across the room, Su Wen pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, then wouldn't you be my natural scout, Agent Su Man? A question mark slowly rose from his head. I'm a dead man. A man with only the remnants of his soul left, and you're going to use me like this? You be a human being. This is my past self. So that's still a great mindset to have. Take full advantage of all the favorable resources around you. Fully draw on all the help. This kind of thinking is the first qualification of a leader. In the future, if you travel to the realm of the Fey Beasts or go to the secret realm to explore, you'll go around and take a look at the situation. After Su Wen resumed his original form, he mused, the two of us share the same mind, so in the various actions in the future, I'll directly have one more good helper. Agent Su Wen sniffed directly and said, then, when you run into an enemy you can't defeat, should I try to use what's left of my soul power to interfere? It's okay to try. I'm not sure about the other way, but self-destructing should be able to cause that much of an impact across time and space. In that case, it's kind of our base card. Agent Su Wen laughed dumbly, then looked at his younger self in front of him, his eyes flashing with an unspeakable emotion. If he had given his life for someone else, perhaps he would not have been so willing. But if it's yourself, there's nothing more to say. To be able to come across time and space when he himself was dead through, and to help his past self at the end to wield the final sword that cut into his enemy. This was already something that no one else would dare to dream of. Are you okay? Just then, Yanagisawa came over and asked softly. It's okay. Su Wen spoke up. Other than being a bit scary at first, everything else is fine. Team Yang sniffed and scratched his head. Why don't you beat me up? Su Wen waved his hand and said, I don't need to. If you really want to get beaten up, let Team Lu beat you up. Yanagisawa. This one will do. The wind and water take turns. Thinking about it, Lu Zhe cracked a grin towards Team Yang, the smile on his face incomparably radiant. Team Yang. Looking at that smile on Ryu's face, he inexplicably felt a little pain in his ass. What's with this guy's devious fighting style? Stabbing your ass with a lance, and with your own lance at that, is something a human being can do? Boss, this thing, I feel like Team Willow isn't doing a very convenient job. I could have come to help. Zhao Feng raised his right hand and said with an excited expression. As soon as these words came out, each of the other members of Squad 112 jumped into action. During the time they joined the squad, they were more or less trained by Team Yang in order to develop their combat literacy. Now that there is such an opportunity to beat up Team Yang under orders, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste not to take advantage of it? Team Yang? I can see that my own subordinates all have a heart in their hearts to beat themselves up. That's good. Looks like we'll have to find an opportunity to train again later. 39207675. Chapter 25, Suddenly Enlightened? There was an air of merriment in the air amidst some cockamamie hullabaloo. After that, Su Wen began to use the remaining battle credits from Yang's team loan to tailor the most suitable growth program for everyone in Squad 112. Agent Su Wen had fought with them for so many years in the future and knew them very well, especially when everyone knew that Agent Su Wen was able to travel back in time to perform temporal interference. One by one, they were all very active in cooperating. Except, of course, for the Youngs. As the strongest person in Squad 112, Team Yang really didn't have any obvious shortcomings to fill at the moment. The heavenly treasures that Team Yang desperately needed, they couldn't afford them at the moment, so they could only wait until they harvested back from the secret realm on the side of the Fey Church before customizing high-quality weaponry for Team Yang. So, I'm the main backer, and all the gear on you guys has been updated, and I'm the only one who hasn't changed anything? Teen Young looked around, bewildered. How does this situation? How does it sound a little off? You can't say that. I'm still adding you have new gear. Suwon smiled and said, I bought you 10 piles of the newly developed Vajra rune seals from the Transcendentist headquarters. Teen Young, Vajra seal? Isn't that the beaten seal? Don't worry. I know a little bit about rune seals, so a slight alteration will increase the power of this Vajra rune seal by several times. Suwon's face remained unchanged as he continued. So don't worry. What you have on you is no less than anyone else. Teen Yang was slightly stunned at his words. Divining future information and also divining changes in the runes? Oh, my god. Then can we improve the Divine Wind Talisman Seal, Teleportation Talisman Seal, and so on, as well? Of course, the idea was only in his head for a moment, not out loud. After all, he still had a bit of basic knowledge, and if Suwon was good at it, then he would naturally say so. If the other side won't, it's useless to mention it on your side. Captain, the pattern is small. Next to him, Zhao Feng looked at the new spirit boots on his feet and grinned. Even though I don't know what Boss is up to, Boss is definitely going to do something dangerous by letting you loan over to upgrade your equipment. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. If we come back alive, then we will have a great harvest. If you die out there, does it matter if you have a loan on you or not? Is it hard to believe that the Transcendent headquarters will still send strong people to bring you back to life and then let you continue to pay your debt? Speaking here, Zhao Feng paused, then said, Right, why didn't I think of this before? That's a brilliant idea. Captain, do you think that if we owe the Transcendent headquarters a huge amount of battle merit, then if we have the means to resurrect in the future, will the headquarters prioritize us? Hearing this, Teen Yon lowered his head and fell into thought. That's a thought. It kind of makes sense, but he had heard that there were some Transcendents of the Mystic Department over at the headquarters, so perhaps they really did possess the ability to resurrect others. On the opposite side, Lu Zhe looked at this crouching dragon phoenix sage thinking seriously about this matter, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching up. What are these guys thinking? Let's not talk about how they can loan out war credits that would make even HQ's flesh hurt with this current strength. Even if they really had the ability to resurrect people like this, the headquarters also prioritized fallen top powerhouses or heroic figures who had made great contributions to the country. Of course, there is the other possibility of resurrecting the current people in power. In any case, the heavily indebted first negative will certainly not be given a chance, not even a chance at all. But he didn't say anything. The dream is always to have it. If Teen Yang could really borrow millions or even tens of millions of battle credits from the headquarters side, then he wouldn't mind. For him at the moment, is there any difference between carrying 50,000 war credits and carrying 5 million? Couldn't afford it anyway. Teen Yang, during this period of time the others will do their own thing. Cultivate when they should cultivate and patrol when they should patrol. Suwon turned his words around and spoke. Your task is to publish a new article every 5 days. Until, that is, it draws a great deal of attention from the Office of Research and Development. Teen Yang nodded solemnly at his words, then asked, which kind of importance is considered eligible? Suwon thought for a moment and spoke. At the very least, we must draw the attention of the R&D office's commander, right? And what if someone from the R&D office calls me and asks me to travel to the Empire? You're a Transcendent squad leader. You have the responsibility of holding down a side, so as long as there's no formal transfer order coming down, you don't have to write it out. Got it. Teen Yang gave an okay gesture, and immediately afterward began to contact his comrades. After getting the private email of Xiao Luo, the commander of the Research and Development Office, he sent the first article arranged by Suwon directly through the Transcendence internal network. There were things that he didn't understand, but it didn't matter. Just do it straight away. A magical being like Suwon who could recklessly divine the future, even seeing through future articles and the modification of a future talisman, it was always right for one to listen to him. Meanwhile, the R&D office. Xiao Luo sat behind his office with a frown on his face. Recently, the research progress of several mainstream Gongfu research groups under his name had come to a standstill, and one of the choices in the direction of research of today's cultivation techniques has become an important dilemma troubling him. In any study, choice is far greater than effort. If the direction chosen is wrong, then years of research effort and national investment will go down the drain. Therefore, every direction of mainstream Gongfu research in melee combat needs to be taken with caution. Reporting to the commander, someone has dropped a cultivation theory article into your private mailbox. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in Xiao Luo's mind. This caused him to frown, but he knew that his assistant had been promoted through layers of screening and would not be without a purpose. If it's a poor article, even if it's sent to one's private email, the assistant won't make a point of bothering him or her. So he pulled up the article and started flipping through it. At the sight of the article's title, His eyes flickered and some interest showed in his eyes. By the time the first few paragraphs had been read, his expression had frozen. For some reason, he always felt that this article brought him an extremely familiar feeling, as if there is a mysterious existence in the underworld insight into their own difficulties today. Especially these things point out to answer their own questions and solve the problem in general. This article is a lot of things, but every paragraph opens itself up. There is not a single word that is superfluous nonsense. A few moments later, when Xiao Luo had carefully studied it many times, he violently rose from his seat. Then he dialed the red phone directly on his desk. Now! Immediately! Now! Pull up the information on the contributors just now. In the meantime, make arrangements for me. I'm going to head to the other side settlement. This matter concerns the future development of the country and cannot be delayed in the slightest. It didn't take long for all the information about Captain 112 to appear on Xiao Luo's office. When Xiao Luo looked at the life story of Team Yang in front of him, as well as the various evaluations of him by the Transcendental's headquarters, he frowned and fell into deep doubt. A person who can't memorize all the theories of cultivation can write such wordy articles? Is it difficult that the other party has suddenly become enlightened after taking some kind of heavenly material? Evolved? 39207940. Chapter 26. The Fine Legacy of the Research and Development Department. No matter what, I'm going to see this scientific genius with my own eyes. A rush of urgency surged in Xiao Luo's heart. He wanted to see the other party immediately now. There was no way around it. Who made every word said in that article seem as if he had written it to answer all the doubts within him. Most importantly, that conjecture presented at the end of the article and some kind of future development trend chose to break the chapter at the most wonderful place stuck in the text. Stuck in his mind is not up and down. Very difficult. According to his research experience over the years, when the author of this article leaves a suspenseful question in this way, it means that the other party already has an answer within his heart. Commander, there are 9 other meetings this morning that you need to attend in person. Next to him, the secretary gently reminded. These 9 meetings involve the levy office and the survey office. The weight is very high. It's not good to back out. You are perfectly capable of sending the other party to meet you at the imperial capital with a transfer order. Xiao Luo glanced at the secretary. Are these words for you to say? At these words, the secretary blushed. Xiao Luo did not pay attention to this former secretary who was about to be transferred out of the R&D office. He had studied numerous articles throughout his life, and his extraordinary talent was even more related to research. He couldn't say anything else, but he could definitely guess roughly what kind of person the author of the article was by the arrangement of the sentences on the article. And this article, after he read it, had a general outline within him. It was the end of the world. The other self, a true confidant, thinking differently. One pitches such an article. That one would definitely want to win the attention of the top brass. Therefore, going over there yourself is the best explanation. And when Xiao Luo rode the teleportation spell and came directly from the imperial capital to Jiang City and personally came to Residence 112, he directly stunned everyone. I didn't expect this one to come over in person. Agent Su Wen floated in front of Xiao Luo and lamented. It seems that I still somewhat underestimated the appeal of this article. In the back, Su Wen asked in his mind, this wasn't what you expected? Agent Su Wen was stunned. It's a bit unexpected. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked Tin Yang to post an article every few days to draw attention to it. You're such a rookie. Having all that information about the future didn't even anticipate this. He was at least the commander of the R&D office, one of the absolute top echelons of Huaxia. Although one has contact with the other in the future, one does not particularly know the other. Furthermore, thinking about things from the standpoint of the next few decades, one naturally wouldn't think that the article posted by Xiao Luo was all that important. After all, one has hundreds of articles like this one in one's head. It's not a problem to get thousands of articles if you really dig in. He was trying to use this article to fish for the attention of the R&D office, but also did not expect just the beginning of an article directly fishing for the R&D office. Boss, you're the captain of Squad 112. Yang Duan, right? Xiao Luo walked over and shook the other party's hand, introducing himself enthusiastically. After that, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to start asking questions about the various standpoints of that article, and every question he asked was answered by the Youngs, who had reviewed them in advance, in dripping detail. There wasn't any problem with this way of answering, but it happened to be the case that made Xiao Luo suspicious inside. To be honest, the other person didn't give him the feeling of being the author of the article, but more like a researcher who had been studying the article for many years. That feeling of being energized and inspired when researching is not something that can be created in such a moderate way. Thinking about it, Xiao Luo suddenly asked, Yang Chen, I'm curious, you didn't know much about cultivation theories before. How did you write such a sophisticated and incisive article this time? Yang Chen didn't even think about it and directly said, dreamed about it. Xiao Luo? A question mark slowly rose from his head. What kind of answer is that? How was this answer from the other side so unexpected? Before having this dream, did you encounter anything special or take any special heavenly materials? Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged as he continued to ask. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen spoke. There really is one thing. When these words came out, Xiao Luo's eyes lit up. If such a superb article could be created because of one thing, then he would now order everyone in the R&D office to do it. If it was because of the influence of the specialties within a certain Fey Beast Gate, then he would submit a request to the chief administrator to have the army of the Conquest office move out. And even if there were heavy deaths and injuries, he would still be able to take down this Fey Beast Gate. You say? Xiao Luo's eyes flashed with a stream of light as he spoke. He used a secret soul technique that could accurately determine whether the other party was lying or not. It didn't help that he instinctively felt that it wasn't the reckless man with biceps all over his profile in front of him who had written that article. But if one side judges that the other side is not lying, and that what is said is correct, then one must keep every word that the other side says next in one's mind. I got stabbed in the ass by my teammate, with a long gun. Xiao Luo raised his head, his eyes staring at Yang Chen in a daze. That one sentence directly ate his brain down. He didn't understand how exactly this superb article was connected to the act of stabbing his ass with a long gun. It's not logical. Why? Not far away. Agent Su Wen couldn't help but burst out laughing as he watched the scene. Not bad for Teen Yang. Thinking sky high. Very abstract. A few words directly dry humping the R&D office commander. This honor would definitely go down in history if it was publicized. Next to him, Su Wen suddenly asked. I was just wondering if this R&D office commander would believe Teen Yang's bull asterisk. Agent Su Wen thought about it and nodded. There's a good chance he'll believe it. And after believing? Then what else? The whole R&D office. Get together sometime and stab your asses with a gun. It's a spooky image to think about. The young team's ability to pull this crap once again refreshed his three views. Wouldn't those fellows tear Teen Yang apart if they knew about this? But if you think about it, with us behind the scenes as the article output, there's a real chance that this ass-stabbing act could be passed down in the R&D office. After a moment of silence, Agent Su Wen suddenly said, even though everyone thinks this activity is outrageous and without any logic, but the young team that came up with this campaign has been able to write a breathtaking piece of content every few days. Doesn't that drive those card progress researchers crazy? Speaking here, Agent Su Wen paused, and then said, but it doesn't matter. There is only a thin line between genius and madness. That's a pretty crazy operation by Teen Yang. As far as those fellows are concerned, as long as the youngs can output a steady stream of articles, then the fellows will just think they're not stabbing at it. Just thinking about it, it's a bit of a gruesome image. Su Man. Indeed. It's sick to think about. This is the kind of ground that makes perverts feel perverted. 39207816. Chapter 27, Shock from the Future. Yang Chen, I'm now inviting you, as the commander of the R&D office, to join our R&D office. Xiao Luo pondered for a moment before getting up and saying, as long as you join, I can promise you that I'll let you general lead in national research when you come here. And there's no upper limit on funding. A whole range of facilities. If you ask, as long as they are available, then I'll be responsible for shipping them over for you. After saying this, Xiao Luo paused, then solemnly said, I can also promise you that if you come up with 2 more, in the next 3 years, come up with 2 more articles of this caliber, and I can promise you the position of vice commander of the R&D office. This promise is valid for life as long as I remain in the position of commander. Just now, judging by his secret soul technique, what Yang Chen said was true. What was dreamed before should be nonsense. But regardless of how the other party did it, as long as he could produce articles that crossed generations, as long as he could have a seminal impact on the contemporary cultivation system, then he would be willing to accept and cultivate the other party. Even if the other party blossomed brightly enough, he didn't mind stepping aside. Of course, regarding the matter of stabbing his ass with a gun that Yang Chen had just said, he felt that he had to think carefully for a while. If this method could really improve the efficiency of research and even allow the Chinese cultivation system to undergo cross-generation development, then even if this activity was shameful and unattractive to the eyes, he would still do his best to promote it. He was not only going to promote it in the Research and Development Office, he was going to promote it down in the other departments of the Transcendental's headquarters, and even the Transcendent Science and Technology Department. I'm sure the Chief Minister will be on his side when he finds out about this. It couldn't be helped that the Gate of the Fae had been manifesting more and more frequently recently, especially the large Fae gates, which had rioted one after another, had increased the pressure on the Transcendental's headquarters side, so any approach, they are willing to try. Even if this solution sounds so evil and is so difficult to implement, but as long as it works, it is an objective law of the world's existence, and that needs no explanation. Really? Tin Yang looked at Xiao Luo and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Luo smiled faintly. Naturally, I'm not so bad as to deceive you about this kind of thing. Tin Yang sniffed out. Then if I come up with 2 articles of the same level now, won't I just become the vice commander of the Research and Development Office? Xiao Luo? It's not. Do you really think that this kind of cross-generational article, a classic in the cultivation system, is something you can write just because you want to? He had seen many scientific geniuses who became famous at a young age and thought they could make great strides in the future, but as time passed, they could not even cross over to their young selves. But when you think about it, it's understandable. After all, at around 30 years of age, having such an understanding of the cultivation system, it was only normal to have a bit of arrogance in one's heart. As long as one is a genius, how can one not have pride? Then could you please recuse yourself? Tin Yang took a deep breath and asked directly. Crowd. Brother, what are you doing? The commander of the R&D office came to you for questioning, and now that it's not over, you're making the other side recuse themselves. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Okay, you talk it over with your teammates. Xiao Luo smiled and said, no matter what choice you make, the R&D office and I will always be your strong backing. After saying these words, Xiao Luo's gaze swept over everyone in Squad 112. In the next moment, he turned around and disappeared into thin air. Special Agent Su Wen couldn't help but cover his face with his hands when he saw the scene. Done. With these words, Tin Yang directly shifted Xiao Luo's attention from the individual to the squad as a whole. Hurry! Right at this moment, Agent Su Wen's face changed and he hurriedly said, Tin Yang is going to cast an energy boundary. Quickly go interrupt him. From Tin Yang's behavioral habits and precasting shakes, that directly judged what Tin Yang was going to do next. When Su Wen heard this, he directly took a big step forward and slapped Tin Yang on the head. At the same time, the energy boundary that was just about to rise quickly converged. What are you hitting me for? Tin Yang asked, rubbing the back of his head with a confused look on his face. Su Wen asked breathlessly, what were you going to do just now? Tin Yang looked around and spoke. Set up an energy shield just in case. Su Man. Under normal circumstances, the R&D office commander would not eavesdrop on their side of things, but if Tin Yang applied an energy boundary to cover the surrounding area, then even if the other party didn't intend to look at it, then they would still look at it twice more, right? Isn't that pure and simple? Well, let's leave the matter at that. Su Wen turned his words around and opened his mouth to ask, what are you trying to do by letting Commander Xiao leave? Tin Yang rubbed his hands together when he heard this and smiled heatedly. Didn't Commander Xiao say that as long as we come up with 2 more articles, he'll make me the vice commander? What do people think about this? Shall we? The latter words were not said by Tin Yang, but everyone knew what they meant. The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched slightly. This matter? Couldn't you agree to the other party's conditions first and then ask after they left? Just take it. Agent Su Wen floated beside him and suddenly said, I still know more about Xiao Luo's character. I had Tin Yang publish the article in the first place to attract Xiao Luo's attention. Take me as an example. I joined the Church of Fei at the time and orchestrated so many infamous incidents. The famous traitorous insider of China. But after realizing that I have an extraordinary research on the cultivation system, Xiao Luo still rescued me from death row and appointed me as the head of the research team. And after I took out various research results, Xiao Luo even spared no effort to fulfill my conditions and fish for me. Even after those hawks from the Conquest office heard that I was here, they successively sent people to look for trouble, all of which were stopped by Xiao Luo. I remember. In order to bail me out, Xiao Luo even invited the Generalissimo. So as long as Tin Yang draws Xiao Luo's focus, then our plan can unfold smoothly. And even in the future, pulling Xiao Luo into the fold might also be possible. Originally I thought, take your time. There's no hurry in this matter. Let Tin Yang go in first. Take the future theoretical articles to improve their status. And in the meantime, get the cultivation resources to improve their cultivation. Speaking here, Agent Su Wen paused. However, I didn't expect that Xiao Luo, the hallowed commander of the R&D office, would personally come over and make such conditions. Since we're going to do it, we have to subdue Xiao Luo once and for all. And don't take 2 articles. Directly the reform of the cultivation system gets to the prototype of the breathing method, these dozens of articles. All out to him. Show the other side properly what it means to be shocked from the future. After carefully conferring with Agent Su Wen and determining the relevant details and what to say next, Su Wen organized the dozens of articles. And with his move, he caught everyone's attention. After knowing Su Wen's idea, everyone also felt that there was no problem. Su Wen could divine the future, and as long as he could ascertain that Xiao Luo, the R&D office commander, was not a mole and belonged to the group that could be trusted, then this would actually be harmless. Young team, this person. That is simply unreliable to a certain realm. There are a lot of holes. Of course, in the beginning, it sort of bluffed Xiao Luo. What's that saying? It's not a loophole as long as it's covered in loopholes. With that, when they were ready, Team Yang went and invited Xiao Luo in. It seems that you have. Xiao Luo walked into the room, looked at Team Yang and said with a smile, halfway through his sentence, his breath hitched, because he saw dozens of fresh articles laid out on the table in front of him, and the content of the headlines above those articles made him feel like his head was going to explode just by looking at them. A revolutionary theory of the future cultivation system. They are still in the midst of research, and are even wrestling with the state of choice possible. On top of these titles, he had already found the answer. 39207457. Chapter 28, Too Much Eye Candy. Xiao Luo's gaze was completely attracted by the article in front of him. Everyone and everything outside of the article were all ignored by him at this moment. His face reddened with excitement as he flipped through the article. Along with his eyes glowing, the speed at which he flipped through the articles increased. And with each article he flipped through, the smile on his face became more excited, the gleam in his eyes more exuberant. What he has in his hands nowadays is not an article theory. This is the future of China. Once these articles were released, he could guarantee that they would directly push forward the research on cultivation systems in China today by more than 10 years. It didn't take long for Xiao Luo to go through all the articles. After that, he silently turned around and swept his gaze over everyone in Squad 112. The next moment, he raised his right hand. Buzz! A light rose from the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of isolation boundaries enveloped the entire neighborhood. If at first there was only some speculation, now, I have understood your concerns. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and spoke. You guys don't need to follow me to the R&D office. The office environment here is quite good. Everything, without words, without explanation. I understand. After saying this, Xiao Luo paused, then said, for your choices, I've said from just now, no matter what, I support them. I'll take care of the posting of the article and the subsequent reward issues. I'll make the arrangements. You don't have to worry. From the time he saw the dozens of articles and understood the various theoretical messages expressed in this transgressive collection of articles, he already had a suspicion within him. Unsurprisingly, Yang Duan, the leader of Squad 112, should be the shield placed in the open by that true scientific research heavenly pride to draw fire. The real authors of these articles are hidden amongst this squad or tucked away behind the scenes. The reason for this was also clear to him. The infiltration of the Fey Horde was pervasive, and there were also a large number of spies and traitors among the Transcendent headquarters. So this practice of hiding on the other side, he completely understood, and he felt that such a scientific research heavenly pride had such vigilance. And after knowing the significance and value of this batch of articles, he was not mesmerized by his own natural ability, and his mind did not drift, but was very stable anyway. This, heavenly good. If that's the case, what's the harm in him going along with it? What are you going to do when you get back? Just then, Lu Zhe suddenly asked. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Zhe and said with a smile, the first thing I'm going to do when I go back this time, I'm going to implement the matter of the lance stabbing my ass, and make it a mandatory yearly inspirational lesson for all the personnel of the R&D office. The second thing is to start building momentum for the future position of Yang Chen as the R&D office's vice commander. What do you think? Lu Zhe's eyes twitched as he sniffed and said softly, you are the commander of the R&D office. This matter is not for me, an outsider, to interject. Xiao Luo laughed dumbly, then didn't say anything else. Next to him, Tin Yang looked at the conversation between the two, confused. Why are these two talking about this? If his own words just now bluffed Xiao Luo, wouldn't it be normal to promote the act of stabbing asses? And his own position as vice commander, wasn't that something Su Wen had earned for himself? Do you have to repeat yourself like that? For the overall atmosphere of your Squad 112, I think it's pretty good. Xiao Luo looked around and said softly, in that case, I have a son or nephew in my family who hasn't joined the Transcendent Squad yet. How about letting him join your Squad 112? Lu Zhe walked in front of Team Yang, raised his eyebrows and gave a wink before speaking. This is not something I can make a decision on. You'll have to ask Team Yang about this matter. It could be seen that this Commander Xiao was a smart person. Knowing the importance of these future articles, the first thing I wanted to do was to arrange for trusted bodyguards to come in. For this kind of big man to step in, it's a good thing either way. On the one hand, Su Wen can observe the future. Since Su Wen had taken these articles out in front of Xiao Luo, it meant that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Luo as a person himself, even if the other side pushed over a stranger. Weren't they strangers to Su Wen a few days ago? In front of a transcendent who could observe the future, it was still easy to distinguish whether it was an enemy or a friend. On the other hand, with Commander Xiao sheltering them, all of their futures would change drastically. At least the high-level insiders at Transcendental's HQ can't use their power over people anymore, right? If you really can't refuse, then find Commander Xiao to settle the matter. With his lofty position as the commander of the R&D office, wouldn't it be easy to shelter this squad of transcendents of theirs? Therefore, he felt that this man could come in. No, the moment Team Young opened their mouths, they made everyone confused. Our squad 112 is now full and there are no more places available. We have so many transcendent squads in China. Why don't you change one? Yanagisawa, brother, I gave you the wink to agree, not to say no. And that's a bit of an outrageous rebuff, isn't it? Places are full? Talking about the quota in front of a commander. Do you believe that tonight the Transcendent headquarters will come out with a document about the reform of the Transcendent squad quota? Team Yang also raised an eyebrow after noticing Lu Zhe's gaze. What? Didn't you just tell me to say no? Yanagisawa. It seemed that Suwon had been right before. And in the future, this captain would still have to be himself. The Young team will act as a battle output, and will just be in the front in future fights. I'll take care of the quota. Xiao Luo smiled, waved his hand and said, alright, this matter is settled. In a moment, that son or nephew of mine will come and report. After saying these words, Xiao Luo turned around and left. He could see the situation with Team Yang's character now, so he didn't want to stay here and waste time. The man's brain is indeed quite clear and makes you want to laugh a little. Of course, he was open-minded and not so angry over such a trivial matter. But in the future, after Yang Chen came over to serve as the vice commander, he would have to sharpen the other party, so that the other party could enrich his life experience within the Transcendental's headquarters. The situation of Squad 112, who is the real heavenly pride? It's too obvious, okay? In the air, Xiao Luo was somewhat helpless in his heart after turning over the information of everyone in the team. Almost instantly, he locked his gaze on Su Wen. Just take this detailed information out and anyone in their right mind, then they can make that judgment. No way. It's too solid. Before Su Wen had come, Squad 112 belonged to a very ordinary batch amongst the entire Chinese Transcendent sequence. Although Yang Chen's cultivation talent was still okay, but with the large number of Transcendents throughout China, this kind of qualification could only be said to be very common, right? But after Su Wen arrived, Squad 112 did a lot of out-of-the-ordinary things. For example, go for a promotion program loan. Then, for example, Young Dust publishes a classic article theory to attract his attention. 39207380. Chapter 29. Xiao Luo is not suspected. No matter what, such a heavenly pride deserves my attention. Since you want to hide, I'll help you. Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged, and he immediately began to mobilize the exclusive power of the R&D office's commander and began to help Su Wen with his all-round concealment. Ordinary personnel, ordinary squad. Even during this hiding process, the tens of thousands of battle merits that Squad 112 owed to the Transcendence headquarters were incidentally paid back by Xiao Luo. For other Transcendents, tens of thousands of battle credits was a huge amount of money. But to him, it was just ordinary. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that people are coming up with these articles is enough to get tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in oversized war chests. And not long after Xiao Luo left, a transfer order paperwork was sent from the Transcendence headquarters to Squad 112, transferring Xiao Tian, Squad 042, into Squad 112 as vice captain. The new team member, Xiao Tian, arrived almost at the same time as this transfer order paperwork. It was only when everyone saw Xiao Tian's looks that their faces were confused. You, Commander Xiao? Yanagisawa looked at the visitor and asked uncertainly. Xiao Luo waved his hand. I'm not. I'm a descendant of Commander Zhao's family. Yanagisawa, brother, if you're coming here in disguise, you should at least change your appearance, right? Just come over with your face unchanged, your height unchanged, and it's a total cutie pie. It's just fooling around. Hello Su Man. Xiao Luo walked straight over and pulled out a gift box from his arms. Before I came, the elders of my family asked to bring you a gift. A shabby gift. I hope you don't mind. Not far away, Agent Su Wen said directly. Don't think about it, take it. Exposed is exposed. For Commander Xiao, our undisguised background panel. How good is it to check? And you don't have to panic. You're not me. As a newly awakened Transcendent, and a Transcendent with exceptional talent that can even affect a country's fortune, you should have been treated with such courtesy. Speaking here, Agent Su Wen paused, then laughed at himself. Think about it, I'm a big trader who can get that kind of treatment. Isn't it normal for you to be valued like that? Su Man, how's that for putting the word arch-trader in your mouth? Move it, say it. It seems like the future himself really cares about his traitorous status. After that, Su Wen did not move to accept this gift and then expressed his gratitude to the giver. You're smart. Xiao Luo looked at Su Wen and said with a smile, talking to a smart person just puts one in a pleasant mood. When he finished, he glanced at Team Young. Team Young, what do you mean? Why are you looking at me after that? Aren't I smart? If I wasn't smart, could I bluff your family forefathers with a few words? However, this last sentence, he felt that it was not appropriate for him to say it in front of Commander Zhao's family juniors. It was not too good. This gift, it's an air-breaking positioning teleportation talisman seal. Xiao Luo turned his words around and spoke. In the future, if you encounter a danger to your life, then there is no need to hesitate and directly activate this talisman seal. This talisman seal possesses the efficacy to break spatial confinement and precisely locate teleportation. Across the room, Su Wen looked at the purple talisman seal in his hand and asked softly, positioning teleportation? Xiao Luo smiled faintly. Yes, it will teleport you to a well-known place. Transcendent headquarters? Yes and no. That? Chief of Staff. Su Wen's face was stunned. Directly teleporting to the main office center? It is, indeed, a well-known place. Next to him, Agent Su Wen's face was also wonderful. Who is he? The famous great traitor, the head of the mole who was hunted for miles by the Transcendental's headquarters. But now, his past had been gifted with a high-end talisman like this, capable of teleporting directly to the main office? This teleportation location is really safe. Even if the enemy was very powerful and had the ability to track teleportation, it was hard to believe that they would still dare to come here and kill people. If he was teleported here and still got killed, then the Transcendental's headquarters would probably exist in name only. All in all, it's definitely a distinction that is only bestowed upon the true self. Now, he has a past as a great traitor? The thought of it was a complicated one. Ask Shalo, does the chief minister know about us too? Agent Su Wen was silent for a moment before suddenly asking. Facing Su Wen's question, Xiao Luo shook his head slightly. The Generalissimo is so busy, he doesn't know about it yet. After saying these words, Xiao Luo paused, then said, whenever you think of it, you can go talk to him yourself. Agent Su Wen nodded slightly as he listened. I'm relieved that the chief doesn't know. Su Wen's heart thumped at the words, and he hurriedly asked in his mind, what do you mean by that? The chief administrator has also been infiltrated? This would be a heavenly collapse opening if the chief was also infiltrated by the Fae and defected to the Fae side. What else is there to play? How else can we fight? That absolutely the enemy already knows the latest instruction before the order has been given out from his side. The more you fight, that's only going to make the situation worse. Even said, the situation was even worse than he thought. Nowadays. No. Agent Su Wen waved his hand and said, I didn't say that. Don't guess. Su Wen, isn't that what you just expressed? The reason I'm skeptical of the chief is because there are too many people infiltrated by the Fae, and I won't trust anyone until I'm sure. Special Agent Su Wen spoke up, and the Generalissimo, I can't reach it at all, but it's an indisputable fact that there's a mole in the Transcendental's headquarters, so I'll be suspecting everyone who's worth suspecting until the results are clear. Su Wen thought for a moment and suddenly asked, then you didn't even suspect Xiao Luo? Agent Su Wen's face was unchanged. Naturally I suspected it, even when Xiao Luo saved me out in the first place. I listed him as my number one target of suspicion. If I hadn't gotten rid of my suspicion of him, how would I have dared to let you be exposed just like that? There is a mole in the Transcendence headquarters, and when a mole makes it this far, then every step taken has to fit the logic of his own behavior. And Xiao Luo as the R&D office commander, the position of high power, fishing for themselves, fishing for teammates, stopping the conquest of the office of the Hawks. Although the purpose of the other party is for the research and development of the cultivation system, but in the heart in the end how to think, who knows? In other words, from the moment Xiao Luo fished him out as the big mole, he was extremely suspicious of Xiao Luo. Could this be the big mole that the Church of the Fae has placed in the Transcendence headquarters? If so, then it makes sense for the other side to do this. And what was it that dispelled your suspicions of Sholok? It's because of the assassination of Xiao Luo by the Fae Church and high-level Fae beasts. And then 7 high-level Fae beasts and 1 king beast died in this assassination operation during the counter-enclosure plan. Agent Su Wen looked up at the sky and said softly, as one of the Fae Church's true own, I understand the fundamental principles of the Fae Church as an organization all too well. In the logic and brainwashing way of dealing with the churchmen of the Fae beasts, the high-level Fae beasts would have to be supreme, honored, and transcendent to any human transcendent, not to mention the king beasts above the high-level Fae beasts. Perhaps in order to increase the trust of the Transcendental's headquarters, and in order to cultivate the weight of the mole, the Fae clan will arrange for the destruction of a few Fae gates as a prelude, but a high-level Fae beast would never sacrifice itself to cultivate a mole, let alone an even more honorable and rare king beast. The king beast uniting with the high-level Fey beasts to assassinate Xiao Luo was purely out of fear of Xiao Luo's ability to study the cultivation system. This, in essence, already explains Xiao Luo's position. 39207504. Chapter 30, The Feeling of Being in Bad Luck. And most importantly, Agent Su Wen's eyes twitched as he continued. Xiao Luo, as the commander of the R&D office, is also the most knowledgeable and pioneering transcendent in the entire China regarding the cultivation system. This kind of super talent regarding the cultivation system, if it was cultivated by the Fey Beast Church or rather the Fey Beast clan side, then it definitely wouldn't be sent over as a mole. Wouldn't it be good to put it on your own side and study the feats and secret arts of your own race? Why do you have to send talent to China? If we want to steer the cultivation system of Chinese transcendentalists away from it, then what's the point of developing the breathing method in the middle of the road, and putting forward theories and innovations in this area of the breathing method? How good would it be to directly introduce the various evil arts over at the Church of the Fey, with a new layer of skin, into the Transcendentals headquarters? Of course, there are so many capable people at the Transcendence headquarters that this can't always be hidden. Speaking here, Agent Su Wen paused, then turned his words. In fact, there are quite a few evil methods of destroying one's future qualifications, burning one's origin, and exchanging the integrity of one's soul for the speed of one's cultivation in the Church of Fey Beasts, or even to change gender, or to give one's physical body extra organs specific to another gender while retaining one's gender. Su Man, he didn't feel anything about burning himself in exchange for cultivation speed as mentioned earlier. Cultivation, paying souls in exchange for gains, which in a sense could only be said to deviate from the normal cultivation methods, could not be considered an evil method, but the latter, it's really kind of evil. What does it mean to retain one's own gender and give the flesh another additional gender? Co-ed? Both male and female? The point is there any benefit to becoming this way? At the late stage of Gongfu research, if one gets into a bottleneck, then one would seek a way out from other aspects. As if he could see Su Wen's thoughts, Agent Su Wen opened his mouth and explained, when seeking a way out, then anything goes, as long as it helps, not to mention personality change or personality overlay. Even if a person turns into a dog, that's going to make a great stage name. For example, the structural changes in the physical body triggered by reaching a high and profound level of cultivation, laying a broader and more robust foundation for the future direction of cultivation and enhancing the specific tensions presented by the cultivation system. The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched. You're shelving this for reading comprehension? Agent Su Wen's face remained unchanged. Every Gongfu researcher will be a master of reading comprehension. Su Man, brother, we know our own business. We are sort of standing on the shoulders of the future age and keep picking the fruits of the future to feed the present age. Kung Fu research? Isn't that someone else's business? At best, we're both sort of movers and shakers of the cultivation system. Do you count as a Kung Fu researcher? Su Wen picked up a glass of water next to him and asked in his mind. When you are in the middle of a scientific research environment and the cultivation theories you are familiar with are more advanced than those around you, then you are the most successful Gongfu researcher. Special Agent Su Wen smiled and said, you answer questions and point out relevant research to others every day. Even if you're not, you're slowly being influenced to become a Kung Fu researcher. That being said, the reason why I was able to finally escape and become the first in the history of China to break out of a death row prison is still due to the great effort from the Fey Church side, said Agent Su Wen with a laugh. After all, with me on board, the R&D office's various researches are rapidly blossoming. This speed, it directly surprised the Fey Church side. Even the Fey Church Patriarch didn't expect me to have such a talent for research. If they'd known ahead of time, they certainly wouldn't have sent me over to do infiltration work. Of course, the most important point is that if you don't pick me back up, there's no telling what the cultivation system over here at Transcendent Headquarters is going to develop into. And so it was only after activating a dozen or so darkies at the Transcenders headquarters that I was rescued. Across the room, Su Wen frowned and asked, wait, I have a question. You say, the Church of Fey knows you have such research talent, and you're still politically liquidated? Wouldn't it be in the best interest to imprison you for research, or simply impose forced brainwashing on you and melt and reshape your soul? Brother, haven't you forgotten that we are one person? Are you that hard on yourself? The Church of the Fey is, essentially, a diabolic organization that serves the Fey community. Agent Su Wen said softly, what I have in my head are all the cultivation theories from this side of the Transcendental's headquarters, and they're hardly of any use to the side of the Fey clan. So what are we doing to the Fey pack? Su Man, makes sense. It might not have been necessary to die, but with such a trait in place, it was impossible not to. Not far away, Xiao Luo was carefully observing Su Wen's various performances. This look and movement, this glowering. Luckily it's not godly, or the characteristics of a divinatory transcendentalist would be too obvious. And when a divination-type transcendent could easily come up with dozens of epical cultivation theory articles, it was already obvious what that meant. That possibility was too beautiful and exciting to think about, so he didn't dare think about it. Above all, he found the whole thing a bit outrageous. How in the world could such an overspecified extraordinary talent exist? But out of his own professionalism, he wouldn't ask. If his guess was not wrong, when Su-Wen in the future went through all kinds of predictions, all kinds of temptations, and determined from the depths of his heart that he was fine, he would naturally come to himself to explain all of this. Hey, new guy. At this moment, Yang Team came over and spoke. I'm going out to perform patrol work. You go with me. This new one, he hadn't figured out the other's motives yet. According to some fictional trope, isn't this the higher-ups coming to spy on their squad? He had to take this watcher away for the sake of the safety of Su-Man, his precious child. In short, he felt it was not a good man. Otherwise, when this man came over, he had that nebulous feeling that he was in for some bad luck in the future. It's a feeling that's still strong. Xiao Luo? A question mark slowly rose from his head. No, the appearance of this incarnation of oneself, this dress, and the expression of speech did not exhaust any disguise. What do you mean? Can't you see that? Or do you see who you are, but simply pretend you don't know until you admit who you are? I am an honorary envoy sent by the Transcendent Headquarters, and in principle, I am not subject to the limitations of Squad 112's mission. Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged as he spoke. Team Yang snorted. I'm still the vice commander of the R&D office. Isn't the occupation higher than you, an honorary envoy? Shallow, not to mention the fact that the letter of appointment for the vice commander hasn't come down yet, and even if it does, what are you doing here? Vice commander commanding commander. Inverted Big Dipper? 39207504. Chapter 31 I think. He's a hero. I'll go with you on patrol duty. Yanagisawa noticed this side of the situation and hurriedly came out to round things up. Just now he was suspecting that Team Yang didn't see that this was Commander Xiao. Now he was almost certain. People just changed their clothes and simply altered their head shape. And such a crude disguise fooled Team Yang? You. Okay. Team Yang sighed, then picked up his own weapon and gave Xiao Luo a deep look before leaving. After Lu Zhe walked out of the 112th Squad's quarters, he didn't hold back and asked, don't you realize that Xiao Tian and Commander Xiao look very similar? Team Yang nodded his head and said, I've found it. The two are worthy of being from the same family. They look so much alike. Yanagisawa. In the next moment, he asked again, so you haven't suspected that Xiao Tian is Xiao Luo? Team Yang was stunned at his words. Then his face was filled with incredulity. No way? Why not? Isn't it normal for a family to look similar? Ryu said breathlessly. So what's the deal with looking exactly the same? Team Yang scratched his head. My little uncle and I, we look especially alike. And sometimes when we stand together others will recognize the two of us wrongly. So I thought that the newcomer and Commander Xiao were also in the same kind of situation. Yanagisawa. Genius brain circuits. But you're going to be the deputy commander of the R&D office afterward. So it can be said that you're making a living under Commander Xiao. Lu Zhe's words turned and spoke. Your actions today. Not to say that it makes the other party dissatisfied, but it's still not a problem to give you a few times to wear small shoes. So prepare your mind. Team Yang froze. Ha? Lu Zhe patted Team Yang's shoulder. Since it's already happened, don't think too much about it. Do a good favor for Su-Wen. I believe that under Su-Wen's care, I can still have smooth sailing and grow stronger in the future. Team Yang nodded seriously. Don't worry. I'll be Su-Wen's licking dog. I won't go west when the other party points east. Yanagisawa? That's true. But can you not be so brown? What do you mean? Lick the dog? It's too hard to hear, isn't it? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su-Wen moved his bench and sat next to Xiao Luo after exchanging a round with Agent Su-Wen. Although his future self did not say it explicitly, but from the other party 3 sentences do not leave himself as a traitor. 5 sentences do not leave himself as a moldless attitude of speech. The other party is very concerned about his own identity as a spy. In fact, he could completely understand that ambivalence. If Agent Su-Wen was a pure traitor who chose to betray for his own benefit, then it would be fine. But his starting point was to uncover the high-level mole hidden within the Transcendental's headquarters. Granted, but he did the things that hurt his own people the most. Under this extreme inner conflict and uncertainty, he said he didn't care, but inwardly he was very concerned. It's because they care that they want to be recognized. Hello. Xiao Luo looked at Su-Wen and smiled slightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but be active inside. Finally, the targets that you find yourself coming over are starting to come to you to chat and talk. Those dozens of essays, he determined almost instantly after scanning through them, were a series of classic writings. The character of the writing and phraseology involved is such that it is safe to say that this is by no means the work of one person. Therefore, he was still very much inwardly interested in discussing the innovation of cultivation theories with Su-won. Had it not been for his powerful reasoning suppressing the impulses within him, he would have gone to Su-won the moment he came over to explore revolutionary theories. Hello. Su-won smiled, then said, I have a question that I would like to ask you. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed with a flash of excitement. Come on. You say it. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes flashed with a blazing white light. His soul power was also mobilized in its entirety at this instant. He was ready to listen to the classic quotes, crack the unknown puzzles and enjoy the baptism of innovative theories. Come on. Let him get a good feel for the theoretical feats that originated from the superlative heavenly pride. If there's a person who finds out that there's a mole inside the organization and that the mole is in a position of power and influence, Su-won said in a deep voice, then in order to uncover this mole, he went and became a mole himself. What do you think about this behavior, Xiaoluo? A series of question marks surfaced on Xiao Luo's face. Ha! I'm ready for anything. And suddenly you ask me a question like that? He still knew that much about screening and eradicating traitors from the inside. Although the Transcendental's headquarters Hoing office was responsible for the whole business of traitors, as the R&D office commander, their R&D office also mixed in a few traitors or spies from time to time. But what does this good-for-nothing have to do with Su-won? If you find out about the mole, make sure you don't do anything like that, Xiao Luo said directly. With your talent, you should not be the shadow lurking in the shadows. You have a sunnier and better future waiting to be built. Speaking here, Xiao Luo paused, then said, you speak with me, and I'll go communicate with the wheat office. Don't worry, this matter has my supervision. As long as it can be determined that the other party is a mole, even if the other party is the commander of the conquest office, I will report to the Generalissimo and deal with the other party. Su-won shook his head. Not me. I'm talking hypothetically, assuming there is one. Xiaoluo, are you kidding me? When you put it that way, you might as well say you have a friend who found out about it. At least you can blame it on your friends, right? What I'm saying is also hypothetical. And assuming this happens to you, make sure you don't do anything rash, Xiao Luo said with a grave expression. He now roughly understood what was going on. Why did Su-won have to hide himself and let that brainwashed simpleton Yang Duan get in the way? If one's guess was correct, it should be Su-won who discovered the mole hidden in the Transcendental's headquarters. And this mole, still at the top. Luckily, he came over in person to show how much he valued Su-man when he pitched in. Otherwise, the boy won't know how long he'll be despondent. For others, the high-level status of the mole might be a problem. But for him, this is not a problem at all. That status. How high? Taller than yourself? I know. I wouldn't do anything rash. Su-won asked softly. I was just thinking about this debate. Assuming that in order to uncover the traitor, one would go and act as a sleeper hero for the traitor. That hurt one of their own in the process, or caused something to take a major casualty. How would you judge each other if this happened to you? Xiao Luo sniffed and glanced deeply at Su-won, then fell into thought. After a long time, he looked up and said, I think that he is a hero, a heroic figure who deserves to be sheltered by the state, enjoys the honor of martyrdom after death, and deserves to be admired and worshipped by the masses of the people, even to be remembered in history. As soon as these words came out, the body of Agent Su-won, who was floating in the air, stiffened. In the next moment, his body steeply erupted with an intense blue light. 39207504. Chapter 32. The possibility of transforming twice. There will be a battle between us and the Fae. Xiao Luo sighed, then said in a deep voice, and for any eldritch group, the danger of an internal traitor is much higher than an external enemy. The enemy's attacks can be defended as long as the crowd is united, and in cases where the gap between the enemy and the enemy is not too great, nothing more than the difference between fighting this war well or hard. But if there is a mole in the community, and even if this mole is mixed up in the top ranks, then it is actually very dangerous. Speaking here, Xiao Luo paused, then said solemnly, although I oppose you taking this path, I am not denying the correctness of the path of lurking. Whenever and wherever one fights against scheming spies and uses one's wits to infiltrate the enemy's camp, this is the fundamental confrontation to be fought by both sides before a major war breaks out. So what you just said about digging up spies hidden on your side and thus hopelessly hurting your own people, whether on a national level or an individual level, this kind of misunderstanding, are understandable. After all, the brutal struggle on the submerged front is more frightening than we have to imagine. After that, Xiaoluo repeats his firm ideas in variations based on the three elements of thesis, argument and proof. And under the determination of Xiao Luo, an official, the blue light that permeated Agent Su-won's body was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, after the blue light was about to coalesce into substance, Suwon ended the topic on the grounds that he was a bit hungry. The future itself is in this situation, and it seems that it was not wrong to guess, but it's a good idea to ask for specifics. It was just that Suwon left contentedly, but left Xiao Luo frozen in place. Ha? No? That's it? Come to me just to ask these questions? Don't you want to ask for some expertise in practice theory? Or ask me some out-of-date theory of possibilities? How come there's nothing? Xiao Luo sat at his desk, very messy, but after he calmed down, his brain began to run wild. From the first question Su Wen had just asked, coupled with Su Wen's extraordinary talent of potentially divining the future, it was associated with the terrifying and extreme psychology of the latent front. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and the thought with the highest probability made him hesitate a little. This kid, what exactly do you see in the future? Meanwhile, on the other side, just now, when you heard Xiao Luo's approval, did you have a great release in your heart? Su Wen looked at Agent Su Wen and asked in his mind. Agent Su Man shook his head. No, really? From the time I decided to go down this road, the word release didn't exist in my vocabulary. Then why were you covered in blue light just now? Agent Su Wen was silent for a moment before speaking. Why do you need to knowingly ask? Don't you know yourself yet? Su Wen smiled dumbly at his words. Of course I know myself. That's why I came to ask you like this. Agent Su Man, was my past self so wicked? Okay. He himself sometimes, after seeing the young teen's shameful emotion, still deliberately broke the pot, as a way to see the other party's gesture of annoyance after being asked to understand. I didn't realize that the wind and water had turned again after my own death. By the way, there is one thing. Su Wen's words changed, and he suddenly said, I realized that after I turned into the cloud beast state, all of my aspects have improved to a certain extent. As soon as the words fell, white light emanated from Su Wen's body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic cloud beast stance. Whoosh! Su Wen bounced back and forth in his room, that keen speed and powerful force cutting through the surrounding air with a sonic boom. The manipulation skills that originated from the cloud beast's instincts, however, allowed Su Wen to grasp the power and speed just right. Your power did increase a lot after you changed into a cloud beast. After observing for a moment, Agent Su Wen spoke. Although you've only just crossed the threshold of transcendence, your cloud beast stance gives me the impression that you're immediate transcendence. After thinking about it, Agent Su Wen gave a suitable example. In terms of Lu Zhe's state before he was promoted, if he didn't have the sublimation talent and hadn't been promoted to median transcendent, then he wouldn't necessarily have beaten the current you. Su Wen resumed behind the others and said with a smile, it's just that Lu Zhe wasn't around, or else he should be silent again after hearing it. The corner of Agent Su Wen's mouth lifted when he heard this. What's in it? I, the chief deacon of the Church of Fei who received a gift from the future once, took so many transcendent resources, seized so much spiritual liquid, and underwent 3 metamorphoses of soul strength. Isn't it still stuck in the median transcendent? If you work harder, with this cloud beast posture of yours, after refining the grass of life. At this point, Agent Su Wen paused, then snapped to attention. The cloud beast clan's young lord has such a lofty status. Then it must have absorbed and refined the grass of life. And this gesture that you possessed by absorbing the other party's crystal core with a special secret method is naturally at this level after the leap of life. Beside him, Su Wen suddenly said, in other words, my cloud beast stance is considered a medium transcendent? Agent Su Man nodded. Right. Then will I still be able to take the herb of life to carry myself in the future? It should be fine. After all, your essence hasn't taken the herb of life. Then after I refine the grass of life, will the cloud beast stance battle be strengthened again? Agent Su Wen fell into the middle of silence. After all, he had never experienced this kind of thing, so he wasn't quite sure. Can you really promote twice with the herb of life? If they could, wouldn't the high-level Fei be all meat and potatoes? Thinking about it, he said directly, for all that, I don't know much, but Commander Xiao, as the commander of the R&D office, when a heavenly treasure like the grass of life comes out, as long as it's gotten into the hands of the national forces, it will definitely be sent to these top brass at the first opportunity. If it's going to be studied, it must also be an in-depth study by the R&D office. So Commander Xiao is expected to have a deep understanding of the grass of life. Take the time. You can ask him. As soon as the words fell, Su Wen had walked out of the room. Xiao Luo looked at Su Wen walking towards him once again. His mind quickly converged, and the streams of light in his eyes began to circulate. Transcendent talent. Launch. If he was right, the other party should have reacted. He himself came here, partly for close protection, and partly to be baptized with the latest knowledge at close quarters, but that was fine. As long as he could conduct a seminar on cultivation academics that would allow him to make great progress in his cultivation learning, then he could accept it no matter what. I have to ask, Do you know anything about the herb of life? Suwon looked at Xiao Luo and opened his mouth to ask. Xiaoluo? First the traitor lurks. This time it's the herb of life. Does this have anything to do with the study of systems of practice? 39207317. Chapter 33. This is a complete waste of human and financial resources. Grass of life. A very precious type of heavenly material. After Xiao Luo was silent for a moment, he said softly, after refining it, it can enhance an individual's life level. It's very precious, and when it comes out, it attracts all parties to fight over it. Suwon nodded slightly. I know all this. And then what? Isn't that a known fact? That's all I know. Xiao Luo looked at Suwon and spoke out. Suwon froze. No more? What else do you want to know? I want to know if a life form can take the grass of life twice and raise its life level twice? Xiao Luo looked at Suwon in some silence. And for a while, the space gradually froze in this wide-eyed atmosphere. The next moment, he said helplessly, the grass of life is very precious, and I've only encountered a dispute over the grass of life once in over a decade. It is well known that the grass of life can only metamorphose one life level, but if one can metamorphose twice, the snatching of that life grass is expected to be even more frantic. Even those slightly weaker foreign beast clans don't dare to participate in this fight. Next to him, Suwon thought for a moment and briefly explained his complicated relationship with the cloud beast young lord. Xiao Luo sat in place, and the more he listened, the more complicated his eyes became. Are you saying that your squad 112 pinpointed a single and injured high-level alien beast and took it out when the high-level alien beast let its guard down? Right. And then, your squad also happens to have a variety of talent sublimation recipes for this high-level alien beast? Yes. Okay. It seemed that one's prediction of Suwon's talent had been so slightly off. In the future, one should be bolder in this matter. Such an opportunity is something I didn't expect. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo suddenly said, your secret method of refining the crystal core of a high-level foreign beast and thus transforming it into the posture of a foreign beast. Is it convenient to share it with me? Of course. I don't whore for nothing. I can shell out the battle merit to buy it. Or if you want any heavenly materials or profound secret techniques. As long as the Transcendence headquarters has them, you can tell me. On the opposite side, Agent Suwon waved his hand and said, just say it directly. Anyway, this is also a refining technique researched by Xiao Luo in the future, and I wouldn't have known about it if the other party hadn't told me. When Suwon heard this, he did not hesitate and directly told Xiao Luo about this refining technique. Thanks a lot. After Xiao Luo heard this, he arched his hand and said, I really didn't expect that a technique with such a miraculous effect would only need to change 5 refining orders. Anyway, thanks a lot. With that, Xiao Luo flipped his right hand and a crystal pendant appeared in his hand. This is a strange object naturally birthed by heaven and earth, with the effect of hiding one's own aura. Now, I give him to you. I hope that this heaven and earth wonder will be a good aid to you in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Luo closed his eyes and began to rest his mind with his eyes closed. After Suwon received the pendant, he asked in his mind, what is he doing? Agent Suwon stared intently at the pendant in Suwon's hand. What else? To deduce the implementability of this refining technique, and by the way, see if it can be improved. Well, let's not interfere with people doing great things. Beside him, Suwon couldn't help but ask, isn't this a technique developed by future Xiao Luo? He can still reform and innovate? Should not be able to. Then why did you tell me not to influence him? Just saying, a matter of courtesy. Time passed, and after Xiao Luo came to Squad 112, it had a certain impact on the atmosphere of the entire squad. The one who was most affected is Team Young, not so spontaneous after knowing the real identity of the other party. Of course, this lack of spontaneity only lasted 3 days. After all, Xiao Luo had repeatedly stated that he didn't care, and had even outright told Team Young to regain a bit of their previous unruly attitude. Now this meek appearance, looking at him is not really accustomed to, and after Team Young recovered, Squad 112 once again resumed its usual joyous atmosphere. It was only during this period of time that Suwon regularly came to Xiao Luo to discuss problems. Every time he explored, Xiao Luo began with anticipation and ended with loss. No other way, because Suman explored various issues and instances about the infiltration career every time. This example of great authenticity made that speculation within Xiao Luo's heart more and more obvious. It was just that Suwon hadn't said anything, so he wouldn't ask. And Agent Suwon, under the recognition and finalization of Xiao Luo, the official commander, the blue light on his body became more and more conspicuous, and his figure also began to turn illusory. Seemingly sensing his impending homecoming, Agent Suwon pulled Suwon in and began to impart all sorts of future information and all sorts of events as soon as he arrived at night. Sleep, that's become a luxury. But Suwon also understood each other, or understood himself. So he spent this time exploring various issues during the day and memorizing various information about the future at night. In order to compensate Xiao Luo for being his listener, Su Wen took the time to directly give the general outline of the initial breathing method to the other party. For a while, Xiao Luo's face flushed red with excitement, itching to kowtow to Su Wen on the spot. Other people might not be able to see the pioneering as well as powerful nature of this breathing method, but as the commander of the Research and Development Office, he knew too much about the progress of cultivation theory research. It could be said that this general syllabus given by Su Wen directly solved all the problems plaguing the R&D office's cultivation department. In other words, the Chinese cultivation system had directly advanced more than 20 years due to Su Wen. How great a feat is that? Su Wen, this matter is too big. Xiao Luo took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down before speaking. I have to report to the chief minister, and after verifying that there is no problem with the breathing method, I have to start preparing for the promotion of the breathing method. The sooner this cultivation technique is implemented, the better. Su Wen waved his hand and said, there's no need to implement it. It's a complete waste of human and financial resources. Xiao Luo was slightly stunned at his words. Could it be that Su Wen didn't want this pioneering breathing method to be popularized nationwide? Or do you want to limit it for a period of time and use it to widen the cultivation gap with the transcendents out there? Or, perhaps, trying to collect royalties? If it is the latter, it is okay. If it is the former, then he could only respect Su Wen's opinion. After all, the other party was the creator of the breathing method, and the future innovation and progress of the Chinese cultivation theory would depend on the other party. And as many thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Wen's next words directly caused him to freeze in place once again. There are several articles on the loopholes and irrationalities that exist in this breathing method. When you've finished with these recent matters and have time, I'll give you those articles and you can study them carefully. Watch it and you'll see why I say it's a waste of human and financial resources. Shallow, I have time now, and it's a lot of time, and don't wait for later, just now. He really wanted to see that a breathing method with such excellent qualities had a large number of loopholes. This, isn't it too demanding? 39207317. Chapter 34, Absorbing Your Future Self. Good, then I'll finish what I have in hand as soon as I can. After Xiao Luo said this, he began to urgently deal with various things. Ever since this alter ego of his came over here, the entire R&D office had become extremely busy. The busiest of all, however, is the Cultivation and Experimentation Department of the Office of Research and Development. After all, the cultivation theories that each article expresses, the cultivation results that each article brings, all need the Cultivation Test Department to check and report. Su Man, I think I should go soon. Just then, Agent Su Wen suddenly said. Su Wen's face changed at his words. So soon? Agent Su Wen shook his head slightly. Actually, that's not fast enough. Counting the time, it's been almost a month since I came here. In comparison to the last time we came over as seniors, the time I've spent over here has exceeded my expectations. Speaking here, Agent Xu Wen paused, then said, in fact, since 2 days ago, I have felt that my consciousness has often appeared to be in a state of letting go, and that I am unable to provide real-time feedback on your questions. That's normal. There's nothing under the sun. It is excellent that I can return from the future, that I can appear here, that I can speak to you of my own experiences, and change your future destiny. In particular, the obsession I have in my heart about my self-identity has pretty much dissolved under your enlightenment and with the approval of Commander Xiao. I think we are really the luckiest people in the world, to be treated like this after death, when other people's souls are scattered. It's a real soul, and our souls go back to the past to usher in a new beginning. All the enemies, all the foes or forces that I can't force myself against, that aren't rivals, that are even crushed, will be overthrown by you in the future. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I've been thinking about it and I think I have no more regrets. As soon as the words fell, Agent Su Wen's floating form began to tremble slightly. The look, the situation, as if it were a virtual projection of a poor signal, gave the impression of an imminent disconnection. I would have liked, if I had the chance, to burn my life to help you one more time, but now it looks like I don't have a chance. In that case, let me disappear before I disappear. In the time it took for the last sentence to break off, Agent Su Wen was covered in blue light. The next moment, his body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, he shrunk to a blue star floating in the air. Shoo! After swaying back and forth a few times, the star followed a trajectory and violently drilled into the center of Su Wen's brow. Boom! A huge pillar of energy light burst out from Su Wen's body, and the vision instantly caught the attention of those around him. This is Epiphany? Xiao Luo's eyes moved and he directly applied a barrier around him, isolating everyone. Transcendentals don't always catch an epiphany in their lifetime due to various coincidences. Though he didn't know where Su Wen's heart felt it, straightening up and starting an epiphany at the 112th squad's premises. But once you begin to have an epiphany, it's going to be great. As such, he had to surround Su Wen well, isolating all non-objective factors around him. And after Lu Zhe and Young Team and the others came over, they silently stood guard next to each other without saying anything. Even though Team Young is very unreliable in normal times, he still knows the priorities when it comes to important things. Meanwhile, inside the Cloud Beast's gate, Buzz, located in the center of the Cloud Beast realm, the bloodline jewel that could sense the bloodline of the outer Cloud Beast royal clan suddenly began to tremble. And the difference over here soon drew the attention of the new king of the Cloud Beast clan. This bloodline fluctuation. My Cloud Beast clan still has a royal bloodline in circulation? The new king of the Cloud Beasts frowned tightly as he relied on a coup d'etat and succeeded in taking the throne with great difficulty. The only former Cloud Beast clan young lord who escaped also died not long ago when the Soul Monument ruptured. Of course, he knew that the young body of that Cloud Beast clan was protected by a supreme treasure within the body, so there was a great probability that this was a disguise. According to the clan's diviner, the former young master of the Cloud Beast clan, there is still breath left in the world. That means the other side is still alive. Therefore, he paid great attention to the situation displayed on the bloodline gemstone. Perhaps he could find the other side with the help of the bloodline gem. King, perhaps this is a good thing. Next to him, an old beast said softly, this bloodline fluctuation, looking at the ripples, should be the old king's bloodline left outside. You have achieved some success as a concubine, but after all, you have been given the wrong position, and this has set off a major debate within the clan. Speaking of this, the old beast's eyes flickered. The commoner's son who rebelled against the throne, and the illegitimate son who strayed from the world. This is a political alliance of sorts in a sense. Find the other side, and as long as you can establish that the other side was not born to the old princess, then you have a common goal of interest. Bastards don't have inheritance rights within our pack anyway. You don't have to worry too much, do you? Across the room, the new king of the Cloud Beast clan stared at the old beast carefully before speaking. I hope this is all as you say. In the next moment, he ordered his men to carry the companion organisms on the bloodline gemstone, and began to search for the bloodline of the royal family left outside according to this meditative localization. No matter what, let's pick up this leftover royal bloodline first. If you can't piss in the same pot, then killing and refining your bloodline and thus enhancing your strength is a good thing. If the disguise of the young lord of that Cloud Beast clan, that would be the best. And along with the orders of the Cloud Beast race's new king, some forces that were once dependent on the Cloud Beast race's old king or still had expectations of the Cloud Beast race's former young lord began to act. Assuming that this royal bloodline could be found before the new king, it would be of great benefit to them as well. While the Cloud Beast clan side was in turmoil, the pillar of energy light generated around Su Wen also began to gradually shrink and disappear. All the gifts that originated from his own last time and space were thoroughly integrated into his soul under the dominance of Agent Su Wen's consciousness. Even though Agent Su Wen was only a wisp of a remnant soul, it was still much stronger and bigger than the current Su Wen. Under the integration of this pure energy, Su Wen's soul level directly took a leap. In an extremely short period of time, his soul strength touched the ground of a median transcendent. Now all that was needed was an opportunity for him to break the shackles of his cultivation and advance to become a median transcendent. The cultivation advancement required in this promotion process alone would require a decade or even decades of accumulation from an unusual transcendent. Both he and the last me melted the remaining soul energy. Su Wen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Having these two experiences gave him the feeling that he was absorbing the soul of his future self. But before he could lament anything, a pitch-black light flashed steeply before his eyes. The next moment, a black clothes hunting, surrounded by demonic bloodlight Su Wen appeared in front of him. 39207805. Chapter 35, Patriarch Su Wen. Creepy, evil. At the first sight of this new future, these two feelings could not help but break into the center of the mind. Subconsciously, Su Wen felt that this was another tragic future. This new future is expected to be even sadder than the misery of Agent Su Man. There was no way that Agent Su Wen still had a mild sunshine on his face to disguise himself. This new future that was simply not even hidden. This getup, this scent on your body, almost explicitly tells you, I've had a miserable time. I've had an unhappy time. Hello? The new Su Wen's gaze turned to look at Su Wen with a smile on the corner of his lips. Although I know that I will come back to see the past me after I die. This feeling, when it's really strange. In case you don't recognize me, introduce yourself. The Church of the Fey Patriarch, Cloud Beast Clan one-word side-by-side king, one of the executive directors of the Alliance of Fey Hordes, top of the Chinese must-kill list, the most cosmetic titles, that's all there is to it. After that miscellaneous titles, Too many to list for you. Su Man. Nice guy. A new future. Another traitorous future out of one's league. Of course, it can't be called a traitor. After all, they were all mixed into the Fey Church Patriarch, and were even mixed into the top level within the Fey community. To the opposite side, a very low status. That's traitorous. But he himself had become a man of words on the opposite side, and that was no longer an ordinary traitor. What cultivation level were you before you died? After a moment of silence, Su-won asked directly. Sect leader Su-won smiled faintly. In terms of cultivation, it's a high-level transcendent, but with the combined battle power, it can hang with the transcendent. That's strong? After all, this time the status is high enough and the transcendent resources that can be directly mobilized are beyond your imagination. Isn't it normal to be promoted to a high position? Then how come you haven't been promoted to the super position? The corners of sect leader Su-wen's mouth twitched. There are two hard and fast conditions for ascending to the supremacy level for transcendence. One of them is to comprehend or rule power. The second is that one's own transcendent origin should reach the standard of the earth rank. Unfortunately, we don't fit either of those two. Su-won, if you didn't reach it, you didn't reach it. What the hell is this nonconformity of yours? There's no need to look at me like that. You have the ability to advance to become a supremacy, but I don't. Sect leader Su-won's face remained unchanged as he softly explained. Next to him, Su-won was puzzled. What do you mean? For transcendentals, transcendent origin represents transcendent talent, and you forgot that. As a summoned future, I have no transcendent talent, and only when the transcendent origin reaches the Xian rank can we perceive the power of rules. Without the transcendent origin, we don't even have a chance to comprehend the power of rules. After a moment of silence, Su-won spoke out. That is to say, all summoned futures can only stop at high transcendence for life? Sect leader Su-won shook his head. That's not true. It's still possible to be promoted to become a supreme position. When he finished speaking, he began to look at Su-won and smiled. It was a smile that was creepy to look at. You're me. I'm you. Just say what you want to say. Su-won looked at the other party and opened his mouth. Sect leader Su-won laughed dumbly. You can't even hold up a laugh in the face of me. You'll have to work out more in the future. Otherwise you'll be driven mad by those high-level Fey and King beasts after entering the Fey Horde Alliance. With that, sect leader Su-won turned his words around. Actually, it's simple to say that those of us future bodies who are promoted to become supremes are simple to say. In a word, wouldn't it be enough for you, the main body, to be promoted to the superlative? As soon as you become super sensible, aren't all the futures that arise with you as the cutting line, at a minimum, super sensible? Su-man, superlative? He himself is still a lower transcendent right now, isn't he? Despite his confidence in himself, with the cooperation of one of his future incarnations, he would sooner or later be promoted to become a superlative powerhouse. It's just that in the short term, it's definitely not doable. Thinking about it another way, not being able to advance to the supremacy is a good thing. Sect leader Su-won flipped his right hand, and under the vibration of his soul force, a tea set appeared in front of him. From teapots to teacups, from tea chairs to tea pets, that is everything. And he sat cross-legged above the void, showing the elegance of the tea ceremony between his black clothes hunting. On the opposite side, Su-won looked at these little tricks that his opponent had conjured up, his left eyebrow slightly throbbing. In the blink of an eye, how did the other side come up with so many tricks? People are dead, and they can still turn out tea sets to drink tea? From this point of view, the gap between a high transcendent and a medium transcendent could also be seen. As a medium transcendent, Agent Su-won possessed almost no divine abilities other than floating slightly farther away. But after the Godfather Su-won came, a black robe surrounded by blood-colored special effects, not to mention, but also with a tea set. Worthy of a great man of the level of the Patriarch. When it comes to elegance, to be honest, I still have very good beast relations among the Fey Clan Alliance. Sect leader Su-won said softly after sipping a mouthful of tea. Su-won sniffed in confusion. Then what does this have to do with the fact that you can't advance to the super level? Normally, that's not all about the high places making friends with the high places, and the superpowers calling the superpowers brothers and sisters. Different levels of cultivation, different levels of income. Even if they were friends and brothers before, then they will slowly lose contact as various things pile up and explode. Is the inability to advance to the Supremes still the key to him being a brother to a bunch of Supremes? Naturally there is a connection, Sect leader Su-won said with a smile. Because I was unable to advance to the supreme position and could not pose any threat to the new king of the Cloud Beast clan. As a show of generosity, the other party named me the one-character side-by-side king. On the one hand, pacify the old forces of the Cloud Beast clan. On the one hand, manifesting one's beneficence. I'm just a high-ranking position anyway, so if I don't listen in the future and become a threat, just kill me. But if it's a superlative, that's not good enough. After saying this, sect leader Su Wen once again sipped a mouthful of tea. Besides the situation in the alliance of Fey clans, due to the Cloud Beast clan's one-word side-by-side king, I belong to the type with high status but low strength. That's why those super sublime aliens are happy to befriend me, since it doesn't threaten them anyway, and they don't have to worry about me making a sudden move when I'm drinking and eating and have no defenses. Plus I'm better at inter-beast relations, so I'm still hanging out in the middle of the league. Su Wen frowned at his words and asked, then how did you die? When these words came out, the corners of sect leader Su Wen's mouth twitched slightly. Let's leave this matter aside for now. What? Also a less than pleasant death? Political liquidation? Sect master Su Wen's face remained unchanged. Who can clear me? Within the Church of the Fae, I am a handful. Within the Cloud Beast clan, the new king doesn't care. I'm the hand on the back. Within the alliance of alien beast groups, because of the many super sublime alien beast buddies, without touching the interests of the various clans, what I say also works quite well. Who dares to liquidate me? Next to him, Su Wen looked at him in a hushed tone. Well, you don't have to say that in front of me. There's no need. I just want to know, how did you die? By disease? Or by suicide? 39207349. Chapter 36, Sudden Death by Staying Up All Night. The way I'm dying is ironic, to say the least. Sect leader Su Wen sighed and said with some sighs, I was assassinated by 3 Chinese SEAL squads when I went to negotiate trade matters with the Lock Beast clan for the next 10 years on behalf of the Cloud Beast clan. 3 Chinese SEAL squads, 9 superlative transcendents, and 15 upper transcendents can be said to be truly one of their own. But in order to kill me, one does not hesitate to enter the spatial turbulence to cross the void. After breaking through the Locust Beast clan's spatial defense array, he even used a suicide attack to kill through the Locust Beast clan's Forbidden Guard's defense. In the end, at the center of the Lock Beast realm, I was killed on the spot. Su Man, this method of death is really a bit unexpected. He thought about this new future dying in the political battles of the Fae, dying in the vendettas of the Fae, but he hadn't really thought, would be killed by one of his own at the risk of his own life. Don't you have anything on you to save your life? Su Wen asked suspiciously after a moment of silence. Sect leader Su Wen silently turned around and said in a ghostly tone, yes, why not? But the person who arranged to surround me was truly a genius. Taking all of this into consideration, the 3 Cloud Beast race supreme treasures I possessed were all restrained to death. Speaking here, sect leader Su Wen paused, then said, but there was one more life-preserving talisman that wasn't counted by those 3 SEAL squads. It's just that I didn't dare to use it until I died. Su Wen? A question mark slowly rose from Su Wen's head. Not big brother, what are you up to? You have life-saving talismans on you but you don't use them? What's wrong with you? To put it bluntly, even if this life-preserving seal was given by your ex-girlfriend who was hurt and let down by you, then you still have to use it. Sensei, survive first. Why don't you use it? Su Wen scratched his head and asked with a puzzled face. It can't work. Any deeper reasons? That life-preserving talisman seal, you have it on you as well. Su Wen's eyes twitched as he sniffed. What you're talking about? Wouldn't it be the one given by Xiao Luo that teleported to the chief minister's office? Patriarch Su Wen nodded and said, right. Su Man, that really doesn't work. The head of the Church of the Beasts, the one-word king of the Cloud Beasts, and the spokesperson of the Beasts Alliance. If this was teleported to the office of the Chinese Transcendent Chief, what would that be? Throw yourself into the net? Wait. Su Wen frowned. If Xiao Luo is still around, you can totally use it. With the other side testifying, is there any need to explain your identity as one of your own lurking in the enemy camp? Bishop Su Wen didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Wen quietly. After a long time, Su Wen reacted and asked tentatively, Xiao Luo, dead? Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Luo was still around, then this teleportation talisman seal in one's hand would be a great guarantee. Whether he was in danger on the side of the Fey Alliance or being chased by his own people, he would be able to use this talisman to save his life as a last resort. Thinking with one's ass, one would know that a talisman seal that could directly locate and teleport to the chief minister's office was by no means a popular item. Those who were sent to their hands were either true geniuses or purely their own people. But if Xiao Luo, who could prove his identity, died, then this life-preserving seal would lose its meaning. Without a certified person, in terms of the future himself, a high-level enemy identity, the probability of going there is also a dead end. It might even be possible that because of the things that Patriarch Su Wen had done, he would be split into 6 horses and have his soul lit up by a heavenly lantern to vent his anger. About that, he didn't even have to ask. After all, Agent Su Wen had done many well-known fiascos in order to gain the trust of the higher-ups of the Fey Church. Not to mention sect leader Su Wen. That's definitely been there, done that. With the memories of 2 waves of the future and the ability to transform into a cloud beast, he dared to enter the Fae Alliance, walk the tightrope in that hook-and-loop struggle to achieve such a high position, and have such a good beast's fate. It's impossible to mix it up so much if you don't have anything to throw at it, or any event to prove your exceptional ability. Yeah, dead. Sect leader Suwon said helplessly. I was dumbfounded when I received this news. This is completely different from what Agent Suwon said. Didn't that bastard say that Xiao Luo could live to be 100 years old? How can you die at only 76 years old? Suwon sniffed and said directly, the other party died 24 years early, so it must be because of your influence. Bishop Su-man. It's so obvious. Why do I need you to point it out to me? After all, not much had changed other than the fact that he, a temporal butterfly, was gently fluttering his wings. How did it die? Do you know? Suwon asked in a deep voice as his words changed. Transcendental's headquarters announced to the public. Stayed up all night and died suddenly. That's a pretty lame excuse, isn't it? An upper-level transcendent who stayed up all night and died suddenly? Who would believe that? I had that same look on my face when I got the news. Sect leader Suwon spread his 2 hands. But according to the Transcendental's headquarters, as well as the news we've gotten from other information channels, that's how it is. Xiao Luo's extraordinary talent is extreme arithmetic. Using one's own soul power as a foundation, one goes about calculating and deducing the perfecting of feats and all sorts of other things that might happen. So in a long period of sleepless, late-night overtime research and development, it's normal to have a depletion of soul power and the possibility of sudden death overnight. Suwon shook his head as he sniffed. Granted, but I still find it outrageous. After saying this, Suwon paused, then suddenly asked, did you tell Xiao Luo the truth about being summoned to the future? Next to him, the teacher Su-man nodded and said that the day after Agent Su-man disappeared, after I was unable to observe the transcendent origin within me and realized that I belonged to that future I had been summoned to, I took the time to tell them about the nature of the world. Suwon's eyes twitched. Then do you think there's a possibility that Xiao Luo stayed up so desperately all night in order to bring us more cultivation results, leading to the sudden death of his own soul depletion? Bishop Su-man, should I call you naive? Or should I call you stupid? How could my past self think so simply? Come to think of it, at this current point in time, he had only just become a transcendent for a little over a month. Well, so being naive is a normal kind of character outgrowth. You said there was a possibility. After performing a wave of tea ceremony in the void, Sect leader Suwon suddenly said, as the contact and proof of this superb undercover agent of mine, I'm that much more important than that cultivation theory he stayed up for months to verify? What do you think? With the information and dispatchable Fey resources I have at hand, once I find the right opportunity to rebel, I will definitely be able to make the Fey Alliance unable to take care of its head and tail at the critical moment. And that's a sign before a transcendent's soul dries up. Feeling the exhaustion of one's soul and still not stopping the algorithm. This is ready to eat one's own mad 392-0770. Chapter 37, Comfortable Unagi-sawa. So you know how Shalo died? Suwon reacted and asked out loud. Sect leader Suwon's face remained unchanged as he said softly, there is speculation that this is the most likely. Then why did you tell me so much and leave me there guessing? Exercise your thinking skills. And by the way, see what stage of mental development you are currently at. We're the same person. Don't you know me? I'm sorry, but after a few decades, the world has changed and I've changed a lot, so I don't really know much about you now. Alright, a few decades is a very long time scale indeed. According to the information I received, Xiao Luo should have died in a political fight. After elegantly sipping a mouthful of tea, sect leader Suwon slowly said, the political struggle failed, so the other party gave such a decent death. Su-man, that's a pretty decent way to die. Indeed, but dying in a political battle, how is that so similar to Agent Su-man? This time the new future itself didn't die in the political struggle, but it turned out that Xiao Luo died in it. Isn't living more valuable than dying for an excellent R&D talent like Commander Xiao? Suwon sighed, his heart helpless. How can anything happen when the timeline is stretched out? The commander of the R&D office, who is equal in rank to the commander of the expedition office, is the largest senior level besides the chief. Just like this, a transcendent who had devoted himself to developing cultivation theories and techniques still died on top of human infighting. When really, it's a bit sad. Past me, your mind needs to be set right. With a wave of his right hand, sect leader Suwon put away the tea set in front of him and said solemnly, the various positions within the Alien Beast Alliance are filled by highly intelligent talents within each clan. That's why the political fights within the Alien Beast Alliance are no less tilted than on the human side. Political fighting. That's just the most basic form of expression. What I've been through in my life. In terms of brutality alone, if I had to write about it I guess I could fill 10 books. Where there are people Where there is intelligent life, then there is struggle. So, you need to put your mind at ease. True peace. There is no such thing. Even if you're a superlative powerhouse and you can suppress the high-level powerhouses under your command with your power, hearts are not what they think. What you think is loyal may have in mind to murder you. The ones you think are anti-bone may be serving you in their own way. I can anticipate that what you will experience in the future is far more brutal and a million times darker than what I have experienced. After saying these words, sect leader Su Wen took a deep breath, then solemnly said, "This kind of thing cannot be avoided. My years of experience have taught me to seek peaceful ends by means of struggle. Only then will peace be true. In general, the value that the other side possesses is less important when it really comes down to a struggle. Even if the other party is a genius that comes along once in 10,000 years, the other party is going to kill you or stand against you. You can't just not kill the other person because they're going to move the world forward in the future. Can you? If you don't kill each other, do you leave them to kill you? Of course, there are such people in the world who don't seek a world, but seek fame for all time. But I can tell you responsibly that you are not." Su Wen fell into silence as he listened to sect leader Su Wen's words. When the elder Su Wen was imparting his experience, he was merely talking about the outline and main points of cultivation, as well as the various opportunities that existed under the future development trend. And Agent Su Man, because of his lurking situation, begins to advise himself for the betterment of his future self. At the same time, the teaching process matches your own saber-rattling submerged life with all kinds of warnings. And Bishop Su Wen, because the position of the station is high enough, to see the means is also enough. So from the big picture view of the same self to do analysis and explanation. These are the accumulated survival wisdom from their own experiences in their different futures. And they speak out in the hope that they will be able to assimilate and understand and develop and strengthen their own survival skills. He understood. It was just that when this vast amount of information came crashing down on him, he had more or less a problematic bias in taking it in. And that vice patriarch of the Fei Church, did you kill him? After a long time, Su Wen suddenly asked. Sect leader Su Wen was slightly stunned at his words. He had thought that his past self would have to think for quite a while, but he didn't expect to inquire about other issues so soon. In a sense, that's a good thing. Too, must be Ed. Sect leader Su Wen said with a smile. How can I not take revenge if I dare to politically liquidate the other me in parallel time and space? But when I entered the Church of the Fei, I found that there were a full 9 vice patriarchs in there, with so many vice sect masters, plus miscellaneous protectors and deacons. The composition of the personnel is quite complicated. Agent Su Man left a short list of names, and just in case I missed the hidden enemies, I simply killed them all. Anyway, those who can be mixed into the top level of the Fei Church, hold down their heads and kill them. One will be counted as one, never counting the wrongful killing of innocents. Speaking of this, sect leader Su Wen paused, then thought of something interesting. By the way, you know what? The original sect master of the Church of Fei. When I first went in, he was trying to press me with the high-level Fei behind him, to give me some color. It turns out that the high-level Fei he invited over is my good brother among the Fei Alliance. The scene, you didn't see it. It was at the height of the emotion of pretending to be a pig in a poke and being a saint in front of people. Just as well I can't show you, or I'd really like to show you, the face of the original Godfather. It was as wonderful as it could be. Across the room, Su Wen suddenly asked, so the sect leader killed it? Sect leader Su Wen smiled faintly. Naturally killed. Can we still let this culprit go? After that, the two communicated directly about various information about the future. Among them, the future endings of the people of Squad 112 were also known to Su Wen. As the deputy commander of the R&D office, Tin Yang was seconded to the Conquest office as an honorary deputy commander under Xiao Luo's arrangement in order to take advantage of his combat prowess, as well as in order to draw out the traitor and increase his influence. But as a hardcore Xiao Luo party, Tin Yang ended up with 13 stabs in the back, identified as suicide, not long after Xiao Luo was liquidated. Lu Zhe followed sect leader Su Wen and stayed in the middle of the Fei Church as the vice sect leader in charge of logistics. During his tenure, he blatantly smuggled with the Chinese Transcendental's headquarters, sending a large amount of blocked precious resources into Chinese territory through the Alien Beast Alliance's barriers and routes. Because it was so obviously done, it was followed by multiple investigative squads who gathered evidence and then submitted it to his table. There was even a vice sect leader who overstepped his authority and passed the matter directly to the side of the Alien Beast Alliance. When the Fei Alliance sent a squad to investigate, he brought up a few bottles of good wine, called out to a few of his fellow beasts, and after punishing himself 3 times at the wine table, the matter passed. After that, unsurprisingly, this vice patriarch mysteriously disappeared. The squads were also suspected to have defected in the course of their mission and were nowhere to be found. That is to say, under my shelter. Yanagisawa can be said to be the most comfortable this time around. Sect leader Su Wen smiled and said, the entire Fey Church, knows that Lu Zhe is a traitor. But so what? The bottom-level congregants are on Yanagisawa's side of the transcendental resources they receive, and the middle level is eating Yanagisawa's smuggling shares. The other vice sect masters and protectors, they all got a piece of the pie as well. The top tier is me, and the one who eats the most smuggling dividends is the Cloud Beast clan. So this smuggling business that goes on is pretty much in place, and the Fey Alliance trustees know it by heart, but no one is checking it out. After all, isn't the purpose of fighting a war to acquire transcendental resources? 39207671. Chapter 38, The Transcendent Battle, as it has always been. Doesn't that mean that Yanagisawa goes up and down? Suwon thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. For the bottom, Yanagisawa can be considered the god of wealth on the payroll, even if you know he's a traitor. Who's going to report the one who pays his own salary? For the middle and upper levels, that's partners, who can't get enough of their own resources. Pretty much. Sect Master Suwon nodded slightly. It's only because I'm the sect master, but if it were anyone else, I'm afraid Lu Zhe would have been executed long ago. After all, the big deals that Yanagisawa's side carries out can be all about the sale of forbidden items from the Fey Alliance. After saying this, sect leader Suwon paused, then said with a smile, and this time, under my leadership, everyone's heart is happier. Tin Yang's situation is well known, and at first I wanted him to use the R&D office as a platform to mix into the top ranks and pick up the slack for us in the near future. But with Xiao Luo, the proper commander, around, there's no need for him to do such things, so he was placed in the Conquest office, a suitable place for him to utilize his strengths. If it weren't for Xiao Luo's downfall, Tin Yang would have had a smooth ride over at the expedition office. Yanagisawa brought a great deal of convenience to China during the war because he was in charge of smuggling this road. So even though there are times when he is required to make decisions that go against his heart, there's not much of an internal struggle for him when he looks at the huge gains that smuggling can bring. It's lurking after all. It's only natural that there are gains and casualties. Luo Yun and Zhao Feng, under my arrangement, are the Minister of Regulation and the Minister of Trade of the Fey Church respectively. All in all, compared to what Agent Suman experienced in the last time period, we are so much better off. As soon as the words left his mouth, the corners of sect leader Su Wen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a very elegant smile. Su Man, yeah, it's so elegant. In the face of my past self, this shows that the work was done so well too, not to mention other things. In terms of single rounds of positional promotion and political battles, Patriarch Su Wen is estimated to have gone to the forefront of the world. Right, so what's going on with you? Su Wen's words turned, pointing at the demonic blood aura floating around Agent Su Wen's body. He asked suspiciously, how are you dressed like a blackened villain? Agent Su Wen laughed dumbly. This is the unique standard of dress within the Alien Beast Alliance. What's the problem? Su Man, is this the ethos of the Fey League's dress? There's no need to doubt it. It's just the same as our human books depicting some kind of turbulent gentleman. All handsome men with white clothes and long swords at their waists. Sect leader Su Wen opened his mouth and explained. The top echelons of the Fey Alliance generally prefer the devil's way and the evil way to dress up after transforming into human form. The aesthetics of the higher Fey are different from us humans. They like abstract and varied patterns with obvious color clashes, not individual colors. For example, all in white and all in black, which is a very ugly kind of dress to the advanced Fey. Su Man, it's a long time coming. There's so much twisting and turning in the outfit, the vibe, and the energy effects floating around the cover. After that, the two of them communicated a bit more about some basic issues of the Fey Alliance. For example, sect leader Su Wen's human identity was still very easy to find out for a behemoth like the Alien Beast Alliance. However, regarding this issue, sect leader Su Wen only briefly mentioned it with his beast friends while drinking. It says that he has just disguised himself by finding an ordinary person's identity in order to hide his identity. Under normal circumstances, although sect leader Su Wen changing into the Cloud Beast stance would become stronger, it would consume energy one after another. But under the disguise of his words, the beast friends understood it to mean that Patriarch Su Wen had lived on the human side for many years, and had gotten somewhat used to maintaining a human posture. As a result, he prefers to communicate with human gestures. Of course, when fighting, one still fights with one's own body. The reason why I broke into the Fey Beast Alliance and got on good terms with those high-level Fey Beasts and even the King Beasts was to obtain more important intelligence information on one hand, and on the other hand, to collect all sorts of information on high-level Fey Beasts to prepare for your promotion. Sect leader Su Wen said in a deep voice. Almost all of those beast friends of mine are particularly fond of drinking. While drunk, we had pushed our luck and talked about the past, the future, the life of the beast, and our ideals. So I know what they're all doing at this point in time. One of my closest friends, one of my beloved relatives and friends, the first son of the ninth elder of the spirit deer clan, the high-level exotic beast Deer Jojo, who possesses the bloodline of a king beast, will come to the border of Huaxia 3 days later and enter a secret realm to take part in the life and death trial of the spirit deer clan. Across the room, Suwon opened his mouth and asked, "Your beloved family friend? Could it be that you're going to let me and the other party get to know each other in advance?" Sect leader Suwon shook his head and said, "Team Yang is good at fighting and has amazing explosive power, but their current flaw is their lack of sustaining ability. The heart of the spirit deer clan, containing life chi, can enhance Team Yang's battle endurance, and the spirit deer clan's eyes can effectively restrain the drawbacks caused by the prolonged use of the Yanagisawa blood pupil. The spirit deer clan's 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man can enhance Luoyun's perception of the outside world." After perfectly segmenting the spirit deer race as individuals, sect leader Suwon took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Most importantly, it's the Deer 99's origin talent, divine healing. This origin talent is effective in getting rid of all negative effects during the healing process. Most of all, I learned from Deer 99's mouth that in the possession of the spirit deer clan's channeling technique, one can receive the spirit deer clan's original talent into oneself on the eve of the opponent's imminent death. And I, for one, know this channeling technique, so you need to find him as soon as possible and finish him off." Hearing this, Suwon couldn't help but ask, "Although I know it's quite redundant for me to ask this, aren't you guys close friends and relatives?" Sect Master Suwon smiled. "Right, we even made a vow at that time, swearing to be brothers. Do not seek to live on the same day in the same year, but seek to die on the same day in the same year, in the same month, and on the same day. I'm dead, so isn't it normal for you to send him down to be with me? Be a brother for life." Man, the way you said that, it actually gave him a feeling that he couldn't refute it. Quite a darkly realistic sense of irony. This heart, it's really black. Whoever befriends you is really out of luck for 16 lifetimes. A brother pours his heart out with you, and you pour your heart out with your brother. Right, literally pouring out your heart and even your soul. If this was someone else, then he would definitely stay away from him, and even think that he was insidious and cunning, and could never have a deep friendship. After the meeting, kill them if you can. Turn and run if you can't. But if this person is his or her future self, and is still doing all this for the benefit of his or her present self, then that's a different story. Crouching, wise and tough-minded. The man who achieves great things is not a man of small things. No way. That's the way it's always been with transcendental battles. As for Deer 99, who has long been predetermined to die, it's not like he recognizes it anyway. If he really wants to count, he can only say with a clear conscience that it is the future Deer Jojo who has pitted the present Deer Jojo. 39207713. Chapter 39, Vegetarians. Next, I'm going to prepare a list of times for you to keep in mind. Sect leader Suwon's face remained unchanged as he continued. 6 months from now, the third daughter of the Sacred Goat Clan's vice commander will descend on the southern district of Li City in Huaxia, and the blood of the Sacred Goat Clan possesses an extremely high cultivation value. If you absorb and refine it, at the very least your cultivation speed will increase threefold. On May 17th of the following year, the son of the leader of the Tiger Hunting Clan will sneak away to play in Ning County, China. I've done experiments, and the souls of the Tiger Hunters are a perfect match for Team Yang. If Team Yang absorbs and refines it through a secret method, together with that juggling spatial barrier talent, it will truly achieve peerlessness at the same level. On April 9th of the third year, the Purple Beast Clan's royal daughter will pass through the East Sea. I've done experiments. If Luzhe's blood pupil is hedged by the Spirit Deer Clan's eyes and then baptized by the Purple Beast Clan's essence of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, it will be promoted once again, and there's a great probability that it will have the ability to deduce the future. Sect leader Suwon went line after line, detailing the future descent time of every high-level foreign beast he had learned about, from what they are good at, to what their fatal flaws and destiny are, then to the struggling relationships and political positions within their communities at that point in time to finalize an arrest plan. At the same time, the various means of preserving the lives of these high-level exotic beasts and king beast bloodlines, the various supreme treasures lurking in their souls, as well as the relevant conditions of how to restrain these supreme treasures. Sect leader Suwon had explained them all in detail. Every high-level foreign beast he spoke of possessed an extremely strong cultivation value, whether it was sublimating one's own talent, seizing the other party's soul energy to enhance one's combat power, or making up for one's own transcendent flaws. In short, every piece of information on this was enough to shock the entire transcendent world when taken out. Well, that's roughly all there is to it. After Sect leader Suwon finished speaking, he slowly stretched his back, a touch of fatigue flashing imperceptibly in his eyes. Beside him, Suwon asked suspiciously, "Are these all your brothers?" Sect leader Suwon briefly moved his arms. "Right, How else would I know in such detail? In your heart. Hard? After a moment of silence, Sect Master Suwon said softly, after decades of being together, there is more or less a bit of affection between us. So when you do it, it's best to have the special paralyzing powder on hand so that they can die without pain is best. Suwon sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Okay. It seemed that he had overthought things. And yes, he was still too naive today in terms of comparing his future to that of standing at the top of a community. It is natural for someone who can survive such a brutal political struggle not to be trapped by these base emotions. The future self knows too well what it wants to do and what it wants to get. There's something that I honestly don't really want to tell you. Sect leader Suwon couldn't help but sigh after staring at Suwon for a while. Because I know that you are the subject. You are the subject who summons the future. And the darkness and pain that these futures of ours are experiencing. You don't need to experience. Perhaps while you were practicing, you were in a state of sleep. And you would have sensed and perceived those images that I experienced the moment my soul was finally integrated into you. But seeing it, and experiencing it for yourself are always two different things. Speaking here, Sect leader Suwon paused. Then said, other than that, I don't want to say much. I'll keep it simple. Talk about the many darknesses I've experienced, and the things you're most receptive to. In the future, when a true human-beast war breaks out, the clusters of the Alien-Beast Alliance set up human food dinners in the territories they occupy, commonly known as the Fallen Zone. Fae, bred to feed on humans. Actually, it's normal for people to eat foreign beasts and foreign beasts to eat people. But for someone like me, who disguised himself as a Cloud Beast royal clan and thus entered the midst of the Fae Alliance, I have to eat people almost every other day, especially the top brass of the Fae Alliance, who delight in babies. After saying this, Sect leader Suwon did not speak again. He stood with his back to his past self, looking up into the void as if he was reminiscing about the life he had lived. Suwon looked at his future self and wanted to speak. Cannibalism. Even though he had seen it in his dreams, he was a little shaken in his heart when his future self said it himself and portrayed that scene to him. Above all, Patriarch Suwon found this matter the easiest to accept for himself. What about what one can't accept? How cruel is that? How miserable should ordinary people be in a fallen area ruled by alien beasts? Can't you just say you're vegan? Suwon's eyes twitched as he opened his mouth to ask. Hearing this, Sect leader Suwon turned around and asked, do you think you're smart? That those high-level foreign beasts and even king beasts are all stupid? Experience with human society and the ability to trace our human bodies and various identities. At this point, if you then state in public that you're vegan, you're afraid that people won't know you're a human being, right? The most important thing is that in the history of high-level Fae and king beasts, there has never been the expression vegetarian at all. That term, it only exists on the human side of society. After saying this, Sect leader Suwon said in a ghostly tone. Furthermore, specializing in vegetarianism, you're afraid that those plant-fertilized Fae powerhouses won't be able to beat you, right? Su-man, plants into a strong Fae. He hadn't really considered that. When you think about it, plants seem to have much simpler requirements for growing environments than animal drugs. If you consider it from that point of view, aren't the plant powerhouses much more numerous than the animal powerhouses in the simplified League of Fae? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a strong person whose plant has become an essence be called a foreign plant? After a moment of silence, Suwon asked suspiciously, Bishop Su-man, what's with this brain circuit and caring about all these weird points all day long? That the Fae Alliance was so named. Did he have to go and question the plant powerhouses more closely? I'm telling you this much for no other reason. Sect leader Suwon turned his words around and said in a deep voice, I just want to tell you not to be deceived by the superficial feelings of those foreign beasts. Those beast friends of mine in the Fae Alliance have all the goodwill towards me based on the fact that I'm of the Cloud Beast royal race. If I were a human, they would have eaten me clean in the first place. There will be no second result beyond that. With that said, Sect leader Suwon floated over to Suwon's side and gently patted his shoulder. But honestly, I'm still happy for you to have this strong and simple biological emotional bond. It shows that you have lived a life, bright and good, without any darkness hitting you. It's the good old days that I fought tooth and nail, lurking through my teeth in the Fae League, that I wanted to guard. 39207414. Chapter 40. You were right. Are you secretly cursing me? Suwon pondered for a moment before asking out loud. Sect leader Suwon let out a laugh at his words. Yell, you heard that? Su-man. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. My future self is just secretly cursing myself for being stupid. And what with all the plain biological feelings? This one sounds like a sneaky one. After the two of them exchanged some brief words, Suwon collected the energy that surrounded them and slowly opened his eyes. How? When Team Young saw Suwon open his eyes, he hurriedly asked, any breakthroughs in cultivation? Suwon didn't answer the question. Instead he couldn't stop sighing after looking Team Yang up and down. Team Yang? What now? Another miserable future for yourself? A different kind of misery? Beside them, the expressions of Lu Zhe and the others also turned serious. After all, a transcendent who could easily see all kinds of phenomena in the future was sighing one after another in front of you. Who wouldn't have a little drum in his heart? Buzz! A spatial barrier rose in Xiao Luo's hands and soon stacked the area with another barrier. In the next moment, he looked at Team Yang and said, "Make your energy shield out, and stack a few more layers around it to prevent others from prying." Team Yang sniffed back and hurriedly began stacking boundaries around them. Considering the vigor of Su Wen's subsequent speech, he directly stacked 10 layers of energy boundaries. After all, with 3 or 5 layers of energy boundaries, he also felt a little less safe. "Su Man, I can take it, just say it." After the Yang team had done this, they gulped and spoke. "My future, is it another miserable death?" Su Wen nodded and said, "You died in a political purge." Team Yang? A question mark slowly rose from his head. Political liquidation? Politics? No. An invasion of foreign beasts, and in such a critical situation. You die at the hands of one of your own? Why does this sound so irritating? Next to him, Xiao Luo patted Team Yang's shoulder and comforted. In fact, this matter, it can also be seen in a good light. The future your position will definitely not be low. After all, people in low positions don't stand a chance of being politically liquidated. Team Yang, this kind of opportunity is given to you. Do you want it? If he could choose, he would rather die in the mouth of a foreign beast than such a death. Yes, you are the future Vice Commander of the Research and Development Office and the Honorary Vice Commander of the Conquest Office, a position of great power. Just then, Su Wen said softly. When these words came out, Xiao Luo's breathing jerked, and even his right hand that was comforting Team Yang stopped. Ha! This guy's future is still Vice Commander of the R&D Office before he's liquidated? In other words, if the R&D Office Vice Commander was liquidated, then his own commander would definitely be affected. As for the position of Honorary Vice Commander of the Conquest Office, it was directly ignored by him. After all, with the word honor, under normal circumstances are hanging, the weight is particularly low. Thinking about it, Xiao Luo gazed at Su Wen. Yes, you guessed it right. As the R&D Office Commander, you've been liquidated as well. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luo opened his mouth and asked, "Both of us, who rippled who?" Su Wen said directly, "You affected Team Yang. You were liquidated first, and Team Yang belonged to your lineage, so naturally they were uprooted as well." Team Yang couldn't help but look at Xiao Luo as he sniffed, so it turned out that he was the one who was affected. However, when he thought that Xiao Luo, the main target of political liquidation, had comforted him just now, he reached out and patted Xiao Luo's shoulder after sighing. Think about it from another perspective. We are still in a high position. After all, people in low positions don't have the chance to be liquidated. Shallow, will you stop talking like me? Take my words and comfort me? Okay. Seeing as we're both in the same boat, let's not talk about this big smart this time. After all, it was still himself who had rippled into the other side from the never-before-seen. Across the room, Yanagisawa spoke up and asked, "What about me? How did I die?" Xiao Luo, the R&D Office Commander, is dead, and so is Team Yang. The odds are, then, that you will die yourself. You're not dead. Su Wen waved his hand and said, "The future you can be said to be the one who lives the most dashingly." Yanagisawa, Team Yang is dead and I'm living the best life? Why does that sound weird? After that, Su Wen briefly told him about Lu Zhe's smuggling in the Church of Fei, and Luo Yun and Zhao Feng acting as a shield to cooperate with each other. After hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. Honestly, this future is better than the previous one in every way. Even though Team Yang is still dead, everyone else is alive and well. In that respect, that's progress. At least it proves one thing sideways, that the future can be changed. Wait. Abruptly, Lu Zhe looked at Su Wen and asked out loud, "In the future picture you saw, we weren't dead and alive though, but weren't you assassinated by several Chinese SEAL squads? If you die, won't we?" He didn't say the latter words, but understood them all. In the future, they can live in style, and that's because there's a big brother up there to cover them. Now that big brother is dead, then the Fei Alliance is bound to send someone over to take over the Fei Church. When the new Godfather comes over, what will happen to them with their smuggling ways? Which means that none of us are actually any good. Team Young summarized, one by one, the deaths are actually pretty ugly. Except for Commander Xiao. Of course, after all, staying up all night and dying suddenly as a method of death does sound pretty decent. After saying this, Team Yang paused, then continued. It suddenly occurred to me that according to the way Commander Xiao died, will there still be a state funeral at the end? Shallow, He didn't want to explode. But why was the point of the unlucky thing in front of him so strange? If you're dead, why do you care so much? Does it really matter if it's decent or not when you don't have any offspring of your own or a so-called family? Maybe it's not so much that one needs decency, but that those who got themselves killed need their sudden death to maintain that decency. Su-won, you saw from the future. Who got me killed? Xiaoluo took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If you can know in advance the political enemies who will kill you in the future, it is better to make a layout in advance now, taking precautions decades in advance. With his situation today, as long as the chief minister is not laying a hand on him, then it may not be impossible to overturn the situation. Unclear. Su-won shook his head after receiving the answer from Sec Master Su-won. I only know that after your death, the newly appointed commander of the R&D office is Yi-sun. The first thing the other side did when they came to power was to launch a major purge of the R&D office. Many of your old men have resigned, committed suicide and hanged themselves in this purge. In short, none of it ended well. Xiaoluo's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard this. Yi-sun, he could know too much about it. Do you recognize this man? Team Yang suddenly said. If you know him now, tell me and I'll squat in advance. Not to mention the rest. It should still be okay to put on a sack and beat up first. Xiaoluo, you're in the sack. What's the point of beating it up? What about giving people a heads up? 39207119. Chapter 41, Existing in Another Situation. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Xiaoluo waved his hand and spoke. Although Su-won hadn't directly seen the enemy in the future, he had been able to analyze a lot of information from the news he had received. First, it was Yi-sun, the disciple he had brought with him. Using the other party as a base, a tight calculation was made in a radius from the other departmental executives that the other party had unusual access to. Secondly, the levy office can almost be ruled out in terms of one's own death. Although there are brains amongst the levy office, the vast majority of them are reckless. If he or she had lost the fight with the levy office, the odds are that it wouldn't have been such a decent death. It's expected that you'll find your body outside, with 18 stabs in your back identifying suicide. So, he's going to have to locate the enemy from the other department side. And finally, there's the leader he respects the most at Transcendental's HQ. If he said that this matter did not have the leadership's approval, he did not believe in his heart 10,000 times. Either that, or the leader agrees. Either that, or the future situation will be chaotic and the leaders will become puppets after being hollowed out. Either way, it's time to make precautionary preparations yourself. Su-won, have I been promoted to the super position in my future this time? Team Yang came next to Su-won and asked quietly. Su-won nodded his head and said, having been promoted and having taken the grass of life, he belongs to the category of supreme powerhouses whose life levels have evolved. How can that still be liquidated? It means that there must be several on your level, surrounding you. So did I kill Ben back? I don't know, but as long as you're not tied up, it's more or less going to take 2 kills to get your money back. That'll do. The corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly as he heard his satisfactory reply. In his opinion, a future death is a death. It might not have been acceptable at first, but now that he's heard it more it's just like that. Becoming a super powerful, mass-murdering version of yourself is also better in some ways than being poisoned and pitted yourself. As for the claim that one's resistance would internally deplete the number of powerful people in the human race, it's none of his business. If those people didn't come to kill him, then naturally there wouldn't be any of this. They've all come to kill him. Can't he resist? Killing one is enough. Kill 2 for a big profit. Whoever made it bad for himself, then he made it bad for the other person's whole family. Don't worry. This time I've gotten a few important pieces of information that will take your combat prowess to the next level. Su-won looked at Team Yang and said softly. Team Yang sniffed and rubbed their hands together and asked, going to round up high-level foreign beasts again? Right. So can you get me the ability to transform as well this time? The corner of Su-won's mouth twitched slightly. What would you, a non-lurker, need the ability to transform into a high-level alien beast for? Not to mention whether or not the other party's crystal core would still be able to support a metamorphosis after he absorbed Dear Jojo's origin talent. Even if it could, then Lu Zhe would be the best person to do it, right? In this way, he himself would develop on the Cloud Beast side, and Lu Zhe would go to the Deer Spirit clan side in the future. At that time, the two of them would be able to combine their efforts in the future, and might be able to occupy a greater voice in the Fey Alliance. The future Purple Beast, the Sacred Goat, could actually be given to Luo Yun and Zhao Feng after getting their hands on it. It's a great idea, but it would take a well-thought-out plan to implement it. After all, the intelligence capability on the side of the Alien Beast Alliance was still very strong. It was quite rare to have a hidden Cloud Beast in Squad 112, and it turned out that Squad 112 was fully staffed with high-level alien beasts. Who would believe it? If this went back, unless it was very strong in itself, it would definitely be subject to a wave of interrogation. In that case, those beast friends of yours aren't completely dead. Su Wen's eyes twitched as he said in his mind. In a sense, they sort of exist in a different form. Bishop Su Man, you're more or less fooling yourself with this idea. According to this, then there is no such thing as a truly dead creature in the world. After all, even if it's a domestic animal, when it's killed and eaten for its meat, the nutrients in the meat are transferred to someone else's body. Is that living in a different form? The other party has been soul destroyed. You're just a transcendent who can change into the other party's appearance and possesses most of the other party's bloodline concentration. How can you compare yourself to someone else's serious high-level fey beasts? Perhaps as the future descends time and time again carrying the fruits of time and space, China's side will become stronger and stronger. But at this stage, forget it. Well, go ahead and step aside. After Su Wen said this to Tian Yang, he looked at the crowd. Now, let's discuss a big plan for the next step. A high-level exotic beast that is beneficial to all of us and will increase the strength of all of us drastically will come to our Huaxia in 3 days. Next to him, Xiao Luo asked softly, it can also enhance my strength? He's a researcher who isn't good at fighting, and he's still an upper transcendent, and that advanced exotic beast is still able to boost him? Any more elevation and he wouldn't be all over the place? The various requirements and rituals of the Ascendant's promotion to supremacy were not something a high-level fey beast could sustain. Its flesh and blood can enhance your soul power and repair the dark wounds in your soul left by the deduction technique. Xiao Luo's pupils shook, and then he said with a solemn expression, come, talk about this plan carefully. I'll see if there's anything I need to add. If there's something that can restrain the other side, don't worry about it, just say it. As the R&D office commander, I don't have much else, but I have quite a lot of battle credits in my hands. Across the room, Lu Zhe asked suspiciously, how many battle credits do you have in your hands? Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged. If you want to use it all up, the treasury will have to owe me a share of the resources. Yanagi-sawa, that's an exaggerated amount of war credit, isn't it? While he knew that the RDO could mobilize more war credits, this was outrageous. 3 days later, Huaxia Cloud City. Buzz, a spatial crack appeared steeply over 10,000 meters, and then a small, 7-colored spirit deer appeared in this inaccessible land of all things. Normally speaking, with the cultivation level of this 7-colored spirit deer nowadays, it was not able to support a prolonged stay at a height of 10,000 meters. However, as a descendant of a king beast, Deer Jojo was highly expected by the elders of the clan, and there were many spiritual treasures on his body. The secret realm that the clan elders are talking about should be right here. Deer Jojo borrowed the might of the spirit treasure and flew for a moment before murmuring in a low voice, I really didn't expect that my dear spirit clan's secret realm of trials would be opened on this side of the human realm's eastern continent. Luckily, I'm catching this at a good time. If everything goes well, perhaps the king beast bloodline in me will be completely awakened. With that, Dear Jojo stood up in a human stance and quickly made a seal with his 2 front paws, and under the illumination of this mark, a mysterious realm gate quickly appeared in the empty clouds ahead. How did the entrance to this secret realm manifest so quickly? Didn't the elders say that there would be a buffer period of time when this secret realm entrance is not used all year round? How is this like being reactivated by someone? Forget it. I think too much. The secret hiding place of my spirit deer clan is not for others to know? As soon as the words fell, Dear Jojo transformed into a stream of light and directly drilled into the middle of this realm door. 39207414. Chapter 42 Studied by the Other Side. The moment Dear Jojo entered the secret realm of the trial, the spatial channel at the back automatically closed. What came into view was a magnificent blue and gold-colored portal. In front of the portal, there were 2 humanoid puppets dressed in golden armor, with greenish lines engraved on their faces and a powerful aura emanating from their bodies. Stop the Comer. Su Wen spoke in a fluent spirit deer clan language, his face a little dull. This was the plan of Patriarch Su Wen. The tattoos on their faces were a kind of tattoo material made from the life yuan liquid mixed with lotus clove, through the powder of energy crystals blended in a specific proportion and at a specific time. This kind of material was only used in the entire Fey Beast Alliance when the Deer Spirit Clan's top management refined puppets. The golden armor on their bodies and the golden spears in their hands were all old traditions from when the Deer Spirit Clan powerhouses refined their puppets. The details of this, the Deer Spirit Clan guarded extremely strict. Outsiders simply do not know the way. But Dear Jojo, who will become a top powerhouse in the clan in the future, sits on the bloodline of the King Beast, and naturally understands these things very well. Especially after losing in a line of drinking with sect leader Su Wen in a line of drinking formed on his own past experiences. He had turned the secret realm of trials he had practiced in his childhood upside down. All sorts of things have been inquired into. In the end, after winning, you get a count your heads compliment from the Godfather. Su Wen, out of his understanding of Dear Jojo, just in case, so he and Lu Zhe needed to play the role of two humanoid puppets guarding the secret realm here, so that they could fool the other party with all the defensive treasures they had on them. Dear Jojo carefully looked around. All the arrangements were generally the same as what the elders had said. In the next moment, a green token floated out from his brow. After Lu Zhe received this token, his eyes glowed and began to scan it. Inspection passed. The moment this Spirit Deer clan language was spoken, Lu Zhe returned this token. And when Dear Jojo received the token and prepared to enter that blue golden portal, another white aura shot out from Lu Zhe's eyes. Since he didn't perceive any danger from this white aura, Dear Jojo let it scan him. A few moments later, the scan ended. Lu Zhe's face was stagnant, and his voice said mechanically, the following 7 supreme treasures were detected to be worn by the trialist: the soul-attracting bell, the green jiao shear, the spirit-gathering bead, the flame cage, the water cloud's fan, the 5 elements lance, and the Chui Yun armor. According to the trial code, trialists are not allowed to bring in supreme treasures. Dear Jojo's eyes twitched at the words. This process had not been mentioned by the elders of the clan. However, the secret realm of trials accompanied by the blockade of the human world has not been opened for 10,000 years, and there is a slight deviation between the records of the clan and the secret realm of trials. It seems to be normal. Most importantly, this puppet in front of him had swept out the names of the supreme treasures within his body, and even hidden in the depths of his soul, just by sweeping with that white light that he himself could not perceive as having any effect. This is obviously true, but thinking back to the strange condition of the opening of the secret portal, he felt that he still had to test the waters. Thus, he spoke. In that case, then I will not participate in this trial for now. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, sect leader Su Wen, who was drinking tea in the void, laughed dumbly. See, I was right, wasn't I? This sudden addition to the trial guidelines will make Dear 99 suspicious. But don't worry, it's just a test for him. Only when Dear Jojo was about to leave the secret realm, she suddenly turned around and asked, how many trial codes are there? Can you tell? Quiet. Silence. The trial space was silent. As a puppet left behind 10,000 years ago, he would only make a sound when he violated the trial code, and should keep his mechanical unintelligent appearance at all other times. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. Dear Jojo shook her head slightly, forcing down the slight uneasiness within herself. It couldn't be helped. The elders of the clan had forcibly opened the spatial teleportation array in order to send him over, and had spent a lot of resources in counteracting the human realm's suppression. If he went back simply because he was a little uneasy inside, then it was expected that the elders of the clan could whip him to death when they found out. As for the heartfelt warning, how could there be no danger in participating in the clan's life and death trials? Danger and opportunity, at all times, are directly proportional. Thinking of this, Dear Jojo began to walk up and pull out the 7 supreme treasures on his body one by one. After that, he leapt into the middle of the blue and gold portal. Buzz! The blue and gold portal trembled slightly, and then its form began to change. In the blink of an eye, it went from a blue and gold portal to a cage made of high-level forbidden magic stones and high-level space stones. At the same time, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of ceiling, hallucinating, and mesmerizing. Multiple measures began to bloom in this spatial cage. After reacting, Dear Jojo didn't hesitate and directly utilized her talent, trying to expel the negative influence exerted on her. But right at this moment, the surrounding forbidden magic stones suddenly glowed brightly. Immediately, a proud spirit deer silhouette appeared in the sky, and with a deer cry, Dear Jojo realized that his origin talent had also been completely suppressed. How could you possess the suppression inscription of my clan? Dear Jojo's pupils shook wildly after he spotted Su Wen and his group. He doesn't understand. This was clearly the trial space of their spirit deer clan. How could there be a group of lowly humans squatting here? Even this group of lowly humans with their clan's suppression inscriptions. This was a high-quality inscription that only the elders and matriarchs of the clan knew, capable of directly suppressing the origin talent of the rebels within the clan. And it was a secret amongst secrets of their spirit deer clan. So why would this group of humans who were supposed to be on the dinner table use it? Asterisk. Dear Jojo's eyes suddenly turned red after he angrily shouted. And just as he was about to burn his soul and origin in a fight to the death, a sealing spell formation in the sky above him manifested once again. My clan's sealing spell formation? No! Who the hell are you guys? You are in no way human. Dear Jojo internal extremely collapse. He wanted to exert all the means he can think of all the confrontation way. The other party seems to have anticipated in advance to do a variety of targeted layout. And the power of the supreme treasure that he could have mobilized at this moment of crisis was also unloaded by this group of people in advance. This ring after ring, as if he had been studied by the other party in targeting, leaving him with no power to fight back at all. He didn't even know exactly who his opponent was, but he was certain that it was definitely the dogs within the clan. Human? How is that possible? Where do the people nowadays know so many things? I'm afraid that a single supreme treasure thrown out would be enough to make the entire human race boil. If you want me dead, then neither do you. Dear Jojo roared angrily, and immediately, a blood-colored rune at his brow erupted with a powerful force. This power went straight to the clouds, carrying Dear Jojo's speculation about the enemies in the clan, tearing through space and disappearing directly into this secret realm. And when the aftermath of this power disappeared, the panicked expression that Dear Jojo had guessed did not appear. Instead, the humanoid puppet dress Suwon waved his hand. Good. His final killing move is gone. Now is a good time to finish him off. 392-0724. Chapter 43, Spirit Deer Rage. Damn you. Dear Jojo blared angrily at Suwon. And before he could finish his sentence, a bottle of extraordinary paralyzing dispersion, which could paralyze the soul's sense of pain and allow living beings to be free from any pain of death, poked him in the face. A bottle of 1,000 battle credits. And I've fulfilled your account, Suwon said in his mind after using up all of the extra paralyzing powder. Sect leader Suwon looked at Dear Jojo's appearance and sighed quietly. Even though I've killed many people, there's still something in me that can't see the dying misery of my sworn brothers when it comes down to it. What then? So, I choose to close my eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sect leader Suwon turned around and closed his eyes tightly. Su man, that's a really strong knack for deceiving yourself. But yeah, this extra paralyzing scatter was all mandatory for his future self. That seeing his brother suffer and closing his eyes afterwards seemed to be expected. Next to him, Lu Zhe suddenly said, Suwon, the environment of this secret realm is really good, especially the soil under my feet. It's so full of spiritual chi that it feels like the food planted can metamorphose into spiritual seeds that contain spiritual chi. Xiao Luo squatted on the ground and observed for a while before nodding his head and saying, Indeed, this if I can bring these spirit soils back, then I am confident that I can cultivate a batch of food suitable for transcendentalists within 2 years. When Tin Yang heard this, he said directly, if the soil outside is this good, wouldn't the stuff inside be even better? After saying this, Tin Yang pointed to the real portal in the distance and asked out loud, can I go in and take a look? He had a premonition in the dark that there was definitely something super good in here. No entry. The corners of sect leader Suwon's mouth twitched. You stop Tin Yang. This secret realm is the Spirit Deer clan's place of trial. And that entrance has already been subjected to all sorts of killing prohibitions by the Spirit Deer clan's powerhouses. Once it is detected that the trialist does not have a Spirit Deer bloodline, then it will be directly suppressed. There was no need for Suwon to say anything about this matter, and Lu Zhe directly started disliking Tin Yang. Can you move your big head? But if this secret realm is something we can use and participate in the trial, would Suwon have stuck it so tight? Knowing the entrance to the secret realm and knowing the receiving handprint, then they must have come over in advance to participate in the trial. Saying that, Lu Zhe paused, then suddenly said, by the way, you're good at fighting, not good at using your brain. Forgot. Sorry ha. Tin Yang, is that your apologetic tone? You're taunting me, aren't you? If it weren't for the fact that this is outside, I'd more or less have to go one-on-one with you. After that, the crowd was divided. Suwon led a few people to start imposing all sorts of prohibitions in this spatial cage, and as a precautionary measure, he even had Tin Yang utilize an energy boundary to carry out a crazy packing of 10 layers inside and 10 layers outside. And in the process of packing, it was as if the Yang team had found a sense of belonging to their extraordinary talent, that the more they worked, the more they worked. Originally, according to Suwon's planning, packing a few dozen layers and compressing a few dozen layers was almost enough, but Tin Yang didn't feel too safe and ended up packing 100 layers hard. The reason why they didn't pack deeper was solely because if they packed any more, this energy boundary would be a bit beyond Tin Yang's control. In case of a big explosion, wouldn't their planning these days come to naught? Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo, on the other hand, teamed up and took in all the things that could be used around them, including but not limited to spiritual soil, spiritual water, spiritual trees, spiritual grasses, anything that could be seen and could be stowed away in the spatial equipment. Especially that land resource with abundant spiritual chi content made the duo of Lu Zhe and Xiao Luo transform into excavators and start digging all over the place. Anyone who sees it, scoop it up. As transcendents, they had the strength and means to do so. Thus, in just this moment's effort, the periphery of the secret realm of trials was dug 3 feet high in the sky. At the same moment, the Deer Spirit Clan, whoosh, a blood-colored rune carried the power of breaking through the air and directly slammed into the top of the clan bell in the center of the Deer Spirit Clan. Dang, 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 the Deer Spirit Clan's ancient bell continued to vibrate. emitting a thick and pale sound. And the moment the sound of the ancient bell rang out, a powerful figure broke through the air and came. Their faces unsightly as they looked at the blood-colored runes next to the ancient bell. "My son!" Abruptly, a voice of grief and indignation resounded around them. One could only see a powerful spirit deer with light fluttering around it appearing here on auspicious clouds. And when he received the information carried by the blood-colored runic bell, he even let out a whine up to the sky. The next moment, he turned to look around angrily. "Gentlemen, if you want to make a move on me, you can totally punch me. What's the point of laying hands on a child? Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I'll fight with everything I've got to break its bloodline." After saying this, the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan turned around and left, leaving behind the Spirit Deer clan powerhouses with heavy faces. From what the ninth elder is saying, this death of 9-9 is the result of a struggle within our clan. After a long time, an old deer stepped out and said with an expressionless face, "If it was anyone who moved, come forward now. I can guarantee that I won't even sit in his lineage. If I find out, shoot on sight." Speaking here, the old deer paused, and then said with a murderous air, "The talent of this child of 99 is very good, but if for this reason it is coveted by certain deer within the clan who want to divert this talent to their own children, then they must die. My Spirit Deer clan, we can fight internally, but we will never allow the means of struggle to be used on the children who have inherited the bloodline of the king beast. This head must not be opened. Otherwise, my Spirit Deer clan will usher in the darkest era ever." The surrounding Spirit Deer powerhouses looked at me and I looked at you. None of them spoke at this time. At the same time, they think based on valid information in their brains. Who the hell did such a nasty thing? Isn't this breaking the tacit understanding we've all been keeping? Clan rules. It's even more spoiled. If they dare to assassinate the ninth elder's heir today, then will they have to assassinate their heirs later? At this moment, even the ninth elder's former political enemy was quite annoyed in his heart. Even they were more angry and anxious than the neutral faction. After all, they were also worried that the supreme elders suspected that this matter was their doing. Just like that, a storm within the Spirit Deer clan began to fester and brew. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was already the next day when everyone returned to the 112th Squad's quarters. Even though everyone did a lot of work on this trip and felt a little tired physically, everyone was in exceptionally good spirits. One might even say, very exuberant. Who wouldn't be happy after going out and catching a high-level beast with the bloodline of a king beast? Moreover, according to Su Wen, this high-level foreign beast was even more precious than the cloud beast from before. How can this not be expected? Reuse, how about you transform into a spirit deer? Su Wen looked at Lu Zhe and opened his mouth to ask. After utilizing the Spirit Deer clan's guiding technique to move Deer Jojo's origin talent over, he realized that Deer Jojo's crystal core had not been destroyed. If Lu Zhe absorbed it, he would have a good helper on the side of the Alien Beast Alliance in the future. Ha! Yanagisawa froze, then said, "Me? Shouldn't we let Commander Shao come to this kind of thing? Shallow, why do I need this kind of transformation ability when I'm the commander of the R&D office? Will I be allowed to lurk over there in the future?" 39207696. Chapter 44, Candidacy for Commander of the Expedition Office. "This is not for me. The best person for this is you." Xiao Luo spoke. "I might be able to try it out when I have a surplus of high-level foreign beasts in the future. But for now, it's better." Beside him, Lu Zhe nodded after listening, then began to follow Su Wen's explanation, silently applying that special refining method to absorb Deer Jojo's energy crystal core. A few moments later, under the bloom of a light of life, Lu Zhe changed into the posture of a spirit deer. It was just that Lu Zhe's changed spirit deer's eyes were red, and the transcendent talent of the blood pupil was exceptionally conspicuous even in the spirit deer stance. "It's a little weird, but it's a good thing." Sect leader Su Wen smiled and said, "Within the Spirit Deer clan, killing each other is forbidden, especially when targeting high-level bloodline descendants such as Deer Jojo. It is even more of a 12-point hold. If I'm not wrong, because of that voice transmission from Deer 99, the Spirit Deer clan should be in chaos right now. In that case, after a great cleansing, the Spirit Deer incarnated by Lu Zhe can also take advantage of the chaos to enter within the Spirit Deer clan." Across the room, Su Wen directly asked in his mind, "So is Lu Zhe going to change his name this time?" "Sure. Change your name to Kagawa?" "No. The surname Deer is the exclusive surname of the King Beast bloodline of the Spirit Deer clan. Unless the Spirit Deer incarnated by Lu Zhe goes in and finds a King Beast bloodline to join his family, otherwise he is not qualified to be surnamed Deer. Within the Spirit Deer clan, it's even a surname society? The Spirit Deer clan's last name is Deer. How is that different from the human side of the family name? You don't say. If we hadn't been favored by the new king of the Cloud Beasts and admitted within the Cloud Beast King clan, then we probably wouldn't have been able to be called Cloud Man. Patriarch Su-wen looked at Su-wen and said so. Su-wen? Ha? You mean, we changed our last name too? On-wen? Is that the new name of our lurk? Why didn't you say anything about this before? Su-wen raised an eyebrow and asked with some doubt. Is this something important? Sect Master Su-wen's face remained unchanged. As the main body, you don't need to know this at all. The change in last name. The lurk that is Cloudman will only appear in the future of the summoned. Such as mine. Su-man. How he felt that there was a bit of a ghostly element in this last statement from Future himself. As a summoned Future. From the moment he knew his identity, this time and space he was in, his future was almost finalized. All he had to do was to explore as much useful information as possible and move up the ladder as much as possible in order to get more important information. From this point of view, the future that one has summoned, it is extremely normal to have a little ripple inside. Just then, Yanagisawa bounced around a bit in his spirit deer stance and shifted back to his human stance after getting used to this new body of his. How did you change back? Teen Yang looked at Yanagisawa and asked with some loss. What do you want? Yanagisawa froze, then asked with a face full of caution. With his knowledge of Teen Yang, he knew from the moment the other party opened his mouth that this bastard could never put out any good farts. I'm very interested in this Fey gesture. I spoke with Su-wen before, but Su-wen rejected me. Teen Yang spoke up and explained. You do fit in better than I do. That I'll admit. But don't let me experience what it's like to be transformed. You're okay with letting me ride twice, right? Yanagisawa. The first word sounded human. What's it say back there? Let him ride twice? Why did he sound and feel weird? Team Willow. If you're going to let Teen Yang ride, you have to let me ride too. Next to him, Zhao Feng said in a hurry. Luze glanced at Zhao Feng as he sniffed and spoke. I suddenly realized. Hasn't your fighting ability dropped a bit lately? When things are over here in a while, let's both take a walk to the training grounds. I've just had a realization, and I think there are a few moves that are particularly suitable for combat inspiration for you. Zhao Feng. Is this going to be battle-inspired for yourself? Clearly looking for a reason to beat himself up. Zhao Feng, don't be afraid of him. This Spirit Deer Clan's antler can make up for your lack of transcendent talent. Su-wen suddenly said, take advantage of this opportunity, and you might be able to advance to median transcendent as well. By then, both of you will be median transcendents. And you're still worried that you can't beat him? Zhao Feng's eyes lit up at the words. Really, boss? Su-wen nodded his head and said, naturally. Would I lie to you? Not far away, Luze said in a ghostly tone. Zhao Feng, I'm sure Su-wen didn't lie to you, but you have to know that right now. You're still inferior, and I can beat 3 of you with one hand. Zhao Feng, after looking down, Teen Yang directly said, how can you use force to coerce your team members? I'm still the captain now. After saying that, Teen Yang looked at Zhao Feng. Little Feng, don't worry, if Yanagisawa beats you to my face, then I'm going to beat up his crew too. Zhao Feng? A question mark slowly rose from his head. In the next moment, he asked cautiously, Captain, when you said you hit the Willow team members, who did you hit? Yang's face didn't change. Who else could it be? He's far away, but he's right in front of us. Zhao Feng. Sure enough, the captain was the same captain he knew. A dog as always. And with such laughter, the whole room was filled with merriment. But soon, everyone started to get back to the point. As Patriarch Su-wen stood in the perspective of the future and watched the present, today's Squad 112 still lacked a great deal, and there was a great deal of holes in its planning for the future. With the RDO Commander-in-Chief being one of their own, there is no need at all to fill the top of the RDO with people. It's not necessary. All the new theories and articles that would appear in the future, new cultivation styles and method systems could be directly channeled through Xiao Luo's site to the entire country of Huaxia. In turn, the known system of cultivation was studied and reformed with the help of the overall power of the state in the context of an elongated timeline. In this way, a great deal of time can be saved. And among the Transcendental's headquarters, the Conquest Office has the most power, except for the Military Department and the General Director's Office, which are under the direct jurisdiction of the General Director. Therefore, it is best to let the youngs go into the middle of the draft office to utilize their abilities. In the future, when that high-level beast of the Tiger Hunting Clan enters the scene, if Teen Yang truly achieves invincibility at the same level, perhaps in the future they can compete for the position of the commander of the Expedition Office. After all, the group of people in the Expedition Office spoke with their fists. As long as Teen Yang's fists are hard enough, coupled with Xiao Luo knocking on the side, there is a great probability that they will succeed in getting to the top. If the Expropriation Office and the R&D Office were both their people, the situation on the Chinese side would really open up. To put it bluntly, according to the worst outcome to consider, even if something goes wrong on the side of the chief, in the future, Yang Team and Xiao Luo join hands will not be powerless to fight back. You mean, Letting me run for commander of the conquest office? Team Yang looked at Su Wen and pointed a finger at his chest, his face full of questions. His instructor. That's the levy office. So he knew that little bit about the group of ruthless people in the conquest office. With his strength, he's going to run for the office? This shall not be whacked? 39207244. Chapter 45 Arrangements for the Future. What? Su Wen raised his left eyebrow. Problem? Team Young. It's not a matter of having a problem with it or not. The main thing is that this thing sounds so unbelievable. Even though he thought that his cultivation talent was moderate, and that he was considered a minor genius in a battle match at the same realm. But any one of them in the expedition office is a genius. It is said that gold will always shine, but the imperial capital side is golden. Everywhere by gold poured. Ah, Captain, you wimped out? Next to him, Luo Yun asked with some derision. When these words came out, Team Yang's face changed. Who said I wimped out? It's just that I've never considered this future before, and I'm a little surprised. Across the room, Lu Zhe spoke out. So you agree with Su Wen, right? Team Young. Now he's being racked here. However, as he looked at Su Wen's calm eyes and resolute tone, and then associated it with the other party's extraordinary talent for insight into the future, he couldn't help but feel some fervor welling up within him. Is it possible that one's new future is to be the commander of the Office of Recruitment? If my future self can do it, why should my present self panic? In short, he would never admit defeat. Like I said, in my mind, whatever Su Wen says is what it is. Team Yang's words changed. Since Su Wen said that he would let me run for the commanding office commander, then I believe that the future commanding office commander will be me. Xiao Luo nodded slightly at his words and then led the applause. Good. One is not frivolous but wasted. I'll remember what you said today, and if you don't run for the commanding officer of the conquest office, I'll tell that group of people in the conquest office what you said today. Team Young. Su Wen looked around and smiled slightly, then walked over and gently tapped Team Young on the shoulder. What are you afraid of when I've got you on the hook? These words, like a strong cardiac agent, directly made Team Yang's eyes light up. Yeah, one had Su Wen as a carry-on hangover. Did one need to care that much? Just flush it straight. Other people's cultivation talent is good. Other people's comprehension is strong. But then strong. Can they be stronger than the one who is openly hung? Though you do things recklessly. But the brain circuits are clear. The nature is simple. Su Wen finished his sentence and paused, then looked at Team Yang and laughed. Are you waiting for the but behind me? Team Yang couldn't help but scratch his head when he heard this. Normally, wouldn't that sound like you'd start with a reprimand and end with a raise? After all that suppression, it's time to praise me, isn't it? Your future is anything but ordinary, Su Wen said with a smile, then began to discuss with Xiao Luo about transferring Team Yang into the Transcendental's headquarters. According to Patriarch Su Wen, in fact, the most suitable place for Team Yang to enter was the military department. In the military department, you don't need to use your brain. You just need to listen to the command and push forward with all your strength. But a violent state institution like the Ministry of War basically doesn't get involved in the open and shut battles between the various units of the Transcendental's headquarters. In order to be able to help Xiao Luo, or to try to see if he could push Xiao Luo to the position of the chief minister, the position of the commander of the conquest office was exceptionally important. After all, summoning the future, lurking in the alien beast alliance to become a high-level such things, the best candidate if the Chinese side wants to play a match should be the chief. However, no one at this stage knew more about the infiltration of the alien beast alliance into Huaxia, and into the human countries, than sect leader Su Wen. The infiltration and penetration of high-level Fey beasts had begun from the moment the first Fey gate appeared. This, coupled with the future political upheaval over at the Transcendental's headquarters, made Patriarch Su Wen more interested in having a generalissimo come out from around himself than to trust the current one. After all, judging by his lurking experience, as long as someone could not be trusted absolutely, that person was absolutely untrustworthy. I'll start with what I think. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Wen opening his mouth. Are you planning to promote Team Yang to become the deputy commander of the R&D office first, and then level up to the levy office as the deputy commander after the rank goes up? Next, the vice commander of the levy office goes upwards. Xiao Luo's eyes twitched as he heard this. Then he nodded slightly. Su Wen had seen his plan from the future. Yet he was still here to continue discussing this matter with himself. That would mean that one has failed in this idea. Is there a downside to this? Yes, Su Wen said seriously. Team Yang can transfer over flat. It's all in line with the process. But the position that Team Yang held when they went over was honorary vice commander. With the word honor in front of it, you should know what that means, right? Xiao Luo's two eyes narrowed as he naturally knew. Honorary vice commander. A position of great or small power. If the commander gave face, or agreed with this honorary vice commander, then the power was naturally unlimited. But if you don't give face, that honorary vice chief is in a sense that is a mascot. What are your thoughts? Xiao Luo turned his words around and asked gruffly. You find yourself a friend in the levy office and ask him to transfer Team Young into the levy office. After communicating with sect leader Su Wen said softly, the rest, leave it to the future. I'm sure that with the deliberate delivery of points in the future by me and Yanagisawa, Team Yang will be promoted very quickly in the recruitment office. Speaking here, Su Wen paused, then said, you only need to ensure that Team Yang has a fair treatment inside the expedition office, and won't be robbed of credit or even secretly suppressed. Xiao Luo smiled at his words. Don't worry about this point, although I can't excessively interfere in the internal affairs of the Conquest Office. I still don't have any problem doing this. After all, the commander of the Conquest Office still owes me several favors. After that, Su Wen began to arrange up Luo Yun and Zhao Feng's future in Agent Su Wen's time and space, because Squad 112 didn't have any outside help, let alone the many intelligence on high-level alien beasts. So the only thing that Agent Su Wen could rely on was the power of the small group that was Squad 112. But along with his Cloud Beast Royal Clan identity, Lu Zhe's Spirit Deer King Beast descendant identity gradually spread out. The two of them just need to enter the Church of Fey Beasts. It would be a descending blow. Anyone who's a godfather or vice-godfather has to off to the side. The only future challenge for the two of them was the many matters in the Fey Alliance. And in this kind of thing, Luo Yun and Zhao Feng couldn't be of much help at the moment. Therefore, it is the best choice to develop on the Chinese side. Luo Yun's extraordinary talent of being able to perceive good and evil is sublimated to be suitable for entering the Hoing office. Combined with the various lists of insiders he and Lu Zhe had provided, he was sure Luo Yun would make rapid progress. With regards to Zhao Feng, Patriarch Su Wen felt that he could randomize a bit. Go to the logistics office. Open up the office to try. If it really cannot, not quite adapt to the words to go to Xiao Luo under the mix is also a good choice. Other than that, going to the R&D office as a vice chief, and then being seconded to another department as an honorary mascot would be fine. The mascot may not have much power, but the collection of intelligence may make a difference at a critical time. Boss, I'm being too casual here, aren't I? Not far away. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded as he listened to his future arrangements. Everyone else has a clear goal. How did it come to you? Letting go with the flow? 39207244. Chapter 46, Ironic Results. Do you have any departments you'd like to go to? Su Wen looked at Zhao Feng and asked directly. I want to go to the Pathfinder office. Zhao Feng thought about it and said firmly, Boss, with you and Team Lu helping out over at the Alien Beast Alliance, I'll definitely be able to make a good living inside the pioneering office. For example, those Fey gates that have not yet been explored by Huaxia. I'll go to your territory first. When the time comes, I'll just take the opinion maps or other detailed information. And then won't I move up in the pioneering office? Why not use such a good resource when there are high-level people on the enemy side who are your own? How much more do you have to not want to progress when you have such an advantage and yet you choose to run a logistics office? Although there is Xiao Luo, the R&D office commander, and Team Young may also become the Conquest office commander in the future. Under the cultivation of these two he can be quickly promoted wherever he goes. But wouldn't it be better if he could rise with the Youngs? Or even rise faster than the Youngs? Of course, there's a small, less important reason. After going to the Transcendence headquarters, he wanted to be promoted faster than Team Young, so that after meeting at the Transcendental's headquarters in the future, would Team Yang have to call him sir? Thinking about it made him feel good about this. Okay, since you have your own ideas, that's best. Su Wen nodded slightly, then instructed. However, you need to pay attention to the fact that the Transcendents of the Pathfinder office are the most easily corrupted and infiltrated because they were the first ones to come into contact with the Gate of the Fae. So the Transcendents inside are the most easily corrupted and infiltrated. Be careful when you act inside. After saying this, Su Wen paused, then said, in this way, I'll give you a list. I'll say it, you memorize it. Next to him, Zhao Feng's pupils shrunk. Then he began to listen intently. 27 mid-levels in the Pathfinder office and 4 high-levels have all separately leaked confidential information about the Chinese Transcendentals Alliance to the Alien Beast Alliance. Su Wen's opening of his mouth directly caused the crowd to freeze in place. What? How much management is there in the Pathfinder office? That's all of a sudden. More than 30 of them have problems? The middle tier is even. It doesn't play a decisive role. But the point is, all 4 executives have problems? How many executives are there? So the Pathfinder office won't be a sieve? Or is this Pathfinder office still the Pathfinder office of the Chinese Transcendents? These traitors? You should not rush to remove them yet. After Su Wen finished the list of traitors, he said softly, when you have established yourself in the pioneering office and Luo Yun has established herself in the Hoing office, The two of you can use these people's lives as stepping stones to rise up. Across the room, Zhao Feng frowned and asked, Boss, so if we leave these traitors alone for now, will it lead to more classified information being leaked from headquarters? Su Wen's face remained unchanged. What could have been leaked was leaked a long time ago, and the more important information is not something that would have been leaked in such a short period of time since you guys went in. Even if you go in and pioneer the office, it won't cause any of that. After all, you're just a shrimp. Who's going to specialize in you? You think you're the main character? Everywhere you go, all sorts of things explode. Zhao Feng. Point taken. In his whole life, except for the time when he had just awakened his transcendent talent and thought that he might be the protagonist, later on, along with more and more exposure to things, he was struck by those demonic geniuses and began to accept his mediocrity. After all, the transcendent portal that it took him 2 years to knock through, someone could knock through it on their first cultivation. How does this compare? And there's no need to be depressed. Your life story would still have merit if it were written as a novel. Su Wen looked at Zhao Feng and smiled slightly. After all, reality stream novels that focus on ordinary people also have an audience of readers. Next to him, Lu Zhe opened his mouth and laughed. Right. There's no fooling the young. There's no fooling the middle-aged. There's no fooling the old, and the dead are the greatest. Right? Zhao Feng. Why does that sound so solid? Jokes aside, remember that the preliminary work of going into the Pathfinder office should still be done in a secure manner. Su Wen turned his words around and said gruffly. Zhao Feng nodded solemnly at his words. Don't worry, boss. After all, I'm not the captain. Teen Young? How did this conversation suddenly lead to him? Put this yin and yang on him? Ha? Ro. Waiting. In the next moment, Teen Young looked at Lu Zhe and said, I think Xiao Feng's recent fighting skills have really declined severely. In a moment I'll go to the training ground with you and make sure to give him high specification, close-range pointers on his fighting abilities. Xiao Feng's face changed when he heard this, and then he quickly changed the subject. If Teen Yang was the only one, then the topic might indeed be led off by Zhao Feng just like that. However, with Lu Zhe's help, the center of the trio's discussion almost centered around Zhao Feng's melee ability and fighting skills as a radius to start a frantic discussion. And based on that, a complete set of trained plans were listed. Just in Zhao Feng's opinion, where was this a training program? It's clearly a plan to get beaten up, isn't it? I'm going to have to take some time to correct this problem of my own mouth. At least not until he can beat the Yanks himself. Right. I suddenly remembered. It was at this moment that sect leader Su Wen suddenly said, at the Transcendental's headquarters, there is still a group of people that you can completely trust. They are very patriotic and have not been infiltrated by the Alien Beast Alliance. That, there is no need to test, they have practiced it with their lives. Su Wen narrowed his eyes, listening to his future self. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, what the other party was going to say next should be the heroes and martyrs who had died on the path of fighting against the alien beasts. But unsurprisingly, accidents happen. Did you not think of that when I said so? Sect leader Su Wen looked at Su Wen and said word for word, yes, you didn't guess wrong. It's the 3 sealed teams that gave their lives, walked into the void, and used their souls as fuel to break into the interior of the Lock Beast race on a high note, only to assassinate me, a high-ranking member of the Fey Beast Alliance. Su Man. These 3 sealed the team. He was only looking for his own helpless death in the future. How sad it must be to mix up to the top of the Fey Alliance with great difficulty, only to end up dying at the hands of one's true comrades and compatriots? Now that he thought about it, these 3 sealed teams gave their lives to kill within the Locust Beast clan. Then they never even thought of going back. Such a faithful man is indeed a trustworthy man of his own. Sarcasm? Patriarch Su Wen smiled slightly. When I was assassinated, my heart was more complicated than yours. My fellow comrades, who gave their lives and burned their souls to kill me, and the Fey powerhouse I'm trying to pit against me is doing everything in its power to protect me, in order for me to survive. There were even several Cloud Beast powerhouses who blew themselves up and fell. After saying this, sect leader Su Wen paused, then said softly, do you say that in this situation, you want to hate the person who assassinated us? Do you want to thank the Cloud Beast that protects us? Fortunately, such a human-like and ghost-like purgatory career is not something you will experience from now on. 39207943. Chapter 47, Just Say My Name. Su Wen's eyes flickered as he fell into a long silence. It's the kind of thing that does make it a little hard to let go. Although sect leader Su Wen didn't say it explicitly, but being the same person, he could completely hear the envy of the other party in his tone. Envious of the bright path ahead for this Lord's body of his. Envious that he does not have to go through the path of purgatory that tortures his soul. At the same time, more envious of their own future has long been paved the road to prosperity. Though underneath this great road of congeniality lies buried body after body of our future selves. But who wouldn't want to use their life to make way for their past self? These 3 sealing squads are Red Dragon, cloudy sky, and heavenly star. As if he didn't see the change in Su Wen's expression, sect leader Su Wen continued, at the cost of my life, I will finally test out these 3 SEAL squads representing high-end battle power for you. From my perspective, I think it's well worth it. If you in the future ever have to give up your infiltration career and want to take a different path, these 3 SEAL teams will be your arms. After saying this, sect leader Su Wen paused, then continued, for the people inside these 3 squads, I have investigated their identity backgrounds and character origins. Even the Church of the Fae has tried to infiltrate and draw in by targeting every upper-level transcendent over there. This infiltration program is still something I personally arranged. As a result, as you can see, they were able to give their lives to assassinate me, even when I was completely unaware of the incident, and from this, you can also see the bottom line and principles within their hearts. Across the room, Su Wen said back in his mind, okay, I know. Sect leader Su Wen glanced at Su Wen and said with a smile, you don't need to feel bad in your heart, no matter what other people think. Anyway, from my point of view, I feel that my death is a very worthwhile event. Su Wen shook his head and said, I'm not having a hard time. I'm just thinking about something else. What is it? If these 3 squads are under my command in the future, don't worry, I'll definitely practice them out for you for a while. The corners of sect leader Su Wen's mouth twitched slightly. This brain circuit of his own in the past was still a bit overactive. Is he a vindictive person? Okay. That said, he does have a small heart, although it was completely understandable in his heart, and he had long been prepared for his own death. This kind of death was indeed a bit out of hand. If one day, these murderers who killed themselves really became their subordinates in the past, it seems reasonable to take the blame for themselves. Say 1,000 words. After all, they got themselves killed. The soul-crushing kind. The kind of big kills that end up being directed at you are breathless when you think about them yourself. Not to mention that he was only an upper-level transcendent. That scene, even if it was a super level, it was estimated that he would only be able to drink hate in the Northwest. Well, Su Wen asked in his mind, this offer of mine is not bad, right? Sect leader Su Wen nodded slightly. In principle, I am not in favor of this matter, but if you have to do it, I can only point here. We're the same person. Who doesn't know who we are? Why are you pretending? And don't you talk to me in all that officialese. If you don't approve of it in principle, isn't that approval? Sect leader Su Wen picked up a cup of hot tea, flung his sleeve robe, and turned his back to Su Wen. This kind of thing is fine if you know it in your heart. Why do you have to say it out loud? It's too vulgar. To say nothing and to mean nothing is the basic talent that a qualified leader should have. But where it was someone else, then he more or less had to say something about it. But it's your past self in front of you, so that's not much to go on. What do you mean? By the way, who is the mole who entered the greedy beast portal? Codenamed Black Shadow that you haven't said yet? Su Wen remembered this matter and asked directly. Sect leader Su Wen thought about it and shook his head. I've investigated this matter, but the Black Shadow was developed and infiltrated by the greedy beast clan side itself, and the other side didn't cooperate, so I don't know about this matter. Then is Tang Tough, the vice commander of the Conquest Office, a mole? There is no evidence. Tang Lian in the future conscientious. If we do not bring the attitude of catching traitors to investigate, otherwise we really think that the other party is a proper good person. So not the same, judging by my years of undercover experience. Odds are. What are you talking about without evidence? Agent Su Man is suspicious of Tang Lian, and there are even some confusing clues. As it turned out, a time and space had passed and it still couldn't be confirmed. Without hard evidence, what if a good man is killed unjustly? Don't worry about this Tang Tough. In the future he hasn't been promoted to become the commander of the Conquest Office either. Sect leader Su Wen waved his hand and said, a deputy commander of the Conquest Office who is in charge of the issue of the establishment of transcendent squads. Perhaps this is a big shot in the eyes of commoners, but in the grand scheme of things going forward, this man didn't play a key role. If Tang Lian is the traitor, then until I die he hasn't been activated for so long, and it's probably no different from a wasted chess piece. If the other side is not, then there is no need to say anything. Saying that, sect leader Su Wen smiled faintly, then said, don't worry, when Tin Yang becomes the commander of the Conquest Office, soon the whole of the Conquest Office will be a new place. After all, Tin Yang has always been pretty reliable in the area of clear thinking and unreliability. Su Wen nodded with approval as he sniffed. According to Tin Yang's brain circuit, as long as he suspected Tang Lian to be the mole, then he would definitely go and try to find out. Normal scouts on the inside can't really eat the young team's temptations. Meanwhile, the R&D office, Xiao Luo's main body sat here, and after receiving the information from his own bilocation side, he directly began to act. As far as he was concerned, he needed to get these personnel transfers out of the way in the shortest possible time, and then go and concentrate on developing the latest theoretical knowledge that had come in from the bilocation side. It had to be said that this Squad 112, no, I should say Su-Wen, the transcendent who was surveying the future, was nothing short of an infinite treasure. The articles and results on various theories and cultivation research on the other side, that is the same as the leeks in the ground. Cut one crop after another, but the growth is faster than the cutting. Even cut it long after and look back. Hey, the new leeks that are growing in the ground are thick and strong, and even more delicious and fresh than the leeks at the beginning. How is that not exciting and happy? Therefore, he took Su-Wen's explanation to heart 100 times over. It was also that Su-Wen had his own plans and was not willing to come to the R&D office, or else he would have directly given up his seat to the other party, and it would have been fine for him to be a junior soldier under him. Hello, Personnel Center? I, Xiao Luo, commander of the R&D office. Get me in touch with the recruitment office, the hoeing office and the pioneering office. I want to transfer the following men into these departments. You're saying I don't have mobilization authority? You directly contact the commanders of these departments for me, and report my name directly when mobilizing. 39207322. Chapter 48 Large Fei Gate Manifestation. Not long after Xiao Luo made this call, the calls from the commanders of the expedition office, the pioneering office and the hoeing office came one after another. He didn't explain anything to the commander of the conquest office, to a man with mostly muscle in his head. He simply said that the transfer into the levy office was a good candidate for combat, especially in keeping with the levy office's usual style. If they don't end up passing the draft office, then it's okay to kick them out of the draft office. While in the face of the commander of the pioneering office and the commander of the hoeing office, Xiao Luo's answer was much more official and formal. Using Zhao Feng and Luo Yun to participate in a hidden program introduced by the R&D office, the need to collect relevant data on their bodies to make cutting-edge preparations for a future covered research result. This answer didn't particularly bother the Pathfinder office commander. However, at the last minute, the commander of the Pathfinder office indicated that a descendant in his family was particularly interested in cultivation research and hoped to join the national-level research program under Xiao Luo's command. The commander of the hoeing office looked at Xiao Luo's face, and he didn't say anything after a few sentences of small talk. After all, the R&D office and the hoeing office are closely linked, and the two departments are required to collaborate on many matters. Therefore such a trivial matter as transferring someone, if not for the fact that this person was personally arranged by Xiao Luo, I'm afraid he wouldn't even make this call. Leaf Seeker. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light after he had pretty much taken care of the transferring matter. If he didn't want to see if there was any unseemly cooperation between Yi Sun and any of his peers, he would really want to directly expel his former shut-in disciple from the R&D office right now. There are some things you can't do, but there are some things you can do. He was also prepared to adjust the positions of his old men who died in the R&D office purge campaign in the future. Take your time to adjust according to the future conditions observed by Su-Man. Xiao Luo had already completed this round of adjustment calculations in his mind as he pondered. To be honest, if he wasn't worried about Su when thinking too much about it, he really wanted to pull all of his old group of subordinates into Squad 112 as well, so that Su-Wen could get acquainted with them eye to eye. After all, following a super genius who could clearly see the future in all its vicissitudes and mixing, the future was bound to change drastically. Light is against the grain, heavy is the incarnation of the superlative, and the level of life soars. However, he knew inwardly that this kind of thing could only be mentioned by Su-Wen himself. Su-Wen could see through all the changes happening in the future, and he reckoned that he had gone through many trials without realizing it. There's no way around it. This kind of secret, it's amazing. One more person knows, that's one more risk of exposure. Despite the fact that both the soul contract and the higher level ancient covenant had been signed, and that the entire 112th squad had actively placed countermeasures among their souls, one must always contemplate this matter with the worst possible intentions. In this way, they are not at a loss when the worst happens. Hopefully, the kind of situation I predicted won't happen. Xiao Luo sat on the reclining chair and closed his eyes and thought, otherwise, I can only destroy all the factors around me that could be exposed. As the commander-in-chief overseeing cultivation research theories and the country's R&D affairs, he understood all too well the value Su-Wen's extraordinary talent represented. If he were to make a choice, then he would not hesitate to give up everything around him to choose Su-Wen. None other. If Su-Wen was there, then no matter how critical the current situation in China was, there was always hope. But if Su-Wen died, then the future of Huaxiao would be truly bleak and desperate. It was hard to find a ray of light in the darkness of despair, and he would never let it be annihilated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was at this moment that a sharp alarm suddenly sounded from the Transcendence headquarters. Xiao Luo frowned, and then he immediately tuned out the emergency directly through his own authority. There's a large Fei Gate manifesting in River City? This location. Xiao Luo's eyes twitched when he saw the manifestation location of the Gate of Fei. This was because not too long ago, they had just hunted and killed a spirit deer clan king beast descendant over here. Unsurprisingly, it should be the Fei Gate riot triggered by this incident. With that in mind, he headed straight for the chief minister's office. According to the information on the power of the major alien beast groups that had been investigated on the Chinese side to line up, the spirit deer clan definitely counted as a powerful group. And with the future news coming from Su Wen's side, the spirit deer clan had shown a strength far more frightening than what the Chinese side had thought. Thus, if this matter was a retaliation by the spirit deer clan, it would never be as simple as a large Fey Beast's gate. At the same moment, on the other side, gentlemen, there will soon be a large-scale Fey Beast gate manifesting in Jiangchang. For the sake of everyone's lives, let's leave this place first. Xiao Luo looked around and spoke. There's no need to worry too much. I've already notified the chief minister of this matter. The threat level of this matter is at its highest over at the conquest office. With transcendent squads from the imperial capital and the surrounding area heading this way, and all the major transcendent warbands of the Ministry of War are heading this way as well. But you all have your futures planned out, and we must not waste Su Wen's ability to deduce the future. So, the best thing to do is to evacuate, leave River City and head to the imperial capital, where it's safe now. When these words came out, the crowd was slightly stunned. There is a large-scale gate of foreign beasts manifesting, and at such a time of crisis, how can I, as the captain of Squad 112, run away from the battle? Tin Yang frowned and said in a deep voice. On the opposite side, Xiao Luo directly said, I can clearly tell you that you are no longer the captain of Squad 112 now, and I order you, in my capacity as the commander of the R&D office, to evacuate immediately. Tin Yang shook his head and said, I'm not leaving until I receive my transfer orders. Shallow, why is this guy so shafted? In front of the riot of the lowest large-scale Fey Gate, what could a median transcendent stop? Next to him, Lu Zhe spoke. Commander Xiao, because of the reason that the garrison is here, all of our relatives have settled here as well. Xiao Luo sniffed and took a deep breath. I have spatial teleportation talisman seals, so tell me the location of your family members and I'll lead you to pick them up. After saying these words, Xiao Luo glanced around and spoke out. What are you still standing there for? Time waits for no man. In a little while, once the levy office's spatial blockade array opens, there will be no way to leave through the spatial teleportation device. Right at this moment, Tin Yang suddenly saluted towards Xiao Luo. Commander Xiao, could you please pick up my parents? I've been sitting here for a long time, and I want to stay when this city is about to be hit by the beasts. At least, I can't leave as a deserter. Xiao Luo frowned and droned. What desertion? Evacuating privately and going AWOL from one's combat position is called desertion. You were under my orders to make a strategic retreat, and the Conquest Office and the War Department will not hold you accountable afterward. Not far away, Zhao Feng whispered. Isn't this still a deserter? At most, it's considered a deserter who has status and doesn't have to bear the responsibility of desertion. Shallow, 39207130, Chapter 49 Grass of Life Plantation Area. Commander Xiao, which foreign beast group is the foreign beast gate that manifested this time? It was at this moment that Su Wen opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, it's not clear. It's just that through the surrounding energy fluctuations, the Imperial Capital side has located the manifested location and coverage of the Gate of the Fey Beasts. The rest is still unclear. Su Wen sniffed and said softly, according to the current time, the Spirit Deer clan shouldn't be personally involved, and it's unlikely that they would make a big fuss over a dead King Beast's descendant, destroying the various plans that the Fey Alliance had planned long ago. So odds are, what's coming is a subsidiary race of the Spirit Deer clan. Since it can be determined that it is a large Fey Gate, that range can be screened again. With that, Su Wen waved his right hand, and with the soul force within his body vibrating, a relatively detailed map surfaced in front of the crowd. This map, as well as this information, was all said by Patriarch Su Wen. Now Su Wen, you could say that was a sounding board. Through the medium of himself, the words that sect leader Su Wen wanted to say were transmitted to Xiao Luo. At this stage, there are only 3 races that can hold up a large Fey Gate and at the same time belong to the Spirit Deer clan's appendages. The Spirit Kite clan, the Spirit Hat clan and the Spirit Leopard clan. Among the 3 clans, the Spirit Leopard clan specializes in frontal impacts, while at the same time being directly under the control of the Spirit Deer clan's Council of Elders. The Deer 99 we killed is the heir of the 9th Elder of the Spirit Deer clan, so odds are, it'll be the Spirit Leopard clan. Speaking here, Su Wen paused, then looked at Xiao Luo with a faint smile. You probably don't feel much when I say this, but what if I said, what if the Spirit Leopard realm is blessed with a small park within it that specializes in growing the grass of life under the transformation of the Spirit Deer clan? When these words came out, Xiao Luo's pupils shook wildly and his face changed dramatically. Grass of life. Small plantation areas. When those two words were stacked on top of each other, the resulting shock was enough to send shockwaves through his mind. Do you understand the strength of the Spirit Leopard clan? Xiao Luo turned his words around and asked directly. Su Wen said softly, within the Spirit Leopard clan, there are two superlative powerhouses, but this battle is to avenge the Spirit Deer clan, so the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan may also burn his soul and force his way out of the battle, and that needs to be taken into consideration. Xiao Luo nodded slightly at the words and then directly closed his eyes. The super-powerful people of Huaxia all had their own tasks to attend to. Over at the East Sea defense line, the sea beasts were attacking the waves, and the frequency of the inner beast's gate manifesting hadn't been an exact number until now. On the other hand, over at the Western Frontier defense line, in addition to guarding against the manifested mega beast of the Gate of Alpine Wolves, they also had to guard against the interference of the Indian River Kingdom's sneak attacks. So non-critical cases, externally stationed superposition will not move. Although Jiangchang was also important, as long as the conquest office paid attention, the army drove over, and some supreme treasures were blocked, it wouldn't actually cause too much damage. Therefore, there's no need to supersede the bit to come over. But it's different now. If there was a small plantation area of the Grass of Life within the Spirit Leopard clan, then all of the superlative powerhouses on this side of China would be able to move a bit. Perhaps it was cruel to the people of Jiangchang, but all they could do was to evacuate the people as quickly as possible. To put it mildly, if the East Sea defense line and the West Border defense line were lost or in turmoil, then the disasters caused by Huaxia would be more than just the city of Jiangchang. Everyone else can evacuate, but Squad 112 really can't. Sect leader Su Wen spoke. Or rather, it can't be withdrawn anytime soon. The rules of the Transcendent headquarters state that Transcendent squads stationed in cities give priority to selecting local Transcendents for stationing. Speaking of this, Patriarch Su Wen commented, this policy is still fine. After all, the resident Transcendent squad is different from the appointment of officials. Officials should be appointed to avoid the local area, and even less to make the local faction too strong. But the appointment of the Transcendent squad requires the opposite. After all, the Gate of the Fae now manifests when it says it does, and there's nothing regular about it at all. This would be a much less psychological run if we didn't pick a local Transcendent to come over and hold down the fort. But local Transcendents, that's different. They can go, and so can their immediate family members like parents and siblings. But what about the rest of their loved ones? The beasts invaded and fled without a fight. The hometown is in ruins, and all that used to be there is completely gone. Everyone except maybe Team Yang is being sensible, but I'm afraid his path to transcendence is pretty much broken after this incident. Su Wen sighed as he sniffed. The strength of the Alien Beast Alliance was still too strong. That is, the human realm suppression had not yet been removed, and the Fae Alliance could not descend on a large scale. Otherwise, in China now, the war would have burned all over the country long ago. Thanks. Tin Young came over and said very sincerely. Beside them, the eyes of Lu Zhe, Zhao Feng and Luo Yun also looked over. Thanks for what? Su Wen waved his hand and said, have you guys forgotten that we're the ones who messed this up? So Tin Yang, is there any confidence in taking advantage of this war to directly break and rise to the top with 9 deaths? Tin Yang froze at his words. It had only been 4 years since he had been promoted to the middle position. To be honest, the enhancement brought to him after the last talent sublimation had exceeded his expectations. According to his expectations, give him 2 more years and it is estimated that he can be promoted to the top. As a result, the talent had been sublimated for only a few days, and now he was being asked to consider promotion to the upper echelons? No confidence? Su Wen looked at Team Yang and frowned. Team Yang thought for a moment and spoke. The confidence is still there if you ask. I just think it's a bit unrealistic. Su Wen raised an eyebrow. Did you ever think that your talent would ascend before you met me? Team Young. That's right. He was still breaking his fingers, and it was quite a heartache to use the transcendent resources bought by a few hundred battle credits. But since he met Su Wen, he first borrowed tens of thousands of battle credits, and then he bought even more after meeting Xiao Luo, the R&D office commander. Previously, he could not afford to buy the forbidden props, could not afford to buy the special grade paralyzing powder that all want to buy. The treasury is simply the same as his own family's backyard garden. This day is indeed beyond one's wildest dreams. Think about it. If you were to advance to the upper level in this battle, and then refine a life grass afterward, that battle power would jump directly to the super level. Su Wen said with a smile, from the middle position, a direct leap to the super position. Well, heartwarming or not, Team Yang's breathing became rapid as they listened to the big pie Su Wen had drawn. Superb bits. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to think about it. Now not only had Su Man helped him think of it, and he looked at the matter with much probability. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly said, "Boss, if I get promoted to the middle rank on the battlefield, can you get me a life grass to taste?" Su Wen glanced at Zhao Feng. "You want to take the grass of life just because you're a median transcendent? Although it's possible, but you need to queue up. I'll arrange a plan for you when that secret realm of life comes out in the future." After all, this time when the Spirit Leopard clan invaded, the Conquest Office and the Ministry of War put out the main force, and it would be good for us to get a life grass. Next to him, Xiao Luo, who had just opened his eyes, hurriedly said, "Don't ever think like that. I can assure you that no matter how many grasses of life there are within the Spirit Leopard clan, I'll fight over a minimum of 3 for you. It's got to be 4 plants if you count me." Speaking here, Xiao Luo looked at Zhao Feng. "But your strength is indeed too poor. Even if you were temporarily promoted on the battlefield, it would only be a middle rank. So get over it." Zhao Feng. 39207490. Chapter 50, Professional Pie Drawing. Zhao Feng smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything. After all, he also understood the preciousness of the grass of life, which was a super treasure that could advance one's life level and make one fight beyond the level. The stronger the transcendentalist took it, the better the effect would naturally be. The best way to do this is for a superlative powerhouse to take it and refine it, and then explode with power above the superlative to guard the country. If the superhuman powerhouses have used it, then it's the upper superhuman using it. Perhaps the number of superlative powerhouses in Huaxia wasn't that high, but there were still a lot of upper-level transcendentals. In short, it wasn't the turn of a lower transcendent who wasn't yet a median in any case. However, he is only asking, with or without jujubes to hit the 2. In the event that the grass of life was assigned to him, wouldn't his battle power directly soar by a notch? There's no need to feel bad. You're only an inferior transcendent right now. Even if there's a lot of grass of life, it's still tightly packed with upper transcendents. Team Yang spoke. After all, after an upper-level transcendent being is promoted, that's a transcendent battle force. Each and every one of them, a pillar of the nation. Next to him, Zhao Feng's mouth twitched. "Captain, have you forgotten that you're only a middle rank even now? Not an upper rank yet." Team Yang's face remained unchanged as he sniffed. "Su Wen can see the future. If he says I can be promoted to the top this time, then I definitely can." Zhao Feng. Normally, he'd be mouthy enough to criticize the captain's subjective blindness, but if this promise of inevitable promotion was made by his own boss, then it's not a matter of being blind or not. In his place, he'd have to believe it. It was just so sour and envious in his heart. He also want to get from the mouth of the boss this battle he is bound to be promoted words. The middle transcendent. That was the goal of his own advancement all along. "Yanagisawa, you're kind of the second fighter on our team." Right at this moment, Team Yang's words changed and spoke. "After this battle, I'll be waiting for you at the upper transcendent." After saying this, Team Yang patted Lu Zhe's shoulder. "The current you doesn't need to think about the herb of life. After all, the median transcendent you are still too weak. Even if you take the grass of life, at best, you're just an upper-level transcendent warrior." Yanagisawa. What's with this guy's talk? Why is he so mean? Okay, right now he couldn't beat him yet. If his cultivation exceeded him or his battle power exceeded him after a while, then he would more or less hammer him hard. Across the room, Xiao Luo suddenly said, "Who told you that Lu Zhe doesn't have the grass of life? Team Young?" A question mark slowly rose from his head. Lu Zhe was only a medium transcendent, and he was also able to allocate the grass of life? Then wouldn't Zhao Feng be the same as Lu Zhe if he was promoted on the battlefield? I just said, plus my life grass, 4 plants guaranteed. Xiao Luo seemed to have read Team Yang's thoughts and said softly, "Su Wen, as the biggest contributor to this matter, as well as the absolute core of our team, it's quite reasonable to have a plant, right? Lu Zhe possesses the spirit deer stance, and according to Su Wen's future plans, Lu Zhe will serve as an extremely important figure in the Fey Alliance, so it's only normal to allocate a life grass to be used to enhance life-preserving abilities, right?" Saying that, Xiao Luo paused and then said, "If you can be promoted to the upper level on the battlefield, it is also enough to show that your combat potential is extremely excellent. In that case, it would be possible to assign you a life grass." Team Young. Why did he feel weird listening to those last words? Quite a reluctant look? "Commander Xiao, I have a question." After a moment of silence, Team Yang asked out loud. Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged as he reached out and said, "You say, just now, if Su Wen hadn't mentioned this matter of my promotion to the upper echelon on the battlefield, is it true that the distribution of the grass of life wouldn't have been my turn at all? That's the kind of thing you know. If you can see it yourself, why do you have to say so? The grass of life was too rare and too precious. To any transcendent, the significance that the grass of life brought was too great, not to mention the others. Even if the country had harvested a few plants of the grass of life in its foreign conquests over the years, there were still several superpositional powerhouses who hadn't taken the grass of life. Even if the harvest this time is large enough to be taken by all the supreme powerhouses for promotion, I am afraid that the final destination of the leftover grass of life is to be left in the national treasury, with an extremely high price of war merit hanging on it for the later to redeem. A recently promoted upper transcendent could never have been assigned the grass of life without other superscale abilities and a special mission. Teen Yang, there's no need to be presumptuous. You are by no means an ordinary transcendent. Suwon opened his mouth and comforted. Look at how you behave differently from everyone else after your talents sublimated. Everyone else has had their functions expanded and changed to become more refined, but your gift has simply become greater in scope, and has not changed beyond that. I don't need to tell you what that means, do I? Teen Yang sniffed directly and said, it means, my transcendent talent is crap? Man, shouldn't I be expressing something different? Everyone else's transcendental gifts are being perfected, only yours is not moving at all. Doesn't that say something about the high, strong specs of your transcendent talent? How can you even think about that? Why do you think? Teen Young has a bit of an inferiority complex. In the air, sect leader Suwon put down the teacup in his hand and spoke. Teen Yang's transcendent talent, combined with the spatial rules that Teen Yang will comprehend in the future when he ascends to the super level, that power is simply unbeatable. Otherwise I wouldn't have said that Teen Yang's transcendent talent is a trickster talent. But just by looking at it so far alone, Teen Yang's talent does make people quite speechless. Suwon listened to sect leader Suwon's words and roughly described the picture of the future Teen Young killing it big after artfully combining spatial rules with their own talents. He is a professional when it comes to painting a big picture. After all, he was able to observe the future and gain insight into what was going to happen in the future. So what he says, others have to believe and disbelieve. Therefore, no one is in a better position to paint a bigger picture than yourself. As Teen Yang listened to the big pie Suwon had drawn, his eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. Your own future. So strong? Unbeatable in single combat. No fear of a cluster asterisk. Aside from the fact that a supreme treasure that could break spatial seals could restrain himself, he had almost no weaknesses. You have to trust me that the brand new future you come out of under my nurturing will be even stronger than the future I've articulated so far. Suwon continued to draw a big pie. I've asked you to run for the commanding officer of the conquest office before. Do you think this is something anyone can be? Let's set a small goal first. How about becoming the #1 combatant in China? Teen Yang's eyes lit up when they heard this. The first in China. The name is fascinating to hear. If he can really become the first person in China, then his family's ancestral tomb must smoke to what extent? Fire after a lightning strike? Or did the fire burn the ancestral tomb and directly set the entire surrounding area on fire? No. Born in modern times, feudal superstitions are not desirable. To say 1,000 words, it was always one's good fortune to have met Su Wen. Without Su Wen's help, one's future was probably to be poisoned and pitted. Then, die without a burial. 39207260. Chapter 51, You Won't Even Call Me Dad. Yang Chen's battle potential. Is it that great? Xiao Luo's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. Grasp it. My Huaxia may also be able to come out with a strong person who can town a clan in the future. If someone else had said this, perhaps he would have felt that the other party's words were a bit exaggerated. This one, is there an element of fiction? Does the other person have the mental idea of purposely bragging in front of them and trying to make them special? But when these words came out of the mouth of Su Wen, a transcendent who had insight into the future, then everything was different. To put it bluntly, even if this was a big pie drawn by the other side, he would still eat it up completely, because he believed in Su Wen's ability to make pies. As long as he drew a pie, then he would definitely go ahead and cook it. A transcendent who could see all sorts of directions in the future. He couldn't think of any reason for his opponent to fail. Thinking about it, he decided that when this matter was over, he would have to give the commander of the expedition office a good mention, and not to say anything else. Let Team Young endure some more combat-related exercise. When he had talked to Su Wen about the Young team before, Su Wen had said that the future of the Young team left behind the 5 words of truth. Battle brings out the truth. In other words, perhaps all of them had underestimated Team Yang's fighting instincts. How many super-level powerhouses will come this time? Su Wen turned his words around and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Luo sniffed and said softly, 6 of them. Among them, the Minister of the Military Department and the Commander of the Conquest Office have both taken the grass of life, and the 2 of them will personally come to sit in on the town in case of any mishaps. Su Wen nodded his head slightly. With such a battle power, even if he charged into the middle of the Spirit Leopard clan's territory, he could still guarantee a great harvest. Most importantly, with his future self constantly providing all kinds of news over here, even if something goes wrong, the Chinese side will be able to react at the first opportunity. Buzz. Right at this moment, a stream of light cut through space and appeared in the sky above the 112th Squad's compound. The next moment, a silhouette stepped out from the stream of light. This person was dressed in blue robes, with a sword on his waist, and his long hair flying around in a handsome manner. In accordance with the latest transfer order issued by the drafting office, Squad 112 is now called to assemble at the designated location. The blue-robed man's voice echoed around him. 5 minutes is the time limit. Within the time not. Halfway through his words, the blue-robed man's voice ended abruptly, because he saw Xiao Luo in the middle of the premises. That look, that appearance, he could tell at a glance that it was the commander of the R&D office, one of the few that stood at the top of the pyramid of the Chinese transcendent realm. Shoo! The blue-robed man transformed into a stream of light and fell down in a hurry, without any of the coldness to the point of rejecting people before. Greetings to Commander Xiao. Xiao Luo looked at the other party and said directly, Squad 112 is acting as a classified test program for my R&D office, a matter I have communicated with your commander. The blue-robed man sniffed and bowed respectfully, then left in a hurry. During this time, he didn't ask even one more question. It was a matter of state secrets, not a word of which he would ask. After all, even if Commander Xiao told him, he would have to take the initiative to find the relevant people in the memory erasure department when he returned to get rid of the excess information in his head. Why don't we go to where the gate of the Fae is about to manifest? Xiao Luo looked at Su Wen and opened his mouth to ask. Su Wen nodded. This kind of war between human transcendents and Fae hordes was something he had only seen in the mouths and dreams of his future self. This kind of war that was happening in front of him, in the truest sense of the word, he was seeing for the first time this time. So whether it was for the sake of delivering information more effectively in a while, or for the sake of growing his own insights and acclimatizing himself in advance to the atmosphere of the war between the transcendents and the Fae, he had to go and see it. Is it okay if you stay by my side for a while? Xiao Luo thought for a moment and asked with a grave expression. Su Wen smiled at his words. I'll definitely stay by your side. After all, I'm also afraid of death. Xiao Luo's heart suddenly sighed in relief when he heard this. To be honest, he was really worried that Su Wen wouldn't listen to him and run around on the battlefield. In case there was an accident at that time, such as the aftershocks of the battlefield shaking Su Wen's side, then he would definitely regret it. Therefore, in the next war, the goal he set for himself was to guard next to Su Wen. This alter ego of his could die. But something must not happen to Su Wen. When Squad 112 arrived at the frontline land covered by the Fae Gate, dozens of transcendent squads had already descended on this side. The transcendent squads from the surrounding cities came directly over in spatial teleportation spells under a single transfer order from the Conquest Office. The several sealing squads affiliated with the Conquest Office had also rushed over by now. On the military side, there were also a large number of transcendents building fortifications here. In the face of the onslaught of the Fae hordes, the transcendents didn't simply carry their weapons and charge forward. Especially after learning that the main group within this Fae Gate was the Spirit Leopard. The defense constructed by the transcendents of the military ministry was even more targeted and oppressive. Everything, to increase the transcendentals on their side. Everything, with suppression of enemy fire as the top priority. Yo, isn't your Squad 112 stationed right here in River City? A discordant voice came steeply from the distance. Local garrison, and still coming so slow? Yang Chen, you're not afraid, are you? If you're afraid, beg me, and I might even be able to save your life on the battlefield later. Only a small team of neatly dressed transcendents stood a short distance away, one of them derisively jeering at the side. Even though the other party was taunting, the other party continued to keep checking their equipment and various fighting implements. At this moment, no matter what the relationship between the two parties was, the most he would do was to mock a couple of sentences. After all, a war was about to happen, and they weren't going to waste their strength and energy in a big fight here. I hope you can fight as hard as your mouth. Team Yang snorted. But don't get torn apart by the enemy after the war, with only your mouth still hard on your body. When the time comes, I'm not bringing your ashes home. After saying this, Team Yang paused, then continued. That being said, no matter how inappropriate the method I used to save you was, it always saved your life. After all this, you still won't call me dad. Dang it, it's heartbreaking. The other party's eyes narrowed when they heard this, and just as they were about to launch a counterattack, they realized that the several sealed squads affiliated with the Conquest Office were rapidly closing in on this side. The sealed squad, that was above the transcendent squad. Ordinary team members, that's all upper-level transcendentals. This kind of squad usually didn't have much interactions between them and these ordinary squads. The most important thing was that these several sealing squads were leaning this way at the same time, so there must be something big or a big shot coming over. Keenly aware that the situation had changed, the man sensibly chose to shut up. At the same time, As he looked at the two unfamiliar faces of Squad 112, his mind began to continuously calculate. These two, do they have a big background? Or rather, which one of the descendants of the superlative powerhouse? 39207208. Chapter 52, Bizarre Encounters. What others noticed, Xiao Luo naturally found out as well. Out of a combination of safety concerns, and also not wanting too many people to know about him being in Squad 112, he directly transmitted his voice to those SEAL squads, stopping them from leaning in. In the middle of the frontline positions formed by the Chinese Transcendents, it wasn't too much of a danger yet. Of course, he carried a defensive supreme treasure on his body, and it was always on. Once an attack that was abnormal and exceeded the limits of his defense appeared in the surroundings, then he would use the move seal to leave this place at the first opportunity. Now, on the other hand, he would take Su Wen with him. After all, he and Su Wen were not combat-oriented personnel, and only if they were both alive could they be of greater value in the future. It's a small deviation from what I had envisioned. Su Wen looked around and laughed softly. Beside him, Xiao Luo opened his mouth and asked, "What do you envision as the development of things? That person provokes and taunts us, and then the SEAL team comes over to pay me a visit, and in the meantime, pretends to hit me in the face?" Su Wen nodded slightly as he sniffed, judging by the normal logic of how the story ran. "Wasn't that the case? You read too many novels, don't you?" Xiao Luo laughed dumbly. Although art comes from life, sometimes real life can indeed be more exaggerated and illogical than what is described in novels. But it's still about realistic logic until things get to a certain basis. For example, just now, if according to what you said, the other party clashed with us and even had a big fight, then, under the provisional military regime, the lightest end for both sides would be a court-martial after the fact. Slightly more serious. I'm guessing I'll be killed on the spot by the surrounding Ministry of War Transcendence. Speaking here, Xiao Luo paused, then said gruffly, "The gate of the Fey Beasts is about to manifest, and the war is about to break out. So if there is an internal conflict at this time, or even a fight, isn't that disrupting the heart of the army? Not to mention the rest, the culprit is definitely going to be shot. That is to say, in a real fight, Yang Chen is bound to die." Team Young, as the captain of the Transcendent Squad, he still knew the military rules when war broke out, so the two of them, no matter what grudges they have, are just yin and yang with each other here. Say, Team Young, what's the love-hate relationship between you two? Su Wen turned his words around and asked suspiciously, "Just now, listening to you, you even saved his life?" Team Yang's face remained unchanged. "It's not much. The two of us were even comrades in a Transcendent Squad before. It's just that when I was a lower Transcendent, our small group explored the general area of a Fey Gate together. After a change of heart, I was trying to stay alive and save his life at the same time. So after I hit him in the mouth of the swamp beast, I shoved him into the swamp beast's anus, which was presented in an open state." Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. "Just this? That's how long he's hated you?" Though the incident sounds unseemly and may have caused some psychological fallout, but in the face of life and death, the propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame that were molded in times of peace can all be thrown aside. He did know that one of the vice-commander of the Pathfinder office had once served the evil worm queen at a negative distance in order to stay alive. He was also enthroned by the queen of the wicked worms due to his amazing physical skills. Because of this, the other party's status in the evil insect clan was exalted, and the subsequent escape from the evil insect realm was possible. There are other factors at. Team Young said with some embarrassment, "I was so focused on stuffing people that I didn't realize the swamp beasts open their anuses to mate. Even on the side of the swamp beasts, it's several male swamp beasts mating with the females at the same time." And so, the latter words were left unsaid by Team Young, but that beautiful image was instantly in everyone's mind, and this kind of thing did make it a little hard to accept. While the other party's yin and yang savior's behavior was still a bit of a problem. If the other party had a cleanliness fetish on them, then it was actually understandable for that little bit. Across the room, Xiao Luo looked at Team Yang and didn't say anything. He felt that what had happened to the other party had been similar to that Pathfinder office vice commander's situation of serving worms with color. Or rather, worse than the other side. After all, when the queen of evil insects performs the act of reproduction, she will also conjure up a head mold that can be chosen by the other party, depending on the race of the target of reproduction. That swamp beast, he has done relevant research on the subject before, and even if the external body environment is dirty and smelly, there are all kinds of parasites hemming and hawing inside. Even the reproductive behavior of the other side will be resolved with the help of a long white-striped symbiotic worm in the body. That image is a bit anti-human, so why do you fight back when people taunt you twice? Lu Zhe thought for a moment and spoke. Who doesn't have some shadow in their heart after something like this happens? Team Yang said in a muffled voice, "It's even if he curses me once in a while, He curses me every time we meet. At first I could still endure it, but later I just couldn't help it. The thing is, essentially, I'm trying to save him. In the end it turns out I saved his life too. Am I doing it wrong on an outcome level alone? Even at the end, I shielded his sensitive parts with what was left of the energy knot. Crowd. You really didn't do anything wrong. Or even right. But still, this kind of thing depends on the relationship. Of course, if the relationship was okay now, then it wouldn't have parted ways. Whoosh! As the crowd was debugging their gear and chatting, there was a cracking sound from above. In the next moment, 6 powerful silhouettes appeared in everyone's field of vision. The pupils of the various Transcendent squads shook wildly as they looked at the Transcendent powerhouse above them that was emitting a powerful aura. 6 supers coming down? This was the first time they had experienced this kind of lineup. It wasn't as if there hadn't been large Fey gates manifesting in the past, but then at most, only one supremacy had descended. More often than not, there were no superlative powerhouses coming over to support them, but rather intercepting strikes by virtue of multiple sealed squads with the power of the Supreme Treasure. It seems that this large Fey gate today is quite something. Generals, according to the deduction from the Imperial capital, this time the gate of the Fey has 35 minutes to complete its manifestation. A middle-aged man in military uniform with a cold gaze spoke. Below, I will issue the highest command for this battle. All Transcendent squads, all of them, are to have the Supreme Command as their first prerequisite. And while the uniformed man was assigning tasks, each of the Transcendent squad leaders received combat orders from the Conquest Office. Soon, they headed towards their respective battle sites. On this large battlefield, only Squad 112 and SEAL Squad remained where they were. The abnormality of this place instantly attracted the attention of the supreme powerhouses in the sky above. It was only when they saw Xiao Luo, who was hidden in the group, that their eyes twitched, and after leaving a wisp of divine thought this way, they began to busy themselves. The strength of the R&D office's commander was arguably the lowest among the various departments of the Transcendental's headquarters. But in terms of the individual importance of its play, who can match it? Therefore, even if it was just a bilocation of the other party, he couldn't die on his own watch. Buzz, a shadow appeared steeply in front of him, only to see a bearded commanding office commander striding over. Xiao Luo, which one of these is ready to be transferred to my conquest office? I'll say it in front of you. It's fine if you didn't come to the battlefield, but if you don't go up to fight when you come to the battlefield, I don't want this kind of goon in my conquest office. Chapter 53, 6th Elder of the Linglu Clan. Here's a good one I've recommended to you. Xiao Luo pointed at Team Yang and opened his mouth. The commander of the expedition office sniffed and looked at Team Yang, and those dark eyes seemed like they possessed a light that probed into people's hearts, easily able to see through them inside and out. This soul power and physical body strength are among the good ones in the mid-level Transcendent. But it's almost 30. Why haven't you been promoted to upper Transcendent? After saying this, the commanding officer of the expedition office looked at Team Yang and asked suspiciously, "Tell me, how far have you gotten now?" Team Yang sniffed and spoke. "I've already touched the bottleneck of the upper Transcendent, and I'm just one step away from being able to ascend to the upper level." The commander of the conquest office was stunned. "You, a combat genius who was nominated by Xiao Luo, still has a bottleneck in the middle promotion to the upper level?" Team Yang. "No, aren't there always bottlenecks in realm advancement? If he hadn't, then he would have been promoted and broken through years ago." "Lao Shao, what's the situation?" The commander of the conquest office transmitted his voice and asked. "I can tell you that those who can directly enter the headquarters of the conquest office without a selection test are geniuses who can make a difference. Not to mention anything else, they haven't encountered any bottlenecks in the cultivation field of needy and transcendent." Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged as he transmitted his voice back. "I can only tell you that this is a combat genius." The commander of the conquest office asked suspiciously. "How talented? Invincible in the same realm. If you put him on the same level as you can't beat him. If you cultivate it well, in the future this will be a superpower who suppresses a clan by himself." The commander of the expedition office was filled with question marks. If he didn't know Xiao Luo's character, he would definitely think that the other party was blowing off steam. Just now, he used his divine ability to observe Yang Chen inside and out. Perhaps this was a good transcendent heavenly pride, and could be ranked in the demon clustered levy office. But to say that you are invincible in the same realm and suppress everything is exaggerating, isn't it? Most importantly, one couldn't beat him in the same realm? Are you kidding me? He himself had also broken out in battle. Transcendent genius that was just the threshold of seeing himself. And now, you've become this threshold? Okay, I'll take your word for it. The commander of the expedition office smiled faintly, then looked at Team Yang. "Kid, I hope that in the future, you won't let me down." After saying this, the commanding office commander glanced at the rest of Squad 112. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Luo spoke out. I suggest that you still leave this avatar here to facilitate the exchange of all kinds of information within the Spirit Leopard Gate between us. The commander of the expedition office was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then tentatively asked, Old Xiao, tell me honestly, has your R&D office researched something good again? Xiao Luo shook his head and said, there's nothing good, it's just a small success of an experiment. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you talking so pretentious? To be able to directly observe the relevant information inside without entering the gate of the Spirit Leopard is called a small success? Alright, he still has a lot of respect for these researchers. After all, the weapons and equipment in his hands and even the techniques used for cultivation were all provided by the R&D office. Since people say it's a small success, he just defaults to the fact that there's a bigger success waiting in the wings. Rumble. A few moments later, accompanied by a violent roar, a huge and magnificent portal steeply appeared in the center area of the river city. Ho 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 ho! A powerful and tyrannical roar emanated from within the portal, and immediately afterward, the spirit panthers within the portal began to surge out towards the outside world amidst an angry deer sound. As for this war, the Chinese Transcendents had long ago completed the setup with superb execution, and just like that, the war broke out. Due to the low strength of the Spirit Leopard clan that came out in the beginning, most of them were lower Transcendentals, and occasionally there were so many heads that were middle Transcendentals. Under the firepower suppression from the Chinese side, that coming out is death. The situation outside the door seemed to be out of the gate's expectation, and along with an even angrier deer sound coming out, the Spirit Leopard clan began to have upper Transcendent level combatants joining the war. This shout doesn't sound like the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan. Just then, sect leader Su Wen frowned and said, and the first deer sound and the second deer sound, they're not the same. It's very familiar. This voice, it sounds like the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan. Next to him, Su Wen was stunned. You can hear that? Is there a difference between a deer and the headlights? He listened to all of them with one meaning, and even felt that it was because the Spirit Leopard clan had not achieved the corresponding results of the war. So that Spirit Deer clan talking deer inside was angry. The sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan is also a supremacy. I'm not too sure about his origin talent, but I do know that this origin talent can restore the soul's injuries and side effects. Sect leader Su Wen spoke. This origin talent, it fits with Xiao Luo to a high degree. Xiao Luo's transcendent talent relies on calculations for deduction, consuming his own soul force. But if Xiao Luo can possess this talent, not to mention him healing other people's soul wounds, just by restoring his own soul ability, he can completely make up for the short-lived nature of his transcendent computing ability. After saying this, Patriarch Su Wen sked. I don't even dare to think that Xiao Luo, who has no soul loss and uses transcendent calculation for a long period of time, will be able to advance his cultivation theory to what extent in the future? Su Wen sniffed and said in his mind, don't get excited first. The crux of the matter is, the Spirit Deer clan's sixth elder is a supremacy that takes the grass of life. On this current battle power situation in Huaxia, can it be beaten? Sect leader Su Wen smiled faintly. Of course. How do you fight? I know where the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan's lifeblood is, and once I break its lifeblood, then the other party's strength will fall off the superlative in a short period of time. You know about this kind of secret? Of course. After all, the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer clan was already dead when I learned about this. After Su Wen received this news, he hastily activated his soul force and transmitted his voice to Xiao Luo to explain the situation inside the Spirit Leopard clan. It couldn't be helped. After all, the commander of the Conquest Office, an outsider, was here. There were some things that he could only say. The commander of the Expedition Office glanced at Su Wen without a second glance after he sensed the soul fluctuations around him. This kid, sneaking a message under the eyes of the Supremes. What is this? But a child's transmission. He didn't care. Currently in this team, the one that he valued the most was Yang Duan, the one that Xiao Luo had called invincible at the same rank in the future. This is definitely a good one. Everyone else will be eclipsed in the light mapping of this fine talent. After all, no matter how much potential the others had, could they still have the potential of an unrivaled supreme position in the same realm? And I wonder what the hell is being said. The commander of the Conquest Office laughed dumbly. A young child of a lower-level transcendent went to communicate with the commander of the Research and Development Office in a voice transmission. This was something he wouldn't have believed if it hadn't happened right under his nose. In his defense, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle at the thought. The gap between them was so great that what the other party possessed, he could not even look at himself? While it's good for the younger generation to be vigilant, isn't that vigilance a bit misplaced? And Lao Shao, how can this be fooling around with a kid? Look at that. Why did you get excited after receiving the transmission? Hands are starting to shake. At least it was a key member of the party. The commander of the Research and Development Office who was equal to himself. Not to say that the heart is like a rock. Not to say that things do not panic. Emotions at least cannot be outwardly so serious. Right? A great man should have a thunder in his chest and a face like a flat lake. What is this? To put it mildly, what can a kid say that's so exciting? Chapter 54, Intergenerational Pinch Hitting. Su-won. Thank you. Xiao Luo tried to suppress his inner excitement and transmitted his voice back. He knew very well how strong his transcendent talent was, but because it was limited by the strength of his soul, his transcendent talent could not be fully wielded at all. But now, Su-won had put an opportunity in front of him. If he could seize this opportunity for himself, he was sure that his various researches would grow considerably, not to mention anything else. In studying the latest cultivation theory that he had received from Su-won's side, if he were to run his transcendent talent at full strength, then he would be able to completely consume it in a very short period of time. There are also the more mundane but time-wasting steps in the R&D process that can be directly extrapolated using transcendental computing. All of a sudden, it was a great metamorphosis, both for him and for the entire R&D office. The opportunity is given. It depends on whether Xiao Luo can grasp it this time. Sect leader Su-won said softly. To be honest, I have thought about this, but because the Spirit Deer clan's sixth elder is a godly dragon, and even more so, he fell while exploring a high-risk secret realm. Therefore, I really don't dare to pack my bags regarding the matter of transferring his talent to Xiao Luo. Luck seems to be on our side now. Su-won sniffed slightly. The elder Su-won had said that they were geniuses, and Agent Su-won even helped his soul power rise a level. And now, is it luck that Godfather Su-won brings to himself? Or was it that one had fused 3 different futures, so one's chi and whatnot had been boosted several times? Don't think too much. As if he could see Su-won's thoughts, sect leader Su-won spoke. To be able to help one's past self after death, and even turn it into sustenance for one's past self's growth, I think it's quite good, regardless of what other people think. The philosophy I hold has always been if you don't help yourself, do you expect others to? Depend on the mountain to fall, depend on the man to go. The only person you can really rely on is still yourself. After saying this, sect leader Su-won paused, and then his words changed. I've flipped through an ancient book in the Fey Alliance's book depository before, and it said that there were mighty people in the ancient times who were able to reverse the long river of space and time and resurrect the people around them. Though I belong to your parallel time, one of your thousands of futures, but always, it's the sidekick, right? If you do go this far in the future, I hope you will allow me to return. I don't have any other ideas. I've been plotting and calculating all my life. I've been holding back in front of those high-level foreign beasts and king beasts all my life. And my greatest dream is to see you suppress the 4 directions with true greatness. Dang it, destroy all enemies. Any plotting and scheming is nothing but dirt in front of you. If one day I can watch you suppress thousands of foreign beast communities with just your hands, then I really have no regrets. Su-won sniffed and said in his heart, I don't know if the future will be as you expect, but I assure you that if there really is that day, you will see this scene. The corners of sect leader Su-won's mouth rose slightly when he heard this. Then, a flash of red aura flashed in the depths of his eyes. Not far away, Xiao Luo told the commander of the conquest office through a different kind of rhetoric when he received this heavy news from Su-won. You're saying that this latest experimental achievement developed by your research and development office can actually ignore the boundary blockage of the Fey Gate and clearly locate the superlative powerhouses inside. The commander of the expedition office's eyes glared round. Even where the other party's lifeblood is can be located? Xiao Luo's face remained unchanged. It's just luck. You know, this kind of thing is usually not very stable. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. I look like a little cutie to you, do I? Even if it was a derivation-type supreme treasure, it couldn't strip a supreme powerhouse all over his body and leave him with nothing but his pants, could it? Of course, the Achilles heel that was the lifegate was more sensitive than the inside of the pants for any superbit, but if the other man said so, he would believe so for the time being. Immediately after he briefly communicated with the Minister of Military Affairs and briefly customized a battle strategy. He united all the superpowers present and took advantage of the new wave of Spirit Leopard attacks that had just erupted to directly charge inside the Spirit Leopard's gate. Boom boom boom. Inside the Spirit Panther's gate, a violent energy fluctuation rippled around. Even though it was separated by a Norse Beast gate, the terrifying fluctuations still caused the crowd fighting outside to move. The battle for supremacy. At this level, it was far beyond their comprehension. You've positioned yourself correctly. There really are 2 superlative spirit deer ambushed inside. Right at this moment, the commander of the conquest office suddenly said, the 3 supremes within the Spirit Leopard clan are also supremes who have taken the grass of life and accomplished a life promotion. It's a good thing you explained all of this ahead of time, and we do our best to act accordingly. Otherwise this time, all of Zhongchang might be overthrown. Afterward, under the explanation of the commanding office's commander's detachment, Su Wen and his group understood the situation of the war between the Supremes very well. Regarding the various abilities and talents of these familiar beasts, Bishop Su Wen was quite familiar with them. Thus, he used Su Wen as the medium of time and space, and Su Wen used Xiao Luo as the microphone, transmitting various detailed information as it was into the ears of the commander of the expedition office. For example, how to utilize the loopholes of the Spirit Leopard clan's formations for counterstrikes, such as causing a certain amount of spatial collapse after striking at certain key spatial barrier rune seals. At first, the commander of the conquest office was a bit disdainful. After all, he was the true master when it came to combat. In the field of research and development, he doesn't argue with Xiao Luo, but when it comes to combat, the other guy doesn't get to command him either. He was still confident in his professional skills, but when his several obedient behaviors yielded unexpected combat results, he instantly tossed aside the old thoughts in his mind. Facts speak louder than words. Afterwards, in order to make it more convenient for Xiao Luo to command from across the sky, this doppelganger of the commanding office commander directly mobilized his soul force and constructed a picture of the battle inside the Spirit Panther's gate in front of him. Textual descriptions, in the end, are not as impactful as projections. Most importantly, he realized that Xiao Luo knew the Spirit Leopard realm very well, and even knew the two supers of the Spirit Deer clan quite well. Therefore, he feared that there was some detail in it that he could not notice. Just like that, a scene in which a future time commanded and a past time superpower cheated to fight on his behalf appeared. Don't look at the 5 life-promoted super-level powerhouses within the Spirit Panther's gate, but they were struggling to suppress the commanding office commander alone right now. Along with the battle, a ridiculous thought bubbled up in the minds of both the Spirit Deer clan supremacy and the Spirit Leopard clan supremacy. The human in front of them seemed to know their fighting style better than they did. How outrageous! If they didn't know what was going on outside, they would have wondered if there were actually one of their own people out there directing the battle. And just as the commander of the conquest office sent the 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan flying with a palm strike and flew to the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan, sect leader Su Wen's expression flickered. Now is the time. Do it! Toward the place of his destiny. Send him to heaven with one punch. Chapter 55, Running Away. Meanwhile, the Spirit Leopard realm. The commander of the conquest office's rule breath operated on his right fist at the same time he received Xiao Luo's voice transmission. In the next moment, the terrifying power struck precisely on the location of the Huiyin acupoint on the back of the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan after turning a corner. This point, it was exactly where the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan's lifeblood lay. Wow! The instant the life gate was broken, the strong aura around the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan began to fall off. The speed was like an inflatable doll being pierced by a needle. How do you know where my lifeblood is? The 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan's face changed drastically, hissing as he hastily activated the means of preservation within himself. It was just that the commander of the conquest office had long been prepared for extermination, and in front of such a superlative powerhouse of killing origin, how could the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan, who had fallen to the supreme transcendent after his lifegate had been broken, be the other party? At this moment, the commander of the conquest office properly let the other party experience what was meant by the gap between the superior and the superlative. In front of a superlative powerhouse, not to mention escaping, an upper-level transcendent mortal didn't even have the time to activate the means of preserving their own lives within their own bodies. Whoosh! The big hand of the commander of the expedition office came with a sealing effect, and the 6th elder of the Spirit Deer clan, who had fallen from his realm, was like a dead dog in his hand, unable to move. If Xiao Luo had not specifically explained that he would leave this Spirit Deer's body intact, he would never have stopped. After all, there were multiple superlative enemies around, and he wasn't going to gamble his power on the goodwill of his enemies. The 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan was startled by the scene in front of him, and a wave of fear rose in his heart. Just now there was a back-and-forth fight. How come all of a sudden the lifeblood was broken by the other side? The supremacy fate is arguably the biggest secret of every supremacy, even if it's one of our own. That's something to guard against. Unless this supremacy fell, there would be no beings who would explore the destiny of this supremacy. Whoever dares to probe. This is a life-and-death enemy. But now, this human in front of him even knew old Six's fate? When did humans get so strong? Boom! A tyrannical and terrifying energy fluctuation flashed around the 9th elder of the Spirit Deer clan. If he didn't fight for his life at such a time, then he really wouldn't have the chance to fight for his life. Buzz off! The surrounding forces of heaven and earth began to converge towards the 9th elder between his antlers under the terrifying pulling force. This terrifying power directly caused heaven and earth to change color. And just when the commanding office commander was ready to take the 6th elder in his hands and threaten him to see if he could play a key role, The ninth elder took advantage of the burst of energy when the antler's energy reached a critical value and disappeared from the spot in a puff of smoke. When the Spirit Leopard Clan Supremes saw this scene, each one of them also had their faces changed. Finally, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, these Spirit Leopard Clan Supremes carried their bloodline descendants at the fastest speed possible, and just disappeared within the Spirit Leopard realm in a watery manner. Ha! The left eyebrow of the commander of the Conquest Office was slightly raised. This is running away? Not only was the commander of the Conquest Office dumbfounded, but the surrounding Huaxia Supreme powerhouses were also in a state of bewilderment. Just now, there wasn't still a fight with life and death, and various secret spells were thrown back and forth. There were even a few Chinese powerhouses who were thinking of burning their soul essence if they really couldn't, creating an excellent battle result for their own people to put up a fight. Luckily it didn't burn, or else his side would have just exploded and the enemy ran away. This is a situation that is really overwhelming. Hurry! The Minister of War was the quickest to respond. Let's split up, 2 to pick the grass of life, and 1 to empty the park where it was planted. The rest of you, go inquire about exploring the Spirit Leopard Clan's treasure trove and various heavenly materials. Sensei, no matter what happens, as long as the treasures and resources are in our hands, we are making money in this battle. As soon as the words were spoken, the group divided up and went their separate ways. The commanding office commander, on the other hand, flew down and blocked the exit of the Spirit Leopard Gate, unleashing a massacre on the raging Spirit Leopard community around him. Normal supremacy versus supremacy, that's all descending blows. Not to mention a top superlative like the commanding office commander who had gone through life-level ascension and was able to single-handedly abuse an ordinary superlative. Soon the pressure of the war outside was greatly reduced by this door-blocking carnage. Yang Team, holding a long spear, had just entered the battlefield not long ago, and had not yet fought 2 fights, when he realized that the surrounding Spirit Leopard's crimson eyes had regained their clarity, and were no longer tearing frantically at the surroundings. Roar! Outside the Spirit Leopard Gate, accompanied by a mournful wailing sound, the Spirit Leopard army that had rushed out of the Spirit Leopard Gate began to retreat back to help. It was just that this time, the Spirit Leopard clan was destined to suffer heavy losses. Staying out, they will face a combined siege from the Chinese Transcendents. Returning to the clan, they will face a top superlative who has released his bonds and slaughtered them with all his might. And under the orders of the commanding office's commander's detachment, the various sealing squads began to enter the Spirit Panther's Gate in an organized manner. After the war was won, that was the time to raid the fruits of victory, an alien beast colony that could deliberately plan and cultivate the grass of life. The transcendent resources within it would be almost as bad as anywhere else. This one was destined to be a rewarding act of war. These super-bit alien beasts, how did they just run away? Zhao Feng was a bit puzzled when he returned to his senses. According to the instincts of the beasts, shouldn't the death of their companions stimulate them, causing them to become beastly and thus fight for their lives? Next to him, the commander of the Conquest Office smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it should be what you said. In fact, I have just prepared for an all-round burning battle. I didn't expect that to be the case, either. This fight, to be honest, is the easiest fight I've fought since I was promoted to the super level. After saying this, the commanding officer of the Conquest Office turned his head towards Xiao Luo and scowled. Old Xiao, if your R&D office has something this good, you can't hide it. When your technology is perfected, you mustn't forget about us in the Conquest Office. This feeling of not having to go through the motions and being commanded from a higher level is awesome, especially when they utilized the loopholes in the Spirit Leopard clan's formation and turned the tables on them. The expressions on the faces of those superlative alien beasts were truly wonderful. This is if in the future my Chinese superbit manages to hand a piece of R&D office results, then the threat of foreign beasts will be greatly reduced. Shallow, don't you tell me. I'd love to have the results. It's just a shame that such results exist only in my mouth. The good news, of course, is that time is on their side. As expected, after encountering such a turn of events, the ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan immediately ran away. Sect leader Su Wen smiled faintly. Actually, they're right. When fighting with foreign beasts, the first thing to consider is their bestiality. But this is for low-level Fey beasts. For high-level Fey beasts and even the descendants of king beasts, their reasoning is enough for them to suppress the bestiality within them. The ninth elder of the Spirit Deer clan is worried that his lifeblood will also be controlled by someone, which will in turn cause him to lose his life in this battle. So it's normal behavior to run away numbly. The Spirit Leopard clan supreme saw that the ninth elder had run away, so they naturally didn't want to continue fighting. Saying that, sect leader Su Wen lifted the teacup in his hand and held it up in the air at Su Wen. Congratulations, we are victorious. Right away you'll be able to take the grass of life and undergo life level advancement. Normally speaking, after a transcendence life is promoted, their own transcendent talent will undergo an ascension. But I, the summoned future, don't have transcendent talent, so there are no other changes after the life level advancement except for my physical body and soul after it is elevated. But I'm the future you, and I'm not you. You have the transcendent gift. So, what can you expect to happen to our transcendent talents? Chapter 56, The Great Treasure Trove. A talent like ours can still evolve? Suwon froze, then asked in his mind. Evolve in which direction? Being able to summon two futures at once? Or can I ask future possessed to pinch hit? Or, perhaps, to directly utilize one's peak battle power in the future? For a while, Suwon's mind was wide open, and many ideas surfaced in his heart. A super talent that spanned time and space like summoning the future of death. If it could evolve, there were so many directions to choose from. You're thinking, aren't you, a little too much? Sect leader Suwon was silent for a moment before opening his mouth to ask. Suwon raised his left eyebrow. Isn't that what you told me to look forward to? Bishop Su-man. I told you to look forward to it, but I didn't tell you to think about it. The transcendent talent sublimation brought about by life level advancement was just that, shelved to his point in time. The selfsame people who surrounded him were arranged by him to advance in life. In order to gain experience in promotion for his past self, he had also done research on the sublimating effect of life levels on transcendent talent. The reason he said those words just now was that on one hand, he was also looking forward to what would happen after the evolution of his main body's talent, and on the other hand, he also wanted to make his main body happy. Results. Not to be outdone by my past self. My young brain was always so cerebral. There were some ideas that he had to hear straight away. Haven't you seen what happens with talent sublimation? Sect leader Suwon said softly. The vast majority of transcendents only have their range of abilities expanded after their talents are sublimated. Very few, such as Teen Young, are unilateral increases in energy level. Across the room, Suwon smiled and said, I know, but either way, it's a good thing to look forward to, isn't it? After saying this, Suwon paused, then asked, by the way, after Teen Yang's life level was promoted, did his talents sublimate again? Patriarch Suwon nodded and said, right. What's changed? There's no need to ask. The coverage of the energy boundary is greater, and the defense and isolation of the boundary is stronger. Sure enough, the young's talent is this different as well. While everyone else's talents expanded into other areas and became more and more refined, the young's talents only launched themselves towards simply being big. In some ways, though, big is strong and big is great. If one day in the future, Teen Yang could produce an energy boundary that was large enough to encompass a world, that might be a truly great killing move. Whoosh! It was at this moment that a breaking sound came out. In the next moment, the commander of the conquest office, who was dressed in black battle clothes and completely different from his own bilocation, appeared in everyone's field of vision. Here, you asked for this deer. As soon as the words fell, the sixth elder of the spirit deer clan, who had been sealed all over his body, was thrown in front of Xiao Luo. After Xiao Luo glanced at it, he transmitted his voice and asked, how many grasses of life have you found in the spirit leopard realm? 9 plants. Pretty good. Yes, this war has won more plentiful victories than the previous year combined. Good. Then first send over the 4 life grasses I need on my side. A question mark slowly rose from the head of the commander of the conquest office. 4 plants of life? What do you need all this for? As the commander of the R&D office, as well as the actual initiator and commander of this war, Xiao Luo would definitely be able to obtain a life grass with his accomplishments. Even if one needed to conduct research in the direction of the grass of life, there was no problem in taking an extra plant. But the point is, you want 4 plants at once on your side? It's too much, isn't it? You know, not to mention the other departments, they have 6 supers waiting in line at the logging office alone. In this case, the chief minister promised me. Xiao Luo saw the thoughts of the commander of the conquest office and said directly. The commander of the expedition office frowned at his words. This matter, I need to report to the chief personally. Before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by Xiao Luo. Most importantly, the need for the herb of life is part of that pilot program. Xiao Luo finished his sentence and looked at the commander of the conquest office. Sorry for interrupting what you were saying. What did you just say you were going to report to the chief? The commanding officer of the expedition office took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, it is necessary to report to the chief personally, and all the costs regarding that pilot program will be borne by my expedition office in the future. Xiao Luo smiled faintly at his words. Good, this is what you said. I will go to you if I need you in the future. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. Brother, I'm just saying, a test program of this level, with the buttocks to know how horrible the consumption of resources is, pressure is not a department can afford. Perhaps the treasury is the only one that can afford the various needs of this program? Don't worry, just kidding, see how nervous you are. Xiao Luo smiled and then began to prepare to go back after receiving the Grass of Life from the commander of the Conquest Office. Before he left, he asked the commander of the Levy Office to take more care of the young teen that was fighting. Of course, as long as the other person's life isn't in danger, it doesn't matter. Taking advantage of the Spirit Leopard clan's dying counterattack, it allowed Team Yang to have a good time in the middle of the battle. Don't worry, I've got everything. The commander of the expedition office glanced at Team Yang, who was being dangled by a top Spirit Leopard in the distance, and said with a smile, then again, if he came over just to have a good time, then that's not a bad addiction indeed. Xiao Luo laughed dumbly and immediately launched the spatial teleportation device, directly returning to the 112th squad's location. The moment he returned, he began to set up various boundaries around him. After all the procedures were completed, Xiao Luo looked at Su Wen and asked, which step do I have to take first? Absorb the Spirit Deer Race Origin talent first, or take the Grass of Life first? Next to him, sect leader Su Wen spoke. Of course, we'll absorb the Origin talent first, and when the time comes for the life level to be promoted, we'll see if we can sublimate both talents together. After saying this, sect leader Su Wen paused, then said, but being able to capture the Spirit Deer Clan's 6th Elder alive is something I didn't expect. But a living 6th Elder is more valuable than a dead one. Not to mention, that life-active blood in his body will last a long time as long as the healing procedures keep up. A superlative level Spirit Deer, his body is simply a huge treasure trove. For you guys right now, missing a drop of blood would be a huge mistake. Then, sect leader Su Wen, in the form of a teaching master, began to explain to Su Wen about the transcendent treasures that could be made from the various parts of the body of the transcendent Spirit Deer clan. Superlative deer blood as the main ingredient could be used to refine a superb rejuvenation pill to recover from injuries. One goes down, and as long as it doesn't kill you, it's hanging on for dear life. Superlative deer meat as the main ingredient can be refined to make a superb nirvana pill with meat and white bones. If the extreme nirvana dan is sufficient, from now on, broken arms and legs, and even the internal organs were taken out that can only be considered as a district fatal injury. Su Wen's eyes gradually glowed as he listened to the professional that was Patriarch Su Wen. Without any hesitation, he directly had people prepare various bloodletting and scraping material instruments. Not far away, a vicious chill suddenly rose in the heart of the 6th Elder of the Spirit Deer clan, who was sealed by his entire body, and this ominous premonition rushed straight to his head, making him unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 57 Bleeding, Cutting, and Healing in one package. Is there anything more unacceptable than death to come? The Spirit Deer clan's 6th Elder could not help but think as he felt the frantic warning of his heart's blood. From the moment he was confined and Lao Jiu escaped regardless, he knew that he was going to be finished, especially since he himself had been taken out of the Spirit Leopard realm by a human transcendent and placed in the hands of another. By this point, he had long since swung for the fences, given up the struggle, and completely resigned himself to his fate. But now the point is, why would you be upset when you don't want your own life? It can't be that these humans somehow want to torture themselves, can it? Is that necessary? They, the Spirit Deer clan, hadn't completely contacted the human race yet, nor had they reached the point in time to enter the human realm. It could be said that they didn't have any deep hatred with the current human side. What's the point of torturing him in the first place? However, this thought, after he was cut through Su Wen's skin and bled out, feeding him a mouthful of healing elixir after receiving half a bucket of blood, his mind directly exploded. He is not stupid. Look at this situation. He had already roughly guessed the inhumane thing he was going to face next. You guys give me a hard time and I'll tell you something heavy. The Spirit Deer clan's 6th Elder looked at Su Wen and spoke. It was obvious that this young man was the real talker here. Go ahead, and when you're done I'll see if I accept the deal based on the value of the information you provide. Su Wen's face remained unchanged as he spoke out. 6th Elder of the Spirit Deer clan. Isn't this pure empty-handedness? But in this situation now, he was the one begging the other, so there was no need to forcefully refuse. This will not end in anything but anger. If you don't believe me, we can make a soul contract. Next to him, Xiao Luo suddenly said. The 6th Elder let out a meaningful laugh. That soul contract thing, to sign or not to sign, makes a difference? That thing, no matter how you look at it, is a piece of scrap paper, right? What I'm about to say may shatter your perceptions, and I also hope that you will keep your word and give me a hard time after you realize the value of this matter. After saying this, the 6th Elder paused, then said, the social structure within the Fey clan is completely different from what you think. The information you learned about the Fey packs from those low-level Fey is not really useful. For all you know, the Fey Alliance is a loose and not very binding organization. But the powerful Fey communities have long since combined over the past tens of thousands of years to form a powerful and very centripetal force, Council of the Fey Alliance. As soon as the words fell, the sixth elder closed his mouth and did not speak. No? Suwon looked at the Spirit Deer Clan's sixth elder with a confused expression. The sixth elder nodded slightly. This news, isn't it heavy enough? Su-man. For others, the news may be heavy. But for him, it wasn't nearly as appealing as the fact that the next-door neighbor's kid wet the bed today. After all, he was standing right next to a director of the Fae Alliance Council, or a very vocal kind. If that's the kind of crap you're talking about, then you can go back to lying on the floor and playing dead, Suwon said, greeting everyone, and started to continue bleeding and cutting the meat. And Xiao Luo, as a researcher, has a very steady hand in doing experiments, so he is very suitable for this kind of work. If the Transcendents at the headquarters were to see this scene, I'm afraid their eyes would glaze over. The commander of the R&D office is doing this kind of thing here? Unbelievable. The sixth elder was so angry that he almost spat out blood, but he now knew very well that even if he spat it out, I'm afraid that the blood he spat out would be collected by the group of hateful humans around him with instruments. But the way this group of humans acted, it did give him the feeling that he had known about the existence of the Fae Alliance Council for a long time. At this stage, all of the high-level alien beast clans had yet to set foot in the human realm. How do these people know about the Fae Alliance Council? Could it be that those high-level alien beasts that had lurked over long ago had been exposed? That's not true. After being baptized by the humanization pools of various communities, he completely detached himself from his alien beast form and assumed a human posture from his flesh and blood to his soul. Even when the human side of the world had just opened up and fellow countrymen came over at the beginning of the birth of the Transcendentalists. In other words, apart from having memories related to his own ethnic group, inside and out, that was extremely purely human. How can this be exposed? Suwon didn't say anything and just kept arranging for everyone to cut meat, take blood and heal their wounds. While Lu Zhe stood next to him, he began to communicate with the sixth elder of the Spirit Deer Clan in an uninterrupted exchange. From this matter of the Fae Alliance Council, he could also see how much the sixth elder despised humans deep down. On their side, they had long been different under Suwon's leadership, and the intelligence they had learned was beyond imagination. But what if the other person says something useful? For this reason, he solemnly promised the other party to stop talking about such useless nonsense as organizational structure and ethnic composition. As long as the other party could give out useful information, then he could instead give the other party the extra paralyzing powder. A bottle poured into the mouth would cause even a superlative alien beast to lose consciousness for a short while. But unfortunately, the sixth elder was tight-lipped about the Spirit Deer Clan, and his knowledge of the other foreign races only existed on the surface. Just like that, after going through dozens of bloodletting, cutting and healing processes, Suwon began to follow sect leader Suwen's command to concoct an extreme nirvana pill. Not for any other reason. He wanted Xiao Luo to return the other party's energy crystal core after absorbing the sixth elder's origin talent. It was believed that with the extreme nirvana pill hanging on to his life, coupled with the sixth elder's own superb recovery power, he should not die. After all, it was only a hole in the head and the energy crystals briefly leaving the body for a while. A mere mortal wound is not enough. You took my flesh and blood as ingredients to make a potion, and then you're going to feed it to me now? The sixth elder's face was pale. The noble-born had never thought that he would have such a day. What's the difference between that and eating your own flesh? Don't worry, I've refined this nirvana pill into the flavor of the spirit leopard realm's spirit grass. It definitely matches your palate, Suwon said with a smile. Isn't the spirit leopard realm the breeding backyard of your Spirit Deer Clan? Eat it and experience the feeling of the spirit herb back home as well. Sixth elder, this human in front of him, obviously so young, why did his smile give him a creepy feeling? The devil, this man was even more terrifying than the demon clan, who were rumored to be the best at torturing people. Alright Suwon, you've explained what you need to explain, leave the rest to me. It was at this moment that Xiao Luo opened his mouth and said, you also start to busy yourself with your business. For example, first take the grass of life and raise your life level. After saying that, Xiao Luo flipped his right hand and a life grass appeared in his hand. Suwon thought about it and nodded slightly before taking the grass of life from the other party's hand. Not far away, sect leader Suwon's eyes moved slightly when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he said softly, Suwon, before you refine the grass of life and raise your life level, I hope you don't forget what you once promised me. Suwon's face changed when he heard this.